Hi, welcome to Novel to Listen. Relax and enjoy. Chapter 611 to 630. The golden kitten stopped in front of a piece of fist-sized raw jade ore and glanced at Xiaoxiao. When it saw that she bent over to pick up the material, it continued to walk forward. It didn't take Xiaoxiao much effort before she picked 4 to 5 pieces. There were some large ones, small ones, exquisite-looking ones, and even some crude-looking ones. The raw jade ores selected by Yu Xiaoxiao were all in Zhu Junyang's hands. He was reluctant to make his little lass do all the work, so whenever she picked up one from the ground, he would take it from her and carry it. Both of his hands were now full of ores. Luckily, none of the rocks selected by the little divine stone were overly large, so he could still handle the ones he was currently holding. In the end, the golden kitten stopped in front of an ore that was covered in tiny little dots, similar to the tiny pores on a human's face. The kitten's golden dark eyes flashed with joy when it sensed the rich aura inside the rock. The aura the rock was exuding was so comfortable and warm that all it wanted to do was lay on top of the ore. Shopkeeper Zhang saw that Miss Yu's gaze had landed on top of the raw jade ore that was as large as a millstone and hurriedly gone over to explain, "Don't judge it by its appearance. Although the surface of this rock is bumpy and full of holes, this type of ore falls under the sandy, rough, and bumpy category of jade. The rough exterior of this raw jade ore is classified as one of the finer jades, and it has a relatively high chance to develop into a quality jade. If you like this one, then I'll have someone get it out for you. This piece is rather large, so moving it out will be too troublesome. Why don't we break into it right here?" Yu Xiaoxiao marked a few lines on the stone under the little divine stone's guidance and then nodded her head at an experienced master to break it out. After 30 minutes had passed, the stone cracked open and a piece of smooth, exquisite, and mud-and-fat white jade was exposed. This piece of mud-and-fat jade was white and flawless in appearance. It was as moist as milk. It was even slightly warm to the touch. The experienced master who was brought over to extract the jade held the mud-and-fat jade that was bigger than the size of a regular basketball. His eyes shone as he exclaimed in admiration, "I have worked in this field for decades and I have never seen such high-quality mud-and-fat jade before." It was well known that jades were expensive and can support people financially. This was especially true for quality jades, which can fetch a higher price than regular jades. Quality jade was hard to come by, but there was no doubt that the jade in the experienced extraction master's hand was a top-notch jade. Based on its color, texture, and appearance, it was impeccably perfect. Even a small jade pendant or jade tassel made from this variety of mud-and-fat jade would cost a fortune. This jade exceeded the quality needed to make a jade bracelet. It was not an exaggeration to say that this jade was priceless. If any of the family had a jade bracelet made from this jade piece, then it could even be regarded as a family heirloom and pass it down through the generations. It would be more than enough to carve 10 jade bracelets from this large mud-and-fat jade and still have some remaining jade left over. The remaining material from this piece of jade could be sculpted into small flower decorations. This piece of jade was worth enough to produce the amount Wisdom Jade Pavilion could earn in 3 years. If they carved this large piece of jade into a larger object instead of bracelets, then it would definitely become one of the great treasures of the capital. There were only a few people who could afford such a jade sculpture in this world. The final product of the jade was based on the material, craftsmanship, and meaning behind the jade. The price could increase by 10 times when the material was made from the finest jade material, and it could increase by 10 times again if the craftsmanship was done by a first-class craftsman. The quality of this jade was definitely the best among the best. There were many excellent jade craftsman masters in Wisdom Jade Pavilion. There were only a few craftsmen in the entire Great Ming Dynasty who had surpassed the mastery of the craftsmen in Wisdom Jade Pavilion. Those craftsmen rarely took the initiative to openly carve for others. As for the meaning behind the jade, as long as Master Wu from the Wisdom Jade Pavilion sculpted the jade, then there would be no problem. Shopkeeper Zhang cautiously took the mud-and-fat jade from the extraction master. He narrowed his eyes in admiration at the extremely rare treasure in his hands. He had worked in the jade industry for over 30 years, and this was the first time he had seen such a perfect and beautiful piece of raw jade. He loved jade, so it was impossible for him to contain his excitement while holding this piece jade in his hands. A voice suddenly broke him away from his trance. "Master, did you extract the jades from the other rocks?" Shopkeeper Zhang suddenly snapped out from his trance. His master had already promised to give this piece of rare jade to Miss Yu. Based on how much his master doted on Miss Yu, he would never ask her to pay a huge sum for the jade. Instead, he might even give the jade to her for free as a sign of his affection. This was a rare treasure from the Wisdom Jade Pavilion. Yet it was already destined to be given away. If the jade could be stored in the Wisdom Jade Pavilion, then he would be able to admire the jade every day. However, his dreams were bound to fail. Zhu Junyang glared at shopkeeper Zhang in contempt for how lacking he was currently acting. He didn't even feel distressed as the owner of the Wisdom Jade Pavilion, yet shopkeeper Zhang acted like someone had carved his heart out from his chest. "It seems like I'm quite lucky today and managed to have a good start. Let's strike the iron while it's hot and extract all the jades from these rocks." Yu Xiaoxiao leaned over and looked at the mutton fat jade. She didn't know much about jade, but she could tell that the jade looked flawless and it was warm and smooth to the touch. Zhu Junyang stared at her profoundly and thought, "Continue pretending. Do you think I'm blind? You chose whichever ore that the golden kitten stopped in front of. The longer the golden kitten stood in front of it, the higher the quality the jade will turn out to be. The golden kitten stood in front of this piece of jade the longest, and it turned out to be a top-notch treasure. As a result, all the pieces of ores she picked out must all be quality jade." Just as he expected, there were 2 more pieces of mutton fat jade from the remaining pile of jade. Although the quality and value could not compare to the first mutton fat jade they found, they were still of rare quality. However, the 2 mutton fat jades were not as large as the first one. One piece of jade was enough to be carved into a pair of jade pendants and small decorations, while the other one could be carved into a pair of mutton fat jade bracelets. The remaining jade were all white jade, which were also very valuable. Shopkeeper Zhang's heart bled as he watched. If these jade were sold in the Wisdom Jade Pavilion, then this year's profit would definitely soar and his bonus as the shopkeeper would also be extremely generous. But now, it will all be gone. But shopkeeper Zhang was somewhat doubtful. How could this young girl's luck be so good? She was able to extract good quality jade from every raw ore she picked up. Could she be a master in discerning jade? No, that was impossible because the jade experts that Wisdom Jade Pavilion hired all had decades of experience. Yet, none of them were able to extract a jade from every piece of rock they chose, let alone a high-quality jade each time. Even if she was a young girl who learned how to identify jades from the moment she was born, it was still impossible for her to be more experienced than those jade experts. It seemed like he could only reluctantly attribute all of this to sheer luck. "Little lass, do you still want to choose more jade?" Zhu Junyang asked the little lass softly when he saw that his little lass was fiddling with the mutton fat jade that was large enough to sculpt 2 pieces of jade pendants from it. When he saw that his little lass shook her head in response, he turned to shopkeeper Zhang and said, "Bring these jade rocks to Miss Yu's private room." Shopkeeper Zhang hesitated for a moment and asked, Do I bring all the jade to her private room?" Yu Xiaoxiao pursed her mouth and jokingly asked, "What's the matter? Are you afraid that I don't have enough money to pay for them?" "Don't worry, even though I didn't bring enough money today, I will have someone send the full amount tomorrow." Or, is it because shopkeeper Zhang is unwilling to part with the top-notch mutton fat jade? Zhu Junyang's expression immediately darkened. What was wrong with this manager? The shopkeeper was usually very capable and clear-minded, so what happened to him today? Why was he acting so muddle-headed? Didn't he see that his master was the one who invited this guest over? Didn't he realize that he was causing him to lose his face in front of his little lass? He was even willing to give her the entire shop as well as all the workers of the shop over to his little lass. He wouldn't even feel the least bit unwilling or distressed. So what if she didn't bring enough money? This prince didn't lack money. Besides, she was going to become his wife in the future, so how dare a mere shopkeeper babble so much when the future female head of the house came over to choose a few ores? It seemed like shopkeeper Zhang was getting bored of working in the Wisdom Jade Pavilion as a manager. They lacked a shopkeeper in the Western Border Jade Exchange, so maybe he should send shopkeeper Zhang there to work for a few years. His master's gaze was as sharp as a knife. Shopkeeper Zhang immediately sobered up after he received a glare from Zhu Junyang. What was he doing? Since his master took the initiative to invite a guest over, that meant his master valued the guest a lot. The whole shop was owned by his master, and since his master didn't feel heartbroken by this, then why would a mere shopkeeper like him interfere in his master's personal matters? He had to quickly find a way to make amends quickly, because if he had accidentally angered his master, then it would be the end of his career as the Wisdom Jade Pavilion's shopkeeper. His master might even send him to the west border out of anger. If that happened, then he wouldn't even have enough tears to cry. Although shopkeeper Zhang had only worked in the Wisdom Jade shop for 3 years, the business of the shop soared to new heights each year. His master also changed the shop's business model, causing the annual profits to greatly exceed their expected amount. All the employees would receive big bonuses because of the increased profit. Even the young clerk working at the shop received 200 taels as a bonus, much higher than usual. Since a small-time clerk had received such a large bonus, it was unimaginable how much the manager received. It was almost the end of the year now, and the shop accountant had begun to calculate this year's profits. He knew that this year, the shop had made more profits compared to the previous years, so the bonus the employees would receive would definitely exceed that of last year. Last year, he received 2,000 taels of silver as a year-end bonus. At the end of the year, when he reported Wisdom Jade Pavilion's accounts along with the other managers to his master, none of the other properties could compare to how much Wisdom Jade Pavilion earned except for Treasure Pavilion and the plantation. The other shopkeepers could only stare at them enviously because it was impossible for them to earn the same amount of profits as they did. Being the manager of Wisdom Jade Pavilion was a lucrative job, and many people were eyeing his job. He couldn't lose his cushy job over something minor. When he noticed that his master was unhappy, shopkeeper Zhang hurriedly tried to make up for his mistake. "Miss Yu, you must be joking with me. You are the one and only distinguished guest that master has ever personally invited over. Let's not discuss money because that would be too formal. This servant was just asking whether I should bring it all the jade to your private room first or have the master craftsman look at the jade first. Then, you would be immediately able to discuss the style you want them to carve it into. As for this piece of top-notch mud and fat jade, would you like it to be carved into a bracelet? Or would you want to carve some ornaments or decorations from it? The experienced craftsman from our shop can give you some good suggestions." "Oh, is that so? I thought shopkeeper Zhang was reluctant to sell this jade." Yu Xiaosao smiled sweetly at shopkeeper Zhang, who was sweating profusely. Zhu Junyang had a gloomy and displeased expression on his face while Yu Xiaosao secretly pulled on his hands. "Miss Yu must be joking. The jade and the shops are all under my master's command, so how could a mere servant like me make such decisions? But I have to say, Miss Yu, you have a great eye for discerning jades. You managed to discover such a high-quality mud and fat jade that could only appear once in a century. This servant has been selling jade for no less than 20 years, and this is the first time I have seen such a fine piece of jade." Shopkeeper Zhang keenly noticed that Miss Yu was the key to determining his master's mood based on their earlier interactions. He noticed that the young girl merely tugged on his master's sleeve and gave him a warning look, and the expression on his master's face immediately improved. His master's gaze no longer felt like a sharp knife aimed at him. Shopkeeper Zhang felt like he was reborn again after this calamity passed. Yu Xiaosao didn't know much about jade because, in her previous life, she was just a regular citizen struggling at the bottom of the pyramid. She struggled to feed herself and her younger siblings every day. She would occasionally visit the mall and hang around for a few moments by the jewelry stores. She would merely glance at the beautiful sparkling jewelry and jade that were way out of her price range. She looked at the smooth and radiant jade in her hand with interest. Although the jade had not yet been polished, the jade still exuded a beautiful white color. It was no wonder that the prices of these jades remained as expensive as ever, even in the future. People still flocked to shops to buy unattainable and rare jade. The top-notch mud and fat jade that was larger than a regular-sized basketball was placed on the table of Xiaosao's private room. The golden kitten hurriedly jumped onto the table and climbed on top of the jade. It laid the jade on its stomach and started cultivating. It was unwilling to delay its cultivation even for a few seconds. However, to other people, they merely thought that the young little kitten really knew how to find a place to sleep. It chose the most expensive place to sleep. Shopkeeper Zhang was shaking at his core when he saw the kitten jump on top of the jade. He feared that the young kitten would damage the jade. However, he was being too worried. If the jade was that fragile, then no one would want to buy it. If Yu Xiaoxiao was still ignorant of the mutton fat jade's value based on shopkeeper Zhang's reactions, then she would be stupid. She guessed that she had probably chosen all of the best jades from this batch of jade. In the next month or so, Wisdom Jade Pavilion would probably not have any quality jade to sell. Naturally, she would not take all the jades she found from him. After all, Zhu Junyang owned Wisdom Jade Pavilion, so she should leave some leeway for him to survive, right? Shopkeeper, I heard that we have recently found a top-notch mutton fat jade. Can this old man have a look? An old but enthusiastic voice could be heard from outside the private room. Shopkeeper Zhang's eyes immediately lit up. Why would this old gentleman be suddenly willing to take the initiative to come here? He hurriedly walked outside and greeted the esteemed old man with an enthusiastic smile. Old Lin. We're honored with your presence. Your presence brings light to our humble shop. Humble shop. If Wisdom Jade Pavilion is a small humble shop, then the other jade shops in the capital are even less worth mentioning. Hurry up and show me the top-notch mutton fat jade, so this old man can take a look. Old Lin had a petite build, grizzled hair, and a ruddy complexion. He was a hardy and small old fellow. It turned out that the top-notch mutton fat jade had lured Old Lin out. Old Lin was the best jade craftsman in the capital. He had retired many years ago, and unless there was something that caught his interest, he wouldn't step a foot outside his house. Old Lin had been in the Wisdom Jade Pavilion before and told the employees to inform him if any quality raw material was found. The obedient and good-natured clerk had probably run over to inform Old Lu about the new jade. Old Lin, I'm sorry, but that piece of raw jade has already been bought by someone. Shopkeeper Zhang apologized to the old man. Old Lin glared at him, blew his beard, and said, could it be that you guys already decided on a jade craftsman since the jade has already been bought? If this piece of jade meets my expectation after I have a look, then I am willing to make an expectation and carve this jade. The manager was extremely surprised. Old Lin was one of the leading figures in the jade carving world. Even the jade carved from ordinary jade would fetch a high price after going through his hands. Numerous people begged Old Lin to help them carve a piece of jade, but he declined them all. It was unthinkable that this old man would come here after hearing the news and even promised to sculpt the jade if it caught his interest before even seeing the actual jade. It's a once-in-a-lifetime blessing to have you carve for them. I don't think that anyone would refuse this offer, right? The shop manager politely asked Old Lin to wait. Then, he entered the private room and informed his master as well as Lady Fang and her daughter of the news. Yu Xiaoxiao did not know of Old Lin, but Lady Fang had heard of the old gentleman's name before. As soon as the shopkeeper mentioned the old gentleman's name, Lady Fang didn't even ask her daughter's opinion before immediately agreeing. She would be foolish if she didn't immediately accept the offer. A piece of raw jade that was worth 200 taels of silver could have its value increase by 10 folds or even more after being carved by Old Lin. Only an idiot wouldn't take up on this chance. As soon as Old Lin entered the private room, his eyes immediately landed on the raw jade on top of the table. Just at this moment, the golden kitten had just finished cultivating and lazily jumped off the jade. Old Lin's heart pounded rapidly and he shouted, how can you let a kitten trample on such a precious piece of jade? If the jade is even slightly damaged, then even skinning the kitten wouldn't even be enough to make up for it. The little divine stone was comfortably stretching itself when it heard the old man's words. The little divine stone's first stood on its end in anger and immediately screamed at the old man, I am a divine stone that has cultivated for tens of thousands of years. I am the ancestor of all stones, so how can I be inferior to a broken piece of jade like this one? If you start beeping your mouth off again, then this divine stone will push this broken piece of rock from the table and break it. It walked up to the mutton fat jade and put one of its paws on top of the stone. Its dark golden pupils had turned into slits due to anger as it stared at the old man threateningly. Yu Xiaoxiao was amused at the little divine stone's reaction, but she was also angry for the little divine stone. A top-notch jade like this one was indeed rare, but it was a dead object. She was opposed to taking the life away from a living thing for a dead object. Xiaoxiao reached out her hands, took the kitten, and gently stroked its fur that was standing on its end. She looked at old Lin disapprovingly. "Old gentleman, what you had just said is wrong. I was the one who picked up this stone and Royal Prince Yong has already agreed to sell this piece of jade to me. This means that I have full right over how I use this jade, so it's none of your concern. Little glutinous dumpling has been raised by me for 5 to 6 years already, so how could my affections for a living being exceed that of a stone? If the jade was destroyed, then at most, the value of the jade would decrease. However, even the humblest life has the right to live and to be respected by others. What do you think?" Shopkeeper Zhang was afraid that Miss Yu would cause old Lin to leave in anger, so he wanted to interfere. However, when he received a sharp glare from his master, he immediately changed his mind. Got it. Since the jade belonged to Miss Yu, then she had full right to do with it as she liked. Why should he interfere? Old Lin was not a stubborn old antique who was bound to his old-fashioned ways. When he saw that the jade was not damaged in any way, he breathed a sigh of relief and said with a smile, "I cherish this jade a lot, so I accidentally made an inappropriate analogy, so I blurted out something crude. If young lady is still upset by what I said, then this old man will gladly take back what I just said. However, this old man has to remind you that this jade is among the best mutton fat jade I've ever seen. Have the two of you discussed the price yet?" "Oh, that's right." Yu Xiaoxiao turned to look at Zhu Junyang who had a poker face on. She blinked her eyes playfully and asked, "Royal Prince Yong, how much do you plan to charge me for this piece of jade?" Zhu Junyang silently stared at her charming and adorable appearance. He fell silent for a moment before he raised his index finger and then shook his head lightly. 1,000,000 taels of silver. Old Lin cried out in alarm and promptly started to talk. "Royal Prince, please think twice about this. This piece of jade is extremely valuable. I believe 1,000,000 taels of silver is too low. I won't charge even 1 tael of silver." Zhu Junyang had an unhappy expression on his face. Didn't he tell her that what he owned was going to be hers in the future, and what she owned would always be hers? Didn't speaking about the price of the jade make the relationship between the two of them too awkward and unfamiliar? The words that old Lin wanted to say next were stuck in his throat. He turned to look at the young lady carefully and realization suddenly hit him when he recalled the rumors he heard. It would be a pity if this piece of jade is made into jewelry. However, if it's carved into an auspicious ornament such as, lovely flower, round moon, amidst the flowers under the moonlight, and hundreds of children and thousands of grandchildren, etc., as a betrothal gift, then it would be the first of its kind in the entire Great Ming dynasty. Betrothal gift. Zhu Junyang's heart skipped a beat. After the New Year's ended, he was definitely going to head over to the Yu family to propose. The little lass residing in his heart deserved the best of the best. He would make old Lin carve this piece of top-notch mutton jade and send it as the defining piece of his betrothal gift. His gift would definitely cause a big sensation in the capital. He had set his mind. This mutton fat jade will belong to his little lass no matter what. But this gift will just be sent to her later than he had originally planned. Zhu Junyang no longer pretended to be cold and domineering. He looked at old Lin earnestly and asked, "Based on your experience, what do you think the theme of this jade should be?" Old Lin's eyes were still focused on the jade and he answered without hesitation, "Based on the shape of this piece of jade, I believe it would be best if we carved it into, amidst the flowers under the moonlight. In addition to that, amidst the flowers under the moonlight, is more appropriate and suitable for your highness's needs. When you grow old, you can always reminisce about your youth when you look at the jade carving. Wouldn't that be great? Okay, let's do as old Lin said. Old Lin, will you be able to finish the final product within 2 months?" Zhu Junyang already came to his decision, but if he planned on using it as a betrothal gift, then it needed to be completed on time. Why, is the royal prince planning to propose in 2 months? Old Lin looked down and pondered for a moment. Then, he nodded his head vigorously and said, "This old man will release the vigor from my youth and finish the jade carving for you in 2 months. I will make sure I won't delay your matter." Yu Xiaoxiao rolled her eyes. He had just told her that the jade belonged to her and that she could do whatever she wanted with it. After a span of a few minutes, he selected the jade craftsman for the jade, the theme of the jade, and even the deadline for the completion. He decided everything on his own initiative. Didn't he tell her that he was going to listen to her? Ahem ahem. Xiao Sao cleared her throat, reminding him of her existence. Zhu Junyang suddenly turned to look at her and smiled apologetically and said, "Little lass, I'm sorry but you can't take this piece of jade by for the time being. Rest assured because this piece of jade belongs to you. However, it will be delayed by 2 months. Oh right, little lass, what do you think about the theme of the jade carving being, amidst the flowers under the moonlight? You have already decided on everything, so what's the point of asking me?" Could she slap him on his face in public and make him lose face? Yu Xiaosao pursed her lips and said with no interest, "It's fine as long as you believe it's fine. Is my opinion even important? Your opinion is important. Of course, your opinion is important. If you don't like the theme, then we can replace the theme with something else. What do you think of the theme, hundreds of children and thousands of grandchildren?" he asked in a fawning manner. Zhu Junyang saw that she was unhappy, so he hurriedly became a filial and devoted dog. Scram! Why would you give a jade carving with the theme, hundreds of children and thousands of grandchildren, to an unmarried girl? Royal Prince Yang, did you have a brain spasm? Or are you deliberately trying to get scolded? Yu Xiaosao took in a deep breath and suppressed the curse that she was about to spit out. She rolled her eyes at him and said, "Let's go with the, amidst the flowers under the moonlight, theme. As long as it's something that won't arouse suspicion, then it'll be fine." Old Lin watched the young couple with interest as they, blatantly flirted, in front of him while he held the 12-catty jade. He didn't feel the weight of the jade in his arms at all. He wouldn't mind holding another 10 pieces of jade with similar qualities. However, the young girl from the Yu family was as the rumors had described. She was a fascinating person. The interactions between her and Royal Prince Yang were very natural. The communication between the two seemed to have stemmed from their spirits and was not restricted by the morals of the secular world. It was particularly pure and innocent. Since Yu Xiaosao was unable to stop Zhu Junyang's ridiculous behavior, she decided to ignore him and said to shopkeeper Zhang, "How much would it cost to buy all the remaining jades?" Shopkeeper Zhang secretly looked towards his master. His master had already given away a top-grade mutton fat jade worth over 1,000 taels, so would he still care about this little money? Although these added up to over 6 figures, just thinking about it made his heart ache. "Why are you looking at this, prince? Just accept what you're supposed to take." Although he said this, Zhu Junyang avoided the lass's line of sight and secretly made an implicit expression at shopkeeper Zhang. They definitely had to collect some money, otherwise, the lass would get angry and leave without taking any of the jades. As for his betrothal gifts, it would probably be difficult to even send them out after the new year. Shopkeeper Zhang received his master's signal and said with a polite smile, "Miss Yu, for the 2 mutton fat jades in your hands, the smaller one cost 10,000 taels and the bigger one is 15,000 taels. I'll just take 5,000 taels for the remaining white jades and green jades. Thus, it's a total of 30,000 taels. You're bought over by the master himself, so I'll offer you the best discount available at the store. You just need to pay a total of 15,000 taels." Yu Xiaosao didn't continue to argue. After all, if Zhu Junyang went to shop at her stores, she would also give him the best discount. After she swiftly paid the money, she felt an aching pain as she looked at the several pieces of unimpressive-looking jades. People often say that gold is valuable and jade is priceless, but this is too expensive. Yu Xiaosao sighed in her heart. If she didn't have the money-making business, blossoming beauty, there was no way that she would spend over 10,000 taels for several worthless rocks. "Miss Yu, rest assured, this old servant will definitely pick the best craftsman to process these jades for you. Do you have any special requests?" Shopkeeper Zhang spoke in a very humble and polite manner. His master had that he would send the betrothal gifts after the new year, so it was certain that status of the future lady of the house belonged to this young maiden. When shopkeeper Zhang first saw Yu Xiaosao, he was confused by her casual and indifferent attitude. He had originally thought that when a peasant girl entered the grand and imposing Wisdom Jade Pavilion, she would feel uneasy and slightly nervous. However, this young maiden wasn't like that at all. Furthermore, the bearing of Lady Fang and the 2 maid servants behind her gave him the wrong impression that his master had changed the target of his pursuit. Author's note: If Zhu Junyang knew what he was thinking about, he would definitely want to crack open his head to see what was inside. But, afterwards, his misconception was broken by the name, Miss Yu. Was there anyone who didn't know that the Yu family were a nouveau riche family in the capital? They came from a low origin and had a low-ranked official's position and an awkward status, but no one in the capital dared to publicly offend the Yu family. One should know that in the winter, they had control of the meals on the dining tables of the noble families in the capital. Even if one didn't care about the food, there was no guarantee that one's wife and daughter didn't love beauty. Loving beauty was a woman's nature. Due to the excellent quality of the products and services at Blossoming Beauty, many ladies with troubled skin had obtained satisfactory results after using their products. These results were spread by word of mouth, and now, most of the noble madams and young misses in the capital had a Blossoming Beauty membership card. Even if they couldn't apply for a card due to lack of financial resources, they would use their longtime savings to buy a set of skincare products suitable for their skin. During the winter, the climate in the capital was cold and dry. If they tried to use other products after using Blossoming Beauty's products, their skin would feel dry and uncomfortable as if they were wearing a mask. Recently, Blossoming Beauty had launched skincare products for children, which were naturally non-irritating and could protect the child's skin. This was good news for the children in the capital. One must know the strong influence of bedside whispers. Even if there were officials who were dissatisfied with Yu Xiaoxiao being an official, they wouldn't be able to take up the idea of going against the Yu family due to the gentle advice from their fierce wives and precious daughters. It was just that shopkeeper Zhang hadn't expected that Miss Yu had such poise and composure. She didn't seem rustic at all and might be even more graceful than some of the noble young misses in the capital. What he admired the most was that such a small person was able to tame his master, who was such a big monster. She could get Royal Prince Yang, who was known for his ruthlessness and cruelty, to be so obedient and vowed to marry no one else but her. How skilled was that? It seemed like, in the future, he must do his best to please his mistress in order to secure his status. Shopkeeper Zhang had actually thought about so much in this short period of time. Xiaoxiao, on the other hand, was still discussing with Lady Fang about what the jades should be carved into and how to carve them. This smaller piece of mutton fat jade can be carved into a pair of dragon and phoenix pendants. It's quite fitting to gift a pair of dragon and phoenix pendants for third young master Zhou's upcoming marriage. Lady Fang thought about the hairpin that third young master Zhou gave last time and felt that a 10,000 taels jade pendant should be considered presentable. Yu Xiaoxiao nodded her head and decided to also give the bride a pink pearl bracelet. In this way, the wedding present wouldn't seem stingy. This piece can be made into a pair of bangles. Cower, I noticed that you don't have much jewelry, so let's make it according to the size of your wrist. It was difficult for women to resist jewelries, and Lady Fang was no exception. However, it was hard to find exquisite jades. As a mother, how could she try to take a fine piece of jade from her daughter? She didn't have much jewelry. How was that possible? One should know that the man in front of her, in order to gain her reassurance, did everything he could to send her gifts from time to time, and most of them were jewelries worn by young maidens. As long as there was something that he liked at Treasure Pavilion, it would be sent over to her. There were things like diamond earrings, diamond necklaces, diamond bracelets, and jewelry made of ruby, sapphire, and emerald. There were also a lot of jades and corals. There was barely any space left in her little treasure box. After Xiaoxiao expressed that she had enough jewelry, Lady Fang looked at her and said, even if you're not going to wear them, it's good to save it as your dowry in the future. Royal Prince Yang had sent such valuable betrothal gifts over, so their family naturally had to enrich her dowry. It was difficult to come across high-quality jade, but it shouldn't be too late to start saving up now. Yu Xiaoxiao rolled her eyes in her head. Do I need these to make my dowry look more ample? Blossoming Beauty, pastry shops, pharmaceutical workshops, and the wine distillery, which of these aren't golden hens that produced money? Isn't just any one of these more valuable than the top-grade mutton fat jade that can't be eaten or drunken? Godmother, why don't we both get one each, mother-daughter bangles? I reckon that the quality of this piece of jade is quite good. You can pass on your bangle to my younger sister-in-law as a family heirloom that can be passed down generation to generation. It can be considered a memento of the ancestor for the descendants. What do you think? Yu Xiaoxiao urged Lady Fang as she looked at Fang Haolin, who was eating pastries and playing with the new toy that Zhu Junyang gave him. Upon hearing himself being mentioned, Fang Haolin nodded his little head hard and said, "Okay. One for older sister and one for little Linlin. It's for your wife, not you." Yu Xiaoxiao helped him wipe the crumbs on his face and laughed as she tapped his little head. With a matter-of-course expression, Fang Haolin said, "What belongs to my wife also belongs to me." Wrong. Zhu Junyang came out to show his presence again. It should be, everything that belongs to you also belongs to your wife. What are men earning money and working so hard for? Isn't it for their wife and children? Little Linlin, you must quickly change your thinking, lest you can't find a wife in the future. At that time, you won't have any tears left to cry. When shopkeeper Zhang heard this, he felt even more firm about his decision to curry favor with his future mistress. Even his master had said that everything he owned belonged to his wife, which meant that Wisdom Jade Pavilion and himself, a servant, were no exception. It seemed like his master would be changed soon. Fang Haolin, the little fellow, felt troubled for a moment, and then reluctantly said, "All right. Everything that belongs to Linlin belongs to my wife, and everything owned by my wife is also Linlin's, okay. No, what belongs to you also belongs to your wife, and everything your wife owns belongs to herself only." Zhu Junyang firmly abided by Xiaoxiao's words. He indeed had the potential of being a completely devoted husband. Fang Haolin's little face scrunched up even more as he looked at the delicious pastry in his hands. When he thought about how there would be a young girl fighting for food with him in the future, his mood immediately turned bad. With an expression as if he was about to cry, he looked at his mother and older sister, and pitifully said, "Getting married isn't fun. Linlin don't want a wife anymore." Everyone in the room was immediately amused by his words. In the end, Xiaoxiao made the final decision to make 2 bangles, one for her godmother and one for herself. The rest were made into jewelries or jade pendants to be given as New Year gifts to every member of the family. Even little Linlin was given a jade amulet. After that, the mother and daughter strolled around the shop again. Xiaoxiao noticed that there wasn't a single jadeite accessory in the store. When exactly was jadeite introduced into China? In her previous life, Yu Xiaoxiao hadn't graduated from middle school and didn't know much about jades. Thus, she naturally didn't know about this. However, it seemed like jadeite wasn't very popular at the beginning of the Ming dynasty. Her eyes suddenly lit up at this thought. The business opportunity was self-evident. Perhaps, she and Zhu Junyang could be the first to endeavor in this business. With this thought, she pulled Zhu Junyang aside and whispered, "Roizi, I thought of a way to make money that will need your help. Are you willing to help me?" Of course, only a dumbass would refuse to earn money. Zhu Junyang had heard this phrase from Xiaoxiao by chance. Don't you have a team specialized in foreign trade? In the southwest of our great Ming Empire, there's a small, undeveloped country. There's a lot of mountain forests in the country, but they produced a kind of jade called jadeite. There are various colors such as green, purple, red, blue, yellow, and black. Good quality jadeites are as transparent as glass, and glossy like mutton fat jade. It's similar to nephrite and also good for people's health. Yu Xiaoxiao stopped for a moment and looked at Zhu Junyang with a gaze full of expectation. Zhu Junyang was inwardly curious about how she, who rarely left home, knew about everything around the world. Was it that cultivated stone who told her? Perhaps that place was the hometown of the multicolored stone. The little divine stone, who was in its master's embrace, rolled its eyes. Dude, you're thinking too much. You mean, you want this prince to gather a group of merchants to do jadeite business with a small, unknown country? Zhu Junyang asked as he looked at the young girl's face, which brightened up as soon as she talked about making money. Not only can we do a jadeite trade, but we can also set up a stone betting shop near the stained glass factory. The jade rocks transported from there can be put on site for people to buy with a marked price. Like gambling, if the value of the jadeite is higher than that of the original jade rock, then you win the bet. If not, then you lose. One shall know that it's hard for even immortals to break jade. The jade stone is mined in the mountains and wrapped within a thick layer of stone. Is there jade inside? How much? How's the quality? It's all based on luck or experience. In her previous life, Xiao Xiao had seen a movie about stone betting. She knew a little about stone betting, and thus sounded quite believable. In actuality, she didn't know the slightest about stone betting. But she had the little divine stone as her cheetah. If this was her previous life, she might have gotten rich overnight with a trip to Tengchong. It's a pity that you were so stupid at that time. You had this divine stone beside you for so long, yet you didn't initiate the process of recognizing the master. What an idiot. The little divine stone roasted her. Who knew that there would actually be a little sprite hidden within an unassuming, little multicolored stone? I used to be an atheist, so I never expected that there would be so many immortals and demons in the world. Yu Xiaoxiao roared back in her mind. At that time, she had picked up the little divine stone by chance and tied it onto her wrist with a red string. Who would have thought that such a cute, little thing could be summoned with one's own blood? You're the one who's cute, your whole family is cute. It was the dignified divine stone who could be ranked among the deities if it cultivated up another level. But it was actually called cute by a young human girl, and she even called it a little thing. There was no way that it was going to tolerate it. Yu Xiaoxiao replied in a matter-of-course manner, "Of course I'm cute, everyone loves me. It's pitiful that no one loves you. You got abandoned by your master and punished by your master's friend to cultivate in the human realm. If you hadn't encountered me, who knows how many more years it would take for you to see the light of day again. This divine stone exhausted all my spiritual power in order to save your soul, lest you have to suffer the cycle of reincarnation. Is this how you should treat your life savior?" The little divine stone was angered because of her teasing. Okay. You have worked hard and achieved great merit. You're the best. You're the most amazing. Okay. Yu Xiaoxiao comforted the angry golden kitten perfunctorily. Seeing its cute and proud appearance, she couldn't help but kiss its little ear. She saw the color of the golden kitten's face gradually darken, and it was close to a light pink color. It turned out that the proud divine stone would also be shy. Yu Xiaoxiao felt that it was very interesting. When she moved closer to kiss its small head, she suddenly noticed that her hands were empty. Someone had snatched the little kitten away. She looked up and found Zhu Junyang glaring at her with a displeased expression. To be exact, he was staring at her red lips. Perhaps it was the effect of the mystic stone water on her body that caused her lips to appear pink like a spring peach blossom. It looked glossy and moist as if she had put on a layer of pink lip gloss. Her mouth was very small yet plump. After looking at them for a long time, one would have the urge to kiss her. At this time, it felt like this for Zhu Junyang. However, his future mother-in-law and younger brother-in-law weren't too far away. He had this thought in mind, but he didn't have the guts to act upon it. He could only glare fiercely at the little lass and silently threatened, "I'll deal with you in the future." Such a huge vinegar jar. He's even jealous of a kitten. Yu Xiaoxiao felt very speechless. The little divine stone felt very embarrassed. This divine stone was harassed by a weak human girl. Will those shameless immortals laugh at me when I return to the celestial realm? No way. I must cover up this matter and never let others know. Yu Xiaoxiao glanced at Zhu Junyang and asked, "I'm telling you something serious. What nonsense are you thinking about? Stone betting and jadeite are definitely profitable businesses. But it's an inhospitable environment there. So I reckon that it won't be peaceful on the road. Leave it to this prince. I guarantee that you will get a satisfied answer in a few days." Although Zhu Junyang didn't know much about jadeites, the lass was very excited when she mentioned it. Therefore, it must be a profitable business. As for stone betting, he was more optimistic about this. In the capital, there were a bunch of profligate sons of wealthy families who had money on hand and no place to spend them. They would be very interested in gambling. An example would be the entertainment club in the suburbs. Horse racing was the most popular and profitable activity. He pondered about it in his heart. If the stone betting business was managed well, it would earn money faster than horse racing. After all, who could resist the temptation of getting rich overnight? After they left Wisdom Jade Pavilion, the group went to eat at the nearby Junsho restaurant. Originally, they had wanted to meet the groom and congratulate him. Unfortunately, the decoration of Junsho restaurant's main hall was in full swing. It was all managed by a steward, and third young Master Zhou was nowhere in sight. There were only a few days before his wedding, so that guy was probably very busy. Yu Xiaoxiao glanced at the main hall, which was decorated in a very festive manner. It seemed like third young Master Zhou didn't forget to promote his own business even on his wedding day. He was inspired by her hairpin ceremony and decided to hold his wedding at his own restaurant. Her hairpin ceremony was one of the first in the capital to be so grand and unique. Since then, many families followed suit and held their daughter's hairpin ceremony at Junshou restaurant. The cost of holding a hairpin ceremony wasn't cheap, but more importantly, it saved a lot of work and gained a lot of face. It didn't matter that it was expensive because there were plenty of families in the capital who didn't lack money. In the twinkling of an eye, it was the day of third young Master Zhou's wedding. The guests of the wedding naturally had to dress more festively. Yu Xiaoxiao wore a moon blue-colored beaded top jacket with narrow sleeves and a pinched waist red outer gown with embroidered hems. It was embroidered with soft, elegant patterns using silver silk threads. On the bottom, she wore a lake-colored silk gauze pleated skirt. There were faint multicolored flowers between the pleats, and golden flowers woven on the azure stripe on the hem. She was covered with a pale mauve-colored ferret fur cloak with plum blossom patterns. She didn't have a lot of accessories on her head. The red coral hair ornament inlaid with diamonds was particularly eye-catching. The bright red color was embellished with bits of broken diamonds that looked like stars falling from the sky. When complemented with the lass's fair jade-like skin and pair of big, bright eyes, she looked as delicate and dazzling as a porcelain doll. Zhu Junyang, who came to pick Xiaoxiao up to go to the wedding together, saw that she had, carefully, dressed up for another person, but that person wasn't him. Moreover, it was for another man. He couldn't help but feel extremely jealous. He wished he could hide this delicate and beautiful maiden so that he would be the only one who could see her beauty. Why are you just standing there foolishly? It's getting late, so let's go. Seeing the flash of amazement in his eyes and his dazed expression, Yu Xiaoxiao's vain heart felt an unprecedented satisfaction. This ugly duckling could also turn into a swan when dressed up. However, compared with the handsome man in front of her, her appearance was only 70% as good as the other parties. But she already felt very satisfied. This guy's looks was too law-defying. The heavens were too partial towards him. She was originally a delicate beauty, but when she stood beside him, she had directly turned into an ugly duckling. It was thanks to her careless attitude and strong heart that she didn't feel inferior and despair under his radiating aura. This man must have saved the entire galaxy in his previous life, and thus he was able to meet such a great woman like me in this life, PFFT. She couldn't hold back and laughed. Do you need to wear more clothing? I heard that it's cold today. Seeing the lass's slender waist and delicate figure under her cloak, Zhu Junyang had an urge to wrap her up tightly with clothes. Was it cold, today? Yu Xiaoxiao looked up at the bright sun in the sky. Compared to a few days ago, today was a rare day of fine weather. Then she looked at her clothes. She wore a jacket on the inside, and the cloak she had on was extra thick. She shook her head and said, I'm wearing more than enough. I'm wearing 2 layers of woolen trousers inside the dress, so I'm not cold at all. If I add on more clothes, I'll feel so heavy that I won't be able to walk properly. If you can't walk, then this prince can carry you. Zhu Junyang almost said that out loud, but he knew that if he did, the lass would look at him with an angry expression and roll her eyes at him. All right, then hold this brazier. Wrap it with a piece of cloth to avoid burning your hands. Also, when you go out, put on your hood and scarf. Aren't you being too over? It only takes a few steps to reach the carriage, and then I'll enter the house again after getting off the carriage. How cold would I be? Although Yu Xiaoxiao said this, she felt very pleased inwardly that she had trained such a warm man for herself. In the ancient times, when male chauvinism was so widespread, there was such an attentive and considerate man waiting for her love. What more could she ask for? She must swiftly take in this pretty boy, so as to not be intercepted by others who noticed his good qualities. When he mentioned the matter of the marriage proposal in the upcoming year again, she would stop keeping him in suspense and go along with him. Her parents and family members should probably arrive in the next few days, right? What are you thinking about? You're not even looking up. Did you almost trip on the threshold? She felt a strong hold on her hand. The warmth of the warm and strong palm transmitted to her hand through the cotton gloves. Under his help, Yu Xiaoxiao crossed the high threshold and reached the carriage. Yet he was still unwilling to let go of her hand and directly supported her onto the carriage. Have you settled on Royal Prince Yang? Lady Fang, who had entered the carriage first, looked at her daughter with a slightly complex expression. On one hand, she was very happy to see Royal Prince Yang being so considerate and good to her daughter. On the other hand, they weren't an official couple after all. If they acted so intimate in public, would it lead to people gossiping about them? Yu Xiaoxiao nodded her head without any hesitation. She wasn't really someone from ancient times, so it wasn't her style to be reserved. Lady Fang smiled helplessly and said, "In this case, tell him to quickly come to propose the marriage." This was to avoid bad rumors about her daughter if it got dragged out for too long. He plans on getting someone to calculate a good day to have his elders come over to propose the marriage after the first month. It was just a marriage proposal. They would have to wait at least until she reached the age of 18 for the actual wedding. She had already held her hairpin ceremony that represented adulthood, but in her mind, one would only be considered an adult when one reached 18. It was very dangerous for girls, who weren't fully developed, to get married and give birth too young. Okay. However, that guy, Zhu Junyang, wasn't that young anymore. He didn't seem to oppose the idea of her getting married after the age of 18. Could it be that the emperor, who was also a transmigrator, said something to him? If that guy could wait, what was her rush? She thought that it was too early to get married at 18. In her previous life, a young girl of this age was still a senior in high school. The wedding ceremony was grand and novel, and nothing was out of the ordinary. Everything was carried out according to the ancient traditions. Before the groom, third young Master Zhou, went to escort the bride to the wedding, he saw Xiaoxiao and her party and hastily came to greet them. After that, he would be very busy. Even after he completed all the procedures of the wedding, he still needed to come out to toast and entertain the guests. Royal Prince Yang's arrival had caught the Zhou family by surprise. They had no connection with Royal Prince Yang, and thus there was no way that they could invite him. Why did the prince deign to come here? But the Zhou family members instantly understood when they saw the young maiden beside him who he was carefully protecting. In addition to Lady Fang's status of a noble titled Madam, Xiaoxiao had a position as an official and was personally bestowed the title of Royal Princess by the Emperor. Thus, they were invited to sit at the main table, which was surrounded by the most respected members of the Zhou family. The group of old men were afraid that Xiaoxiao, a young girl, had no one to talk to, so they specially got third young Master Zhou's mother, second Madame Zhou, who was originally unqualified to sit at the main table, to accompany and talk with Xiaoxiao. After all, when they were at Tanggu town, Xiaoxiao often visited the second branch of the Zhou family and the two had a decent relationship. When the groom came over to toast the table, Xiaoxiao watched as he, who was dressed completely in red, drank several cups of wine and his handsome face flushed with a healthy glow. There seemed to be a strong sense of happiness in his smile. She joked, as the saying goes, people are in high spirits when involved in happy events. Third young master indeed looks radiant today. The elders of the family all knew about Yu Xiaoxiao's relationship with the Zhou family, or to be exact, third young Master Zhou. It could be said that if he hadn't met Yu Xiaoxiao, the current young head of the household might still be the third young master of the second branch who had great ambition but lacked opportunities to display them. People often said that third young Master Zhou was a business genius, but without Xiaoxiao's recipes and methods of making vermicelli, seasonings, and century eggs, his Junshou restaurant would probably just be an inconspicuous restaurant in Tanggu town. It would just struggle under the exclusion of the long-established Fulin restaurant. With his abilities, he might still be able to become successful. However, there would be a lot of hardships and obstacles in the process, making his road to success even longer. By that time, the position of the head of the Zhou family might have already fallen into the hands of his eldest uncle. There wasn't anyone who was amazingly talented among the legitimate descendants of the first branch, so, perhaps, the Zhou family would have slowly disappeared in the business industry after struggling to stay afloat for several generations. With the success of the young head of the household, the Zhou family had a resurgence that was closely related to the delicate and weak-looking royal princess Jinan in front of them. Who would have thought that an inconspicuous girl from a fisherman's family would become acquainted with the third young master of the Zhou family because of selling seafood? Furthermore, she used her ability to help Zhou Zixu, who wasn't successful at the beginning, to succeed step by step, allowing the Zhou family to regain its glory. This young girl looked unassuming, but no one would have thought that, with her own abilities, she first gained the trust of Royal Prince Yang and boldly attempted to grow high-yielding corn kernels brought back from the Western Hemisphere. The output had shocked the imperial court. After that, she cultivated the high-yielding winter wheat, which caused the emperor to make an exception to promote her to become the first female official in history. She also repeatedly made great achievements, such as greenhouses for vegetables and fruits, delicious canned fruits, nourishing fruit wines, and amazingly effective medicinal pills. Each and every one of them were achievements that caused people to feel envious. However, they could only be covetous because she was no longer a mere peasant girl without any support. She now had very strong backing. It was said that the Emperor Emeritus was fond of her craftsmanship and character, and wanted to take her as an adopted granddaughter, but she rejected the offer. Not to mention that the Emperor had attached great importance to her and bestowed her the title of Royal Princess, but he also gave her a dragon-shaped jade pendant that symbolized the golden token that saved one from the death penalty. Most importantly, the cold-faced killer, Royal Prince Yang, who was feared by all of the children of noble families in the capital, had actually fallen in love with this young girl. He had pursued her for many years, yet their status was still unknown. People in the capital had been speculating the relationship between the two for many years. At the beginning, they all said that the little peasant girl clung onto Royal Prince Yang in order to gain a firm foothold in the capital. Later, it was said that Royal Prince Yang liked the little peasant girl's capability and wanted to take her as a concubine, but the little peasant girl wasn't satisfied. Thus, Royal Prince Yang gave her the cold shoulder and refused to give her a formal status. Now, with the affirmation of the young girl's abilities, the rumors had changed again. Royal Prince Yang had long been interested in the young girl, but her family didn't easily agree because she was still too young. He was now waiting for the young maiden to reach the age of 18 to marry her. The members of the Zhou family and guests who came to celebrate the happy occasion were lucky enough to see Royal Prince Yang personally accompanying Miss Yu to congratulate the young head of the household. In their hearts, they had all tacitly approved the third speculation. Royal Prince Yang showed a very meticulous attitude towards Miss Yu. When they entered the door, he personally held her cloak. He handed warm tea right into her hands. With the advantage of having long arms, he filled her bowl with the dishes that young girls liked to eat at the banquet. It seemed like this Miss Yu had remarkable means. She was able to train the fierce horse, Royal Prince Yang, to be so docile and obedient. Looking at the natural and harmonious interaction between Xiaoxiao and Royal Prince Yang, Lady Zhou maintained a polite smile, but her heart wasn't as calm as she seemed. As his mother, there was no way that she didn't know her son's feelings. At that time, when Xiaoxiao was still the daughter of an ordinary fisherman's family and first revealed her talent in cooking, Lady Zhou had been silently observing her. She felt that, despite having an inferior background, if the young girl could help her son, it wasn't impossible for her son to marry her. However, others had noticed the young girl's beauty and talents before she had even grown up. Moreover, this person was a royal prince with a prestigious status. Even if her son was the head of the Zhou family, he still couldn't compete with a member of the imperial family. What merchants feared the most was to get into a conflict with government officials. She had originally thought that Royal Prince Yang only wanted to try something new. Perhaps, after 2 years, he would give up on this idea and listen to his elder's advice to marry a noble maiden of equal status. However, she was surprised to find out that he was a devoted lover who silently waited on the side for the young girl to blossom into her most beautiful side. Her son just had that thought in mind. On the one hand, in order to ensure a better future for the second branch, he was busy with family matters. With the expansion of Junshou restaurant, he seldom returned to Tanggu town. When he had the rare chance to return, he still had to accompany her, his mother. The chance of the two interacting gradually decreased. On the other hand, her son had also shared similar thoughts as her. He felt that the girl was too young, and he wasn't in a rush to express his feelings, lest he scared her. However, He had never expected that someone with a strong presence appeared beside the young girl. With his patience and efforts, he won the lass's approval and love. "Miss Yu, this cup of wine is a toast for you. Thank you for helping me for so many years. Without you, there wouldn't be today's Junsho restaurant, and the current me. I shall finish my cup first to show my respect." Joe Zixu drank all the wine in the cup in his hands. The young girl in front of him, who was like a small bud, had slowly blossomed into her most beautiful times. However, the one who witnessed her growth wasn't him. The wine in his mouth was clearly good wine from the Yus, yet the taste had instantly turned bitter. Let this be the last time for him to be enamored by this young maiden who could never be his. After today, he would have his own life partner, so he must treat her wholeheartedly. Although he might not be the best husband, he could give his loyalty to her. Didn't the young girl in front of him admire one partner for a lifetime? He wanted to show her that he could do it. Unfortunately, that person wasn't her. Third young master, you're speaking as if I'm an outsider. Speaking of this, had you not generously helped us, how could the Yu family develop so smoothly? In my heart, I regard you as my older brother and good friend, yet you act like a stranger and call me Miss Yu. I'm hurt. I can't drink this cup of wine. In the weddings in her previous life, there was a custom of teasing the newlyweds. Yu Xiaosao pretended to put down the fruit wine in her hands with a "this baby is unhappy" expression on her face. Xiaosao was still the Xiaosao in Tanggu who liked to tease, laugh at, and annoy him. Perhaps, it was only his state of mind that had changed. Third young master Zhou shook off the emotions in his heart and showed a joyful smile. "Since you regard me as your older brother, I'll accept this honor and dare to call you younger sister Xiaosao." "All right, no need to say any more. Everything goes without saying. Younger sister Xiaosao, give older brother face and drink this cup of wedding wine." "That's more like it. Third brother Zhou, I wish you a lifetime of mutual, unchanging love." On the wide land and high sky, two pairs of wings fly side by side. May you two grow old together, live in conjugal bliss, and be blessed with a child soon. Yu Xiaosao had no qualms at all as she presented the congratulatory phrases that she plagiarized from the weddings in her previous life. "Thank you very much, younger sister Xiaosao. I still need to toast at other tables, so please excuse me. You should eat more. Mother, please help me take care of her." After third young master let go of the beautiful dream in his heart, his words and actions had become much more natural. Lady Zhou looked at her son with relief and nodded. "Go, I'm here. Don't drink too much. Today is third brother Zhou's good day. Even if he wants to drink less, it's still unavoidable. However, in order to prevent him getting dead drunk and being disliked by older sister-in-law, I have a sobering pill here. I guarantee that he won't get drunk after taking this." Yu Xiaosao had wanted to say, "Be careful that older sister-in-law would punish him to kneel on a washboard for getting drunk," but this was the ancient times when one had to respect their husband. Thus, it was better not to act too unconventional. Third young master Zhou felt that he had a decent alcohol tolerance. However, with certain business partners and bad friends here, he wasn't confident that he could leave the banquet sober. Since Xiaosao said that, then the sobering pill must be very effective. After he thanked her, he took the pill and directly swallowed it. After toasting the elders' tables, it became very lively when he came to the table with people of the same generation. Although several people were arranged to help him block the alcohol, third young master Zhou was still forced to drink a lot of alcohol. Looking at the bustling scene in the main hall, Xiaosao sighed, "These people really know how to look for trouble. Getting married is so tiring." While no one was watching them, Zhu Junyang quietly whispered in her ears, "Don't worry, this prince will be there. You just need to rest in the bridal chamber. If you want to eat something, then just have someone go make it. This prince will take care of everything outside. You won't be tired. Go away. Did I say that I'll marry you?" Yu Xiaosao made sure that no one was paying attention to them as she glared at him fiercely and pinched the flesh on his thigh with her hands under the table. "Damn, is this guy's flesh made of iron? My hands are sore, but he still looks fine." Seeing that the kitten was baring her claws, Zhu Junyang quickly coaxed her, "Isn't this prince just worried that you will be traumatized by weddings? Who would you marry other than this prince? If you dare to marry someone else, then I will rush over to steal the bride and demolish the family while I'm at it. Bandit. Yu Xiaoxiao withdrew her sore hands and scolded lightly. Zhu Junyang grinned at her and said, yes, this prince is a bandit. A bandit who only steals your heart. Damn, there's something wrong with the cold-faced royal prince today. Yu Xiaoxiao had goosebumps all over her body when she heard his cheesy remark. Would it be too impolite if she puked right now? Hey, the guy surnamed Zhu, can you act like a normal person? You're ruining my appetite. Zhu Junyang, who probably saw the unpleasant expression on Xiaoxiao's face, stopped while he was ahead. He quickly reached out to grab some of Xiaoxiao's favorite dishes and put them into her small bowl. Yu Xiaoxiao felt like she had lost her appetite, and it was all thanks to this guy. That night, after third young Master Zhou lifted the bride's veil and drank cross-cup wines, he took out the dragon and phoenix pendants that Yu Xiaoxiao gave them. Then, he handed one of them to the bride. Huang Shuya looked bashfully at the handsome and gentle man in front of her. He didn't have the air of a sordid merchant, but instead appeared like a refined groom. Her heart slightly palpitated as he thoughtfully helped her put on the jade pendant. Although it could be said that she had agreed to this marriage herself, they had only seen each other 2 or 3 times before the wedding. Her husband's appearance was well known in the business industry, and some people privately gave him the nickname of Jade-Faced Lord Mengchang. 1. She had heard about him a long time ago. He was handsome, a business genius, and a philanthropic man. Because of her curiosity, she had once dressed up as a man to peep at him without her family's knowledge. His handsome looks and unique disposition left a deep impression on her. When the middleman came to propose marriage, her mother had quietly told her that the person who proposed marriage was actually the future head of the Zhou family. At that time, she had inwardly jumped with joy. Huang Shuya was a competitive woman. Otherwise, she wouldn't have studied business with her older brothers at a young age. Furthermore, she acted like spoiled brat and asked her father for the management rights of several shops. She also declared that she wanted to compete with her older brothers to see who was better. Facts had proven that she indeed had her own knacks in business. The shops that she managed thrived, which caused her father and brothers to look at her in a new perspective. She was the youngest child in the family and the only girl after her mother gave birth to 5 boys. At home, she was loved by her father and pampered by her older brothers. Otherwise, they wouldn't have let her monkey around and study business as a woman. As for her marriage, her family had also asked for her opinion. Her parents had even agreed to her absurd request to meet third young Master Zhou before the engagement. So, accompanied by her parents, she met him in a private room at the Yu's tea and pastries shop. At that time, Hunag Shuya had wanted to pretend to be an elegant lady. However, when her father and third young Master Zhou mentioned the founder of the Yu's, her idol Miss Yu, she couldn't help but join in the conversation. She expressed her respect and admiration towards Miss Yu, as well as familiarity with her great achievements. She solemnly stated that Yu Xiaoxiao was the person who she admired the most beside her father. Huang Shuya had a lively appearance when she spoke excitedly, which reminded third young Master Zhou of Yu Xiaoxiao. He had thought that he wouldn't meet another young girl, who was independent and ambitious, except for Shakoao. He hadn't expected that the wife chosen by his family was such an interesting person. Third young Master Zhou's impression of the daughter of the Huang family had deepened. Perhaps, this unanticipated marriage alliance would bring him unexpected gains. Thank you, husband. Huang Shuya looked at the dragon-shaped jade pendant on third young Master Zhou's waist. It was obviously made of the same piece of jade as her pendant. She had a jewelry box that stored jewelry made of gold, silver, and pearls. There were also some jade hairpins, jade bangles, and jade pendants. The texture of this pair of jade pendants was absolutely exquisite. It was apparent that they were carved by an expert craftsman, and they were worth a lot. Husband, did you buy this jade pendant from Wisdom Jade Pavilion? It's really rare to find such an exquisite jade accessory shop in the capital. Huang Shuya originally had a generous and straightforward temperament. After getting over her shyness at the beginning, she had gradually opened up. Third young Master Zhou took out a pink pearl bracelet, pulled on her fair, soft hands, and gently put it on for her. With the pink pearl bracelet, her pale and slender wrist looked even more clear and smooth. He retracted his gaze and looked at his bashful wife, saying, I think so. This pair of jade pendants is a wedding gift from younger sister Xiaoxiao. She also specially instructed me to give this pink pearl bracelet to her older sister-in-law. Upon hearing the title of older sister-in-law, Huang Shuya's face flushed bright red with embarrassment, as if pink clouds had drifted onto her lovely face. To be honest, she preferred the pearl bracelet on her wrist to the jade pendant. It wasn't difficult to find pearls the size of a joint of a pinky finger, but it was hard to find pink pearls. Furthermore, no matter if it was their size, roundness, or color, this string of pearls seemed to be identical, which was even more rare. There were very few young girls who didn't like soft pinkish colors. Hence, Huang Shuya really liked this pearl bracelet. A gift from younger sister-in-law. Isn't this too expensive? I have only heard of the older sister-in-law giving presents to the younger sister-in-law. Would it be bad for me to accept such a valuable gift from my younger sister-in-law? Huang Shuya had heard a little about third young Master Zhou's background. She thought that it was a gift from the younger sisters-in-law of the first branch, so she hesitated whether she should accept it. She's not those younger sisters you're thinking about. How could they be so considerate? Third young Master Zhou didn't know how he should treat the first branch, let alone those so-called siblings. So it was better not to mention them. He held his wife's hands and said, Younger sister Xiaoxiao is you Xiaoxiao. Haven't you always wanted to meet her and ask her for tips on how to manage a shop? Miss Yu. You mean Miss Yu is your younger sister? When Huang Shuya heard that her idol was so close to herself, she couldn't sit still anymore and immediately stood up. Then she felt a slight disappointment within her heart. If it wasn't her wedding today, wouldn't she be able to see her idol? However, Miss Yu had sent her gifts, an exquisite jade pendant and precious pearl bracelet. No, she had to carefully cherish two items, lest her heart ache because something happened to them. Wife, what are you doing? Third young Master Zhou looked strangely at his new wife. After she wandered around the room, she solemnly opened her dowry box. She carefully took off the bracelet, wrapped it in a silk handkerchief, and gently put it inside the box. After that, she started to untie the jade pendant on her waist. He felt puzzled and couldn't help but ask what she was doing. I need to put it away so that it won't be broken. This was a gift from Miss Yu. I actually received a gift from Miss Yu, who had started from scratch and established the Yus. I must put it away carefully. Huang Shuya focused on untying the jade pendant on her waist. Perhaps it was tied too tightly, but after trying for a long time, she still couldn't untie the jade pendant. She couldn't help but pout. Wife, calm down for a moment. Sit down and listen to me. Third young Master Zhou didn't know whether he should laugh or cry. The most important person in his newlywed wife's heart wasn't him. There was actually a slight unpleasant feeling in his heart. Huang Shuya seemed to have accepted being addressed as wife. She might have also been too focused on the fact that her idol had given her a present, and thus she didn't notice what he had called her. Unable to untie the jade pendant, she couldn't help but ask a certain person for help in a tone that she usually used when she acted spoiled with her family. Help me untie it, Tilda. Who am I? If you're asking for one's help, you must properly address them. What do you call me? Third young Master Zhou suddenly wanted to tease his new wife. He looked at the naive and cute young maiden in front of him with a smile. He had heard the young maiden had a unique insight in business, so he had thought that she would be a calm and clever woman. He hadn't expected that she was gentle and adorable in private. Could this be that all capable women had two sides? This was true for Xiaoxiao, so was it also like this for his little wife? Husband, please help me. Okay. Huang Shuya lowered her head with a blushed face as she was too embarrassed to look at him. Third young Master Zhou held the young maiden's soft hands, and said with a smile, My silly wife, you don't need to act like this. After you interact more with younger sister Xiaoxiao in the future, you will know that she isn't as lofty as you think. She's also just an ordinary young girl. You two are about the same age and both like to earn money, so you two will definitely get along in the future. You mean, I can meet Miss Yu in the future, and I even get to speak with her. She seems to be very busy with the assignments from the imperial court and matters of the Yus. How would she have the time to meet me? Husband, you aren't trying to coax me, right? Huang Shuya's face flushed with excitement, and her cheeks were even redder than when she was shy earlier. Third young Master Zhou's sense of helplessness deepened a little bit. It seemed like he didn't have to worry about another man stealing his wife, but he had to prevent his wife from being stolen by his younger sister. Younger sister Xiaoxiao is a business partner of Junshou Restaurant. You have also heard the rumors about the success of Junshou Restaurant, right? Those special seasonings, as well as many of the best-selling dishes, were all made by younger sister Xiaoxiao. It can be said that we wouldn't have the current Junshou Restaurant without her. Third young Master Zhou informed the young maiden about his relationship with Xiaoxiao. Wow, Miss Yu is so amazing. She actually created so many new dishes. It turns out that my favorite, fruit-scented roasted duck, is made by Miss Yu. I'll be happy to death if I can try the dishes made personally by Miss Yu. Huang Shuya's eyes became even brighter, and the expression on her face was full of admiration. Don't mention that unlucky word on this auspicious day. Quickly knock on wood. Third young Master Zhou felt very powerless. His wife didn't worship him, her husband, but instead regarded another person as her idol. How should he fix this? Huang Shuya suddenly frowned, looked at him puzzledly, and asked, but why didn't Miss Yu open her own restaurant when she knew the recipes for so many popular dishes? If Miss Yu opened the Yu's restaurant, your family's Junshou Restaurant definitely can't compete with her. Why did she give such a profitable business to you? Upon seeing his wife's questioning gaze, third young Master Zhou didn't know whether he should laugh or cry. Whose side was his wife on? He patiently held his wife's hands and explained, at that time, when the Yu family just separated from the main family, they were impoverished. Even if they wanted to open a restaurant, they didn't have the capital. Younger sister Xiaoxiao sold the recipes to me, and slowly accumulated the funds to do what she wanted to do. You wouldn't think that everyone is like you, with a family to prepare the shop and goods for you to freely utilize, right? Huang Shuya's face slightly heated up when she heard his words. She had always thought that her shops flourished because she had the talent to do business. Now, it seemed like she wouldn't be able to accomplish much without her father and brothers. From the bottom of her heart, she seriously admired this young girl of the Yu family, who was younger than herself but had started from scratch and created one miracle after another. I heard that Miss Yu started to earn money to support her family before the age of 10. It's really not easy. Huang Shuya's heart couldn't help but ache for her idol. Third young Master Zhou was glad that he had married a wife with such a lively, sincere, and naive character. He had long inwardly made up his mind to treat his wife well, but if the other party was difficult to get along with, or had a personality that he didn't like, then there was nothing he could do. Because, as the head of the Zhou family, he was destined to sacrifice most of his time on the family and business. How would he have the spare time to become compatible with the other person? Well, now, his heart throbbed for the young maiden's sometimes shrewd and sometimes naive personality. The smile on his face became even more genuine. Looking at the young maiden's blushing face, he suddenly had the urge to tease her. So he looked at her with a seemingly plaintive expression and said, "Wife, can we not talk about younger sister Xiaoxiao? What else would we talk about other than Miss Yu? Quickly help me take it off. What if it breaks? This is something Miss Yu gave me off." Huang Shuya was still struggling with the jade pendant's dead knot with her head lowered and didn't want to lift her head at all. Her personal maidservant, who was serving by her side, felt very anxious. What is young Miss doing? Is it really all right for her to ignore the young master and focus on her own matters? What should they do if the young master is displeased with the young miss? Before the wedding, the madam repeatedly reminded the young miss to restrain her temperament and prioritize her husband. How can she forget it as soon as she leaves home? The maidservant tried to remind her young miss several times, but she was stopped by third young Master Zhou's gaze. In order to shift his wife's attention back to himself, he had no choice but to use Xiaoxiao's name. Usually, there will be maids serving you when you're dressing up, so how can it get broken? Moreover, that lass has made a lot of money over the years. If it got broken, then let's just have our younger sister replace it. You make it sound so easy. It's hard to even buy this jade pendant without at least 10,000 taels. Such a high-quality jade would be reserved before it appeared in public. People can't vie for it even if they wanted to. Don't take advantage of Miss Yu just because you two have a close relationship. Huang Shuya defended Yu Xiaosao. After you return from your maiden home on the third day, I'd plan to take you to the Yu estate and introduce you to younger sister Xiaosao. If you put away the jade pendant and bracelet, younger sister Xiaosao might mistakenly think that you didn't like her gifts. She will be so heartbroken. Using the gifts given by others is the proper way to show respect and appreciation to the giver. Don't you agree? Third young master Zhou threw out a small bait. Sure enough, the little fish got hooked. Huang Shuya was so excited that she grabbed his arm and shook it vigorously. With excitement in her voice, she said, "Really? You're not lying to me, right? You're taking me to meet Miss Yu. That's great. I can finally talk to Miss Yu. I need to tell her I love the pastries at her shop, especially the newly launched chocolate mousse. I buy all my skin care products from Blossoming Beauty. After using them, my skin has become brighter and softer. I also like her family's fruit wines. The sweet fruit wines taste really good. I even asked my parents to include a lot of her family's medicinal pills and syrup in my dowry." The young maiden was elated and chattered endlessly with him. Third young master Zhou didn't know he should react to her words. He had originally thought that he had gotten the lass's attention, but now, the other party was still focused on his younger sister. He really wanted to ask, "Wife, if you can only pick one between me and younger sister Xiaosao, who would you choose?" But he didn't dare to ask, for fear that she would blurt out an answer that he didn't want. Third young master Zhou could only vaguely agree. Father-in-law and mother-in-law are quite scrupulous. They even prepared commonly used medications for you. But, wife, our family don't lack medicinal pills and syrups. Furthermore, they are all personally made by younger sister Xiaosao. The effects are even better than the ones sold at the pharmacy. Wow, medicinal pills and syrup made by Miss Yu herself. Can you show me? Can you give me 2 pills? Let me taste it to see if it tastes the same as the ones sold at Tongren Medicine Hall. The young maiden's eyes shone brightly as she looked at him expectantly. Her expression made it hard for one to refuse her request. Third young master Zhou immediately pulled a long face. "It's medicine, not candy. You even want to try it?" He couldn't let his silly wife, who became foolish when she heard younger sister Xiaosao being mentioned, continue on like this. "Wife, did you forget something?" Third young master Zhou leaned forward and lowered his head to look at the pair of sparkling eyes and small face. What? Huang Shuya blinked several times and thought hard. Before she got married, she had brought along everything that she needed. Her parents and older brothers had prepared a rich dowry for her. The shops that she managed were also included in her dowry. She had even taken along her favorite white Pekingese. It seemed like she didn't forget anything, right? Even if she did forget something, she could just send Hua Ying back to fetch it. Huang Shuya thought seriously for 2 seconds, and then gave up. She looked at today's groom with a slightly confused expression. When dressed in red, he appeared more charming than usual and gave off a different feeling. "No, you forgot what day it is tonight." Third young master Zhou moved closer again and their bodies were almost touching each other. Huang Shuya had to lean her upper body backwards to avoid her chest being squashed. However, Huang Shuya didn't instantly understand what he meant and resolutely said, "I didn't forget. Today's the day of our wedding. Look, we haven't even taken off our wedding attires yet." Third young master Zhou chuckled, put his arms around her slender waist, and said in a low voice, "Since it's our wedding night, let's not talk about irrelevant matters. Wife, you want to take off your wedding dress. Why don't I, your husband, help you?" When third young master Zhou moved closer to Huang Shuya, the maids in the room had tactfully taken the young madam's maidservant out of the room. At this time, only the newlyweds were in the room. Huang Shuya's face suddenly flushed red, and she shyly shifted her gaze. On the night before the wedding, her mother had vaguely told her about the matters between a married couple. However, in front of her newlywed husband, she was still at a loss and didn't know where she should look. Every moment of the wedding night was precious. How could third young master Zhou waste such a beautiful night in beauty? After that, Huang Shuya no longer had time to think about her idol. She spent her wedding night in the joy of shyness and pain. Afterwards, she had to offer tea to the elders, as well as get to know the complex relationships and relatives in the family. On the third day of the wedding, she had to visit her maiden home. She also had to take over managing the affairs of the second branch. The new year was approaching, so she had to discuss details of the New Year's celebrations with her mother-in-law. When everything was on the right track, she finally remembered that, on their wedding night, her husband had once promised to introduce her idol to her. More than 2 months had already passed. After much longing from her parents at Tanggu, Xiao Xiao had returned home after the wedding. As the new year approached, the greenhouse vegetables business at Tanggu was even more prosperous. Fortunately, the steward that Royal Prince Yong sent over was very capable. Now, Yu Hai and his son only had to send one person over to inspect the operations daily. No matter if it was the greenhouse vegetables or breeding base, Steward Ding had everything arranged in good order. No kidding, Steward Ding was one of the most capable stewards in Prince Jing's estate. Xiao Xiao had once inadvertently mentioned to Zhu Junyang that her father was in charge of the breeding base and greenhouses, and he was so busy that he often missed meals and had gotten a size thinner. She had a rather gloomy expression when speaking, so as a considerate and devoted man, Royal Prince Yong naturally couldn't bear to see his little lass unhappy. Thus, he sent Steward Ding over. Well, of course, Steward Ding was only temporarily helping out. When he found a capable person to take his place, he would return to the capital and manage some of the businesses under Royal Prince Yang's name. After Zhu Junyang obtained new ideas for business opportunities from Xiao Xiao, he sent a team of explorers to the barbarian lands in the southwest. He had never doubted Xiao Xiao's ability to know all matters of the world, despite the fact that she had never left home. Since it was her mystical stone that told her, it was definitely right. But this business couldn't be established in a short period of time. However, he could foresee that, as long as it was done, its certainty wouldn't be inferior to the entertainment club in the suburbs of the capital. After all, getting rich overnight was a fatal temptation for many people. Steward Ding was the talent he had reserved to manage the stone betting house. By the time the stone betting house was completed, Steward Ding should be ready to let go of the affairs in Tanggu and officially take over the matters of the stone betting business. His considerate arrangement greatly relieved the Yu family's father and son. Although Yu Hai was considered quite capable in the village, his abilities were limited after all. With Steward Ding's assistance, the father and son had learned a lot of management skills from him. Yu Hai finally gained some confidence in managing such a large project for the first time. Yu Heng was still the one who learned the most seriously. He was originally a clever person, and under Xiao Xiao's careful supervision, he had read a lot of books. Thus, he learned faster than his father. His younger siblings all had their own futures. As the eldest son, he must stay in their hometown to protect their old residence and roots. Therefore, he was left in charge of the breeding base and greenhouses in Tanggu. In Yu Heng's opinion, most of the family businesses were his younger sister's credit. He never thought about taking the properties in Tanggu town for himself. He wanted to help his younger sister as much as he could so she wouldn't have to worry about everything. However, he didn't know that Xiao Xiao regarded the money made from the greenhouse vegetables in Tanggu town and 30% of the profits from the seed breeding farms as income for the family. In addition, all of this would be inherited by him, the eldest son of the family, in the future. Xiao Xiao naturally wouldn't treat her other siblings badly. The pharmaceutical workshop in Dongshan village had expanded to 3 times the original size and was used to just supply the Tongren medicine halls in the region south of the Yangtze River. Ever since Yingtao transferred to the capital to develop a new pharmaceutical workshop, Shaolian had been in charge of the workshop in Dongshan village. Every year, 40% of the annual profit of the Dongshan village pharmaceutical workshop was taken out by Xiao Xiao and deposited in the bank account Shaolian had opened. When she saw a good shop, she didn't just buy it for herself but also bought several for Shaolian. Every year, there were several thousand taels of income just by collecting rent. Shaolian was kept in the dark about all of this. That is to say, Shaolian unknowingly had an annual income of more than 10,000 taels and was now a rich woman. As for little Shido, who had the best relationship with Xiao Xiao, she naturally wouldn't be stingy towards him. The fruit and medicinal wine business in her hands had 30% taken out for her little brother. In the future, her younger brother would take the path of an official. With his teacher Headmaster Yuan, there definitely wouldn't be a shortage of connections. However, in the official circles, without the backing of money, it was difficult to do anything. With the large share of annual income every year, her little brother would be able to become an upright official without any worries. Xiao Cao helped him plan this in secret. In the middle of the 12th month, the family gathered in the capital and surrounded Yu Hai and Madame Lu, gossiping about their daily lives. Xiao Cao took out a few papers from her room and gave them one by one to her parents and siblings. Yu Hai looked at the title deed with his name on it. He frowned slightly and looked at his daughter with disapproval. The property in Tanggu Town is the business that Kaur bought with money you saved up cent by cent. I'm just managing it for you. In the future, it will be for your dowry. How could you secretly change the name on the title deed to mine? Father, I don't agree with you if you say it like that. Our family's property was clearly bought by the little bit of money we accumulated from the watermelons and vegetables we worked hard to grow. It should be counted as shared. You put all the credit on me, but be careful, as older brother and older sister may say that you are biased. Yu Xiaocao quickly gave a sweet smile when she saw that her dad was upset with the decision she made on her own. Yu Hai, the perfect example of a good father from the 24 filial exemplars, couldn't stay upset faced with the cute smile of his youngest daughter. Madame Lu laughingly looked at her man, who was coaxed by their little daughter, and hurriedly said, Kaur, the methods of planting the early maturing vegetables and fruits were thought of by you. We can't take that credit. Also, when you bought the land for the property, the money you obtained from your recipes and your share of the Junsho restaurant went into it. Mother, I'm your daughter. It's my duty to contribute to the family. We're family, so why do we have to be so clear on this? Father, Mother, I've seen a lot in the capital these past few years and naturally thought further in the future about things. Many of the officials in the capital go home to worship their ancestors every year, as they all have ancestral homes. After a pause, Xiao Cao looked at her younger brother, who was holding the piece of paper with a look of opposition, and continued, in the future, younger brother's prospects will certainly be not bad. To be an official is to be in the slaughtering house. Tanggu and Dongshan village are his roots, so there must be an ancestral home and property right. The house in Dongshan village can be the ancestral home of the Yu family. The properties between Tanggu and Dongshan village can be our ancestral property. Not only that, but all the money we earn in the future and the property we invest in will also be in our Yu family. Then she looked at Shaolian, who looked similar to her, and smiled. Shaolian and I will have to marry in the future. No matter who we marry and where we go, Tanggu and Dongshan village is our maternal home. As long as our maternal home is strong, then you can support us as married daughters. In the future, our family will certainly become one of the richest families in Tanggu town, and then we will be able to stand upright in our husband's home. Don't you think this is reasonable? Madame Lu listened to this and had nothing to say. She looked at her husband. Yu Hai's frown loosened and he sighed, all right. I'll take the title deed for the time being. In the future, the production of the properties will be divided into 5 parts, one for each of you 4 siblings and one for your mother and me. I'm gonna say this first. Kaur, when you get married, your mother and I will definitely give you more help financially to make up for it. The rest of you can't have any complaints then. Yu Heng opened his mouth first and said, how can we have any opinions? We are already taking advantage of our sister. Little sister, Tanggu town's other businesses are part of the ancestral property, so we are getting the advantage. However, the seed breeding farm is the investment that you and Royal Prince Yong made. Currently, it's mostly managed by head steward Ding. Why are you giving me 30% of the share? As an older brother, how can I take advantage of my sister so clearly? Do you still want me to have respect as a man when I go out? Older brother, what are you saying? Zhu Junyang has other plans for head steward Ding. He is only staying in Tanggu town temporarily. You should learn as much from him as possible while he's here. As you know, I have my own assignment. There are a lot of trivial matters in the capital, so I don't get to come back to Tanggu town often every year. Father is getting older. In the future, I will have to rely on you to manage and operate the farm. Financial matters should be settled clearly even between biological brothers. If you help me manage the farm, then you're basically half owner. 30% of the share is considered too little. Yu Xiaocao had a good point. Yu Heng didn't think so. Each of the managers, regardless of their level, of the farm had their own duties. He only went over when it got busy to take a look. He couldn't even help much. Besides, siblings helping each other shouldn't have benefits being linked in. Otherwise, wouldn't it be too impersonal? He was about to continue refusing, but Xiaoxiao stopped him. Older brother, do you think that we have a good relationship as siblings? Wouldn't you do your best to help even without a share? But, you haven't thought about it clearly. In the future, you will have to take a wife and have your own children. Over time, would they become dissatisfied because you are busy with other people's businesses all day? When that time comes, how do you want me, this married younger sister, to face my sister-in-law and nephews? Yu Heng was turning 19 after the new year. He and Lu Huifeng's love for each other was something the family elders noticed. The Yu and Lu families already had a private discussion and agreed to have the marriage of the two occur after the new year. Although Lu Huifeng had a good relationship with Xiaoxiao, they would all have their own families and would think of their own family first. No matter who, seeing their husband being busy for someone else's business, and leaving their own business behind, it would be okay for 1 or 2 days, but after a while, they would definitely be in a bad mood. Yu Heng knew about the matters of the world. Xiaoxiao's pointers made him unable to speak. Yu Xiaolian, who was in charge of the pharmaceutical workshop in Dongshan village, also listened to her younger sister's words at this time. She knew that, in addition to the shares that she deserved, her younger sister also wanted to supplement her. When she was a child, looking at her weak little sister, Xiaolian's young heart made a wish to take good care of her and protect her from being wronged. However, as her little sister got better and better every day, she became more and more like an older sister and ended up taking care of her instead. Not only her, but the whole Yu family, unknowingly had thought of the young and small Yu Xiaoxiao as the backbone of their family. Her younger sister used her weak body to pick up the burden of their family. She brought the Yu family from a small farming family to a nouveau riche of Tanggu town in one leap. Even in the capital, they could have a foothold. Xiaolian knew that, even if she refused, her little sister would have a lot of reasons to persuade her. So she solemnly put away the deed paper, looked at her younger sister, and said, this elder sister, will have to shamelessly accept this important gift. With a smile, Xiaoxiao put her arms around her neck and said, we've been together since we were born. You took care of me when we were children, and now you have helped me so much. This is what you should get. Xiaolian, if you treat me like an outsider, see if I acknowledge you as my sister. Second sister, elder brother and elder sister can help you, so you can give them a share. I didn't help with anything, so why did you give me shares of the winery? Little Shido couldn't help but put his head between his two sisters to ask in doubt. Xiaoxiao hadn't pinched the boy's face in a long time and her hands itched to do it. She reached out her hands, held the face of the little bun-shaped face of the scholar who passed the county-level exams, and pulled it to both sides before laughing. Does an older sister need a reason to give a younger brother gifts? What do you say? Well, whatever you say. I'll take the contract, so are you satisfied? Second older sister, be merciful. Although little Shido wasn't at home all year round, he still adored and stuck to his second sister. He listened to what she said and had no intention of refuting it. When he was little, his second older sister liked to pinch his cheek. He was almost 14 years old now. Next year, he was going to take part in the prefectural examination, yet he was still being pinched by his second sister. If his classmates knew about it, wouldn't they laugh at him? However, only his second sister could wreak havoc on his face. If it was anyone else trying, he or she would be killed by sharp words. Shido, you've lost weight. The flesh on your face doesn't feel as good. Studying abroad must be hard, right? Elder sister will fill you up at New Year's. That way, you'll have the spirits to deal with the autumn exam. How about it? Yu Xiaoxiao had learned about her younger brother's situation from her friend, Yuan Shuiyan. She knew that great scholar Yuan thought highly of him and there would be no problem for him to pass the small provincial exam. When little Shido heard that his sister would cook delicious food for him, he showed an expression of salivation. Second sister is the best. When I go out, the most painful thing is that I can't eat the food made by you. It's all I can think about. Second sister, don't worry. At this time next year, you will be the elder sister of a provincial official. Good. Today, older sister will do her best for her dearest younger brother. Yu Xiaoxiao rolled up her sleeves and put her hands on her hips, striking a very heroic pose. Madame Lu held back a smile to glare at her youngest daughter and said, "What do you look like right now? You don't look like a girl at all. Careful, you won't be able to get married." Yu Hai wasn't happy at this and immediately said, "Do you have to say such a thing about your daughter? How can our daughter not get married when everyone loves her when they see her?" Little Shido came out reminding everyone he was still there. "Second sister, it doesn't matter. I think you're very nice right now. You are true to yourself and have no pretenses. If someone doesn't like you because of this, he has no sense. Don't worry, if you can't get married. I'll support you. Go, go, go." Shaolian gently pushed her younger brother. She looked at her younger sister playfully and snickered, "Our families. Xiaoxiao has been thought about by someone for a long time. They are just waiting for her to bloom and take her home. How could it ever be your turn to raise her?" Madame Lu heard this and frowned slightly in worry. "Cower, after these years of observation, I know that Royal Prince Yang is sincere towards you. However, the prince's status is too high, and marriage is about the right family. Our family's condition can still be counted on in Tanggu town, but in the capital, we won't be able to know anything since it's so far. I'm afraid that you'll be wronged if you marry into the prince's estate. Mother, you must tell Royal Prince Yang when you see him. See how he responds. If he can't guarantee happiness for second sister, then he shouldn't continue courting her. Humph, my second sister's food is so good. For her to be stolen by a lump of ice, I feel that it's a loss for her." Speaking of Zhu Junyang, little Shido, the protective maniac, would get angry thinking of him. In his opinion, his second sister should find someone who was gentle, considerate and could take care of her rather than a person who had a scowling face all day, as if someone owed him several hundred taels. How could he be worthy of his sweet, lovely, cute, smart, and capable second sister? "Master, Madam, Second Miss, Royal Prince Yang is here, speak of the devil and he shall come." Zhu Junyang had come over in a hurry. Who was he kidding? This was the real father-in-law coming to the capital. How could he, the future son-in-law, not come over to give a good impression? Before Yu Hai could open his mouth, little Shido took the lead and said, "Invite him to the study outside and serve him with good tea and water. I'll be over with my father in a bit." Shaolian covered her mouth and secretly enjoyed herself. She looked over at her younger sister, who was beside her as if nothing had happened. To little Shido, she said, "He didn't come over to see you. What are you going over for? To be annoying?" Little Shido raised his eyebrows and said with a face full of smiles, "Is my second sister a random person that he can see whenever he wants? Right now, second sister isn't alone. As brothers, shouldn't we make trouble for those who have evil designs on her? Come on, you'll be afraid to say a word once you see the face of Royal Prince Yang." Shaolian was afraid of Zhu Junyang with his cold face. She didn't know how her little sister could always talk and laugh around him. Sometimes she even had a little temper. Her little sister was too brave to not be afraid of him at all. What is there to be afraid of? Can he eat me? If he dares to do anything to me, second sister will avenge me. Although little Shido said it like that, he still lacked some confidence. To tell the truth, he was a little afraid of Royal Prince Yang. Who is it? Who dares to bully my future brother-in-law? Where did he get the bravery? Shido, with me, your second brother-in-law is your backing, you can walk across the capital without any problems. Zhu Junyang, who didn't treat himself as an outsider in this situation, had already arrived in the inner courtyard after the servant girl reported. He heard half of little Shatu's words in a half-trance and thought there was some blind son of a noble family who had offended his brother-in-law, so he spoke up to support him. If he wanted to take the beauty home, then he must put in a great amount of effort. This is the inner courtyard of Yu Estate. How can an outsider come in and out at will? How did you guys become servants? How can we leave second sister in your care in the future? Little Shido heard Zhu Junyang's voice and felt a little guilty. However, his desire to be protective over his elder sister made him ready for war again. Zhu Junyang was not stupid. Naturally, he heard that his brother-in-law's words were aimed at himself. But he pretended to be an idiot and agreed, "Your second young master is right. The inner courtyard mustn't allow outsiders to enter at will. Chunhua, Chushi, you must protect your young miss. If there's someone who doesn't have eyes, just beat them out. It doesn't matter if they become broken. I'll take care of it. Quote. Little Shido frowned and looked at the shameless man entering the hall naturally to greet his parents. Where did he think the Yu estate was? His backyard. I'm talking about you. You're the one who's going to get kicked out of here. Little Shido saw him smiling and walking toward his second sister. He hurriedly went over to his second sister and stopped in front of her, glaring at Zhu Junyang. Zhu Junyang looked down at Youth, who was a head shorter than himself and had a childish-looking face. Despite that, the young man was clearly resolute in shielding his elder sister's body from him. Zhu Junyang smiled at him and rubbed his head. Shido, I'm your second sister's future husband, your future second brother-in-law. How can you regard me as a stranger? Don't ruin my second sister's reputation. Without a matchmaker and without an engagement, who would admit that you are my second brother-in-law? Little Shido didn't like his confident appearance and deliberately challenged him. Zhu Junyang didn't want to get on the same level as him, the little guy who was in the middle school phase. He looked at his future father-in-law and his mother-in-law with a smile and said, I'm here today. Besides treating Uncle Yu and Aunt Yu for dinner on arriving, I also want to discuss with you about the marriage proposal after the new year. Marriage proposal? I don't agree. Don't think you can steal my second sister away. Yu Fan, who was normally polite and courteous to schoolmates and people outside, currently turned into a middle school student. He jumped out and glared at Zhu Junyang with hatred. If he didn't know he couldn't beat him in a fight, he would have jumped and bit him already. Zhu Junyang gently frowned and looked down at his future brother-in-law. He couldn't help but silently curse the younger man, or I'll use this annoying. If this was my son or younger brother, I would have slammed him off to one side already. However, if he was a son who looked like Xiao Cao, I'm not sure I could do that, seeing a small face that is similar to hers. Did you ask for your second sister's opinion? If your second sister is in love with me, the way you are acting would destroy your sister's marriage. She would have loved you for nothing. Zhu Junyang reminded himself to remain calm as he did not need to get on the same level as a child that was half the size of an adult. Little Shido was still glaring at him, biting his teeth. My second sister wouldn't be so blind. All right, then let's talk. What kind of man, do you think, is worthy of your second sister? Zhu Junyang asked. My second sister is worthy of the best person. Little Shido felt that his second sister, who loved him and saved him from poverty and hunger, was going to leave him, and the bitterness and pain in his heart gushed out. Zhu Junyang positively said, can you name someone more suitable for your second sister than me? With your sister's talent, what kind of consequences will it bring if there is no one to protect her? You've been reading books for so many years, so you can tell by using your brain. And my identity, ability, and methods are enough to protect your sister's safety and let her do what she wants to do without worry. Quote. At this point, he paused. He saw the young boy's hands gradually clench, and he knew that he had understood. Then, he lowered his voice into a gentle voice and softly said, can you guarantee that other people can tolerate her capriciousness and will not interfere with what she is doing now and in the future like me? No, he couldn't. Over the past 2 years, Yu Fan had followed his teacher to and from and had seen many different situations. He had a very clear idea of what men were like. They looked down on women and couldn't stand to see women be better than them. In their eyes, the meek and obedient women who followed the 3 injunctions and 4 virtues were the best candidates for wives. He couldn't even stand the sight of men like them, let alone his second sister. He didn't want his second sister to be like a bird with its wings clipped, forever trapped in the small space of the inner courtyard. However, can you promise to treat my second sister like what you just said forever though? Little Shitu's tone loosened. If Royal Prince Yang could do it, then he was willing to give some consideration. Of course. Zhu Junyang looked at the lass who had been smiling at her younger brother, who was putting him in a difficult position. The guarantee of those 2 words was not only for his future brother-in-law but also for her to hear the words from his heart. Humph. If you break your promise in the future, I will take my second sister back and support her. Little Shido finally let it go. He knew very clearly in his heart that Royal Prince Yang was correct in what he said. If second sister didn't have anyone to back her up and met someone inhumane, she would end up very miserable. These few years, second sister was alone in the capital and ran her few shops smoothly. Without Royal Prince Yong looking after her, it wouldn't have been as easy. He hated that he was too young and grew too slowly to be a powerful support for his second sister. Well, after waiting for second sister for so long, Royal Prince Yong, at present, could be considered a qualified choice. As long as he was good to her, then he wouldn't have that many opinions. Seeing that his little brother-in-law was finally not so against him, Zhu Junyang felt relieved. He steadfastly said, "Don't worry. I won't let you have that chance. So, can we sit down and talk about the marriage proposal and engagement? My second sister just had her hairpin ceremony. Isn't proposing right now too early?" Little Shido always thought that once his second sister got married, she would be someone else's family, so he still opposed it. Not early. Once the New Year's is over, the lass will be 16. If she goes through the 3 letters and 6 rites, another year and a half would have gone by. Are you going to keep your sister until she's an old lady before you let her marry? Zhu Junyang was speechless at this child. Who was the master of the Yu family? No one else has come out to say a word about this little guy's actions. All right, Yu Hai, who was silent for a long time, finally said something. Marriage is a matter of 2 families. What does your family think of this situation? Would they think our family is marrying to climb into a higher position? After all, our family's door is much lower than your family's. Uncle Yu, please don't worry about it. If my parents opposed, then they wouldn't have treated her that well at her coming-of-age ceremony. I have been chasing after the little lass every day for a while now, so my Lord Father and Lady Mother have already acknowledged it. You have no idea how much my Lady Mother cherishes her. She has long urged me to marry her. Princess Consort Jing worried that her son wouldn't be able to find a suitable woman to marry due to Zhu Junyang's violent and cruel temper. She even feared that even if he did, he might accidentally injure his wife or even worse. But Xiao Xiao's appearance finally allowed Princess Consort Jing to see the light. The little girl was able to stop her son from losing his temper, and as a result, her son's violent temper gradually became more and more gentle. In the past 2 years, Zhu Junyang didn't even lose control of his temper once. Princess Consort Jing would pray in the estate's ancestral hall multiple times over the years. She believed that Xiao Xiao was someone sent by the heavens to help redeem her son and that they were a match made in heaven. She was extremely relieved that her son didn't have to live the rest of his life in solidarity. If it weren't because of Xiao Xiao's young age, she would have urged the 2 to get married a long time ago. Then, they would be able to give birth to a few small buns for her to play with. When her son was still young, he was extremely clever and cute, so she believed that her grandchildren wouldn't be lacking. She dearly wished for her son to give her beautiful and clever grandchildren soon. It didn't matter what your identity or status was, because once you reached a certain age, you would definitely look forward to having more grandchildren and a peaceful family. Princess Consort Jing was reaching 50 years old, but under Xiao Xiao's careful hands, she didn't look a day over 30. Even so, it was impossible for her not to become envious when she saw others play with and spoil their grandchildren. It was a pity that her only grandson from her eldest son was taught by the strict imperial Prince Jing. As a result, her grandson acted like an old man even though he was still tender in age, so he wasn't cute at all. Her second son, who was 25 years old now, was still in the military. She didn't even see a shadow of a potential daughter-in-law from her second son. She was worried to death about his future. She was originally most worried about her youngest son, but he managed to find himself a potential wife early on. It was a pity that his potential daughter-in-law was still too young. She had eagerly waited for her for 6 to 7 years, and now, her potential daughter-in-law finally reached marriageable age. But why did her youngest son have to listen to the emperor's idea and wait until she was 18 to get married? When would she finally be able to carry her sweet and adorable little grandchild in her arms? She wasn't concerned about Xiao Xiao's family background and whatnot. Imperial Prince Jing will unconditionally like whatever Princess Consort Jing liked. Once Zhu Junyang got married, he would move into the royal prince estate that was bestowed to him by the emperor. As such, the opinions of her brothers-in-law and sisters-in-law didn't matter. Zhu Junyang had taken care of all the potential problems for Xiao Xiao. He had been guarding her for so many years, so how could he allow his soon-to-be wife to receive the slightest injustice? Therefore, all the concerns that the Yu family had for Xiao Xiao's future was unnecessary. The Yu family secretly breathed a sigh of relief after all their worries were resolved. They agreed that on the 2nd day of February, Imperial Prince Jing's household could come to propose marriage. While Zhu Junyang was discussing his marriage proposal with the Yu family, Xiao Xiao led her maid out of the room and headed for the main kitchen. She instructed them to make little Shitu's favorite dishes. When she looked up at the sky and saw that it was getting dark soon, she realized that Zhu Junyang was probably going to stay for dinner too. So, she instructed the kitchen staff to include a few dishes that Zhu Junyang liked to eat. Although she cooked it herself, the truth was that all the ingredients were prepared by the kitchen staff. She would instruct and correct them while they prepared the simpler dishes, but for the more complicated dishes, she rolled up her sleeves and made the dish herself. They were able to finish preparing a dozen or so dishes in less than half an hour. During the meal, little Shido was unhappy because he believed that his older sister had been snatched away by his future brother-in-law. Thus, not only did he childishly eat all his favorite dishes, but he also ate a lot of Zhu Junyang's favorite dishes. Little Shido wasn't careful and didn't pace himself, and as a result, he was overwhelmed by the large amount of food he consumed. His face turned pale as he laid on the Kong bed while groaning in pain. He would only reveal his childish side in front of his family. To his fellow classmates and strangers, Yu Fan was a talented, clever, quick-witted, gentle, polite, and elegant youth. Yu Xiaoxiao found the situation to be quite funny. She stuffed a pill into her younger brother's mouth that will aid his digestion and then urged him to head to the back garden to play with Tiny. Zhu Junyang, who had finally received the approval of Xiaoxiao's family, left after having a short dinner with them. Xiaoxiao walked him to the door. Zhu Junyang turned around and straightened the hood on her head. Xiaoxiao was wearing gloves when Zhu Junyang held her hand and smiled brightly at her. His smile was as brilliant and beautiful as the sun in the spring of March. After the New Year's, you will be marked by me exclusively. You should obediently wait for me to propose to you. When was I ever disobedient? Yu Xiaoxiao's eyes widened to express her dissatisfaction. Zhu Junyang raised his head and tucked a strand of her hair behind her ear. His seductive phoenix eyes were gleaming with emotions. His thin pink lips parted slightly as he said, "You have never behaved yourself. Every day, you would hop around my hearts, making it impossible for me to not think about you for even a mere second. Damn, when did the people from the ancient era become such smooth talkers?" For a moment, Xiaoxiao almost believed that the devilish handsome man standing in front of her was someone who had transmigrated here from the modern era, just like her. Xiaoxiao's small heart was pounding rapidly as she stared at him with her round, apricot eyes. Her small cherry-red lips formed a small O shape, and her clear black pupils reflected his handsome smiling face. Zhu Junyang reached out and stroked the top of her head. Then he helped her retie the cloak that was slowly loosening. The smile on his handsome face deepened. "You should head back. I'll come to visit you again in a few days. I really liked the dishes you cooked for me today, but in the future, you don't need to cook anymore. You can leave these tasks to the kitchen maids, you don't need to personally cook." Yu Xiaoxiao was a little touched by his concern. She smiled mischievously and blinked her eyes innocently at him, saying, "I was going to make Buddha jumps over the wall for you the next time you visit me. But since you feel so distressed for me, then, the recipe for the Buddha jumps over the wall is complicated because there are many steps to the recipe. It's also very troublesome to make. But I believe it's okay to make it once in a while. I will visit you again in 3 days and I will also bring a New Year gift for your family." The little lass had been busy with the task that the emperor assigned to her ever since she returned to the capital. She was busy earning money, so it had been a while since she had personally cooked. It had been nearly a year since Zhu Junyang had eaten a delicious meal that was personally prepared by her. Buddha jumps over the wall was a dish that needed a lot of preparation to be made. He was only about to eat it last time, thanks to the Emperor Emeritus. Although he was reluctant to make his little lass prepare something so tedious in the winter, he was unable to resist the delicious temptation of Buddha jumps over the wall. Xiaoxiao knew that the cold and lofty man in front of her was secretly a foodie. Even so, She enjoyed feeding such a devilishly handsome man like him. I understand. If I open a restaurant with Buddha jumps over the wall as the signature dish, do you think the restaurant will be profitable? Of course, it will be profitable. If you open a restaurant, then it will definitely outcompete Junsho restaurant. Zhu Junyang felt indignant for Xiaoxiao because the man with the surname Zhou was profiting off his little lass's recipes. He would unconditionally support his little lass if she wanted to open a restaurant. Once she opened the restaurant, she would only need to train a few cooks to overlook the restaurant and he would take care of the rest for her. If she had free time, then she could go inspect the restaurant to see how well the business was doing. If she didn't have time, then she didn't have to go. Even though Yu Xiaoxiao proposed the idea of opening a restaurant, she still regarded third young master Zhou as a friend and a business partner. Opening a restaurant wouldn't be fair to him, forget it. I already have to manage a lot of properties, so I probably won't have the time to run a restaurant. I think it's better for me to sell recipes instead. Didn't you tell me that you want to run a medicinal cuisine restaurant? Didn't you tell me that the Buddha jumps over the walls dish has the ability to slow down aging and strengthen a person's immunity to diseases? We can set Buddha jumps over the wall as the main attraction of the restaurant while simultaneously launching delicious yet healthy medicinal cuisines to the menu. We'll just open one location in the capital, so it won't be considered as a direct competitor to the Zhou family's business. Zhu Junyang proposed his idea. The main reason he was persuading her to open a restaurant was that he loved eating Buddha jumps over the wall, yet he was reluctant to make his little lass tire herself out to make it for him. It would be a perfect solution for them to have a place where he could eat the dish whenever he wanted to. He believed that if his imperial grandfather knew of his grand plan, then he would definitely agree with his idea. Yu Xiaoxiao pondered over his business proposal seriously. The truth was that her shop, Blossoming Beauty, also offered a similar service. The shop offered its guests medicinal cuisines, and the business was booming. Many of the powerful and influential families in the capital would order medicinal cuisines from the shop daily tailored to their own needs. The rear court of the shop had been set up solely to provide medicinal cuisines. The service was overwhelmingly popular, but the supply was unable to meet the large demand. He was right, it was time for her to create a separate shop for medicinal cuisines. Okay. Then let's discuss this again once I have met with third young master Zhou. Since we're planning to enter the food and drink industry, it will be inevitable for us to have competition. Yu Xiaoxiao was torn. She didn't want to lose a close friend, so she hesitated for a moment before she made her decision. Zhu Junyang didn't try to conceal his dissatisfaction. Little lass, don't you think you're too concerned about his feelings? He isn't related to us, and at best, he is just a business partner. He might not necessarily appreciate your kindness. Where is this sour smell coming from? Did someone knock over the vinegar jar? Why are you jealous of someone who is already married? Yu Xiaoxiao was helpless in front of his jealousy. This man was perfect in every aspect, except, he was a little petty. Humph, do you think that I didn't know that he liked you before? If I hadn't kept a tight watch over you, then who knows what he would have done? Zhu Junyang believed that he had a keen sense and he believed that the man with the surname Zhou had coveted his little lass before. Fortunately, his little lass was still young and innocent at that time. Yu Xiaoxiao let out a long sigh in her heart. She coaxed him like she was coaxing a child and said, "That's enough. You're overthinking things. I don't have a beautiful face or a nice figure. I don't even come from a prominent family. You're the only one who would tightly guard me like I'm a treasure. No one else would even put me in their eyes. Who said that you don't have a beautiful face and a good figure? Is he blind? My little lass is extremely beautiful. I think you're an amazing woman." Zhu Junyang was unhappy when he heard Xiaoxiao's words. Did his little lass overhear someone gossiping about her? He must ask Hu Xiaoliang to investigate this. He wanted to see who was bold enough to criticize his little lass. Yu Xiaoxiao's eyes were smiling when she glanced at him. Her gaze was somewhat flirtatious when she smiled at him and said, "It's natural for you to attach more value to things that belong to you because those things belong to you. No one criticized me. It's merely because I don't have any confidence in my own figure. People with good figures have a big chest and a perky bottom, while I..." After Xiaoxiao finished speaking, she lowered her head and looked at her. little steamed buns that had started budding not long ago. Xiao Xiao felt both joyous and helpless. She felt happy because she didn't turn out to be flat-chested, but she felt somewhat helpless because they were still quite small. She hoped that they would grow into big steamed buns soon. As soon as she raised her head, she noticed that Zhu Junyang's gaze had followed her line of sight. Xiao Xiao hurriedly folded her arms across her chest and looked at him like she was staring at a wolf. "Where are you looking? Pervert, lecher. Do you know that you're acting indecently?" Zhu Junyang was actually very innocent. The little lass was wearing 3 layers of clothes and she was wrapped up like a bear. What was there for him to see? He felt somewhat unhappy after being scolded for no apparent reason. He grabbed Xiao Xiao's arm and gently pulled her into his embrace. Then, he placed his other hand behind the back of her head and leaned in for a peck on her small yet brilliant red lips. He even gently nibbled on her lips, leaving behind a light teeth mark on her alluring and soft lips. He let go of his dazed little lass while Wudong and Yingchun let out a soft exclamation of surprise. Zhu Junyang chuckled softly. "Do you understand now? This is how a real lecher acts." A few cries of exclamation entered his ears. The beautiful, warm smile on Zhu Junyang's face disappeared instantly and his gaze turned into sharp icy arrows as he stared at the servants that worked in the outer courtyard. The words he spat out chilled their hearts to the core. "If any of what you dare to gossip about what you had just seen, then I will make sure you will never have a tongue to chew food again in the future." The servants fell silent and shook their heads repeatedly, indicating that they hadn't seen anything. The servants shivered when they recalled the rumors they heard about the demon in the capital. It was like they were suddenly suffocating in a sea of blood when Royal Prince Yang's gaze swept across them just before. In the past, it was already intimidating enough when they saw Royal Prince Yang's indifferent expression on his face every time he came to visit. However, when his icy cold gaze pierced through them just now, it felt like their liver was almost about to split open. "Let it go. You're the one who has committed a misdeed, and yet you're scaring off my family's servants. Stop bullying them intolerably." Yu Xiaoxiao watched as the outer courtyard servants' faces ashen as they trembled in fear. The servants who were more timid than the others couldn't stand the pressure and soon fell onto the ground, unable to stand up. She was so angry that she reached out her small paw and pinched Zhu Junyang's waist. Although Zhu Junyang's cold and stern gaze did not affect Wudong and Yingchun, the 2 maids were still frightened by the murderous aura Zhu Junyang was exuding. When they saw that their young miss's hands were pinching his waist, their pounding heart gradually calmed down. No matter how powerful Royal Prince Yang was, how could he escape from their young miss's grasp? Their young miss was amazing. She actually dared to pinch the black-faced Royal Prince Yang. They worshipped their young miss's courage. From this moment forward, Yu Xiaoxiao received 2 die-hard fans who would blindly worship her. Zhu Junyang took Xiaoxiao's restless little paw from his waist and held her hand. He pinched Xiaoxiao's cute nose and dotingly said, "You should head back. It's cold outside." 3 days later, Zhu Junyang personally came to visit her again, but this time, he came with a lot of gifts. The gifts included the venison meat that was bestowed upon him by the emperor, fruits from the southern region, gold, pearls, silk, gauze, satin, and so on. There were even one-of-a-kind treasures from his treasure pavilion. These gifts would also be presentable as betrothal gifts. When Yu Hai and his wife saw all the precious and expensive gifts, they felt a little nervous. In contrast, Xiao Xiao accepted all his gifts calmly. Since they were going to get married soon, then there was no need to divide their properties too clearly. After all, once they got married in the future, then all his belongings would belong to her. There was nothing wrong with him delivering some of his belongings to her in advance. In return, Xiao Xiao made a big meal for everyone, which included Buddha jumps over the wall. She even stewed the venison that Zhu Junyang brought over with red wine, giving it a distinctive flavor. However, it was impolite to only receive and not give in return. Since he had sent them so many precious gifts, then they must give back. Yu Hai and his wife were worried because even if they pooled together all of the wealth belonging to the Yu family, they still probably wouldn't have enough money to purchase a gift that would meet Royal Prince Yang's standard. What should they do? Xiao Xiao had already prepared a return gift in advance. She used the cocoa beans and coffee beans that were brought back by the fleet last time to make chocolates with various flavors. There were coffee-flavored toffee and some other unusual snacks. For example, she made tiramisu, matcha red beans cake, banana pudding cake. The banana was one of the southern types of fruits that was bestowed by the emperor to Zhu Junyang, shredded dried pork cake, fruit tart, and many others. Madame Lu looked at the return gifts that Xiaoxiao prepared and believed that her gifts were too meager compared to the expensive gifts given by Royal Prince Yang. She felt embarrassed giving him such small gifts in comparison. Xiaoxiao consoled her mother. Prince Jing's estate doesn't lack gold, silver, pearls, silk, gauze, satin, and other expensive items. The rarer an item is, the more valuable it is. For example, my sweets and desserts are one of a kind in the capital. You wouldn't even find these sweets in the Yu's frozen dessert and pastries store. I'm not trying to boast, but based on my skills, these sweets and snacks will definitely protect you from losing face. It's natural to give back to those who have given to you. It's also natural to reward servants who have done well. Mother, don't worry. Princess Consort Jing will definitely be satisfied with our return gifts. It was easy to preserve chocolates and candies in the winter, so Xiaoxiao prepared many different kinds of sweets. Not only did she made a mellow and rich type of dark chocolate, but she had also made milk-flavored chocolate, hazelnut-flavored chocolate, silky and smooth-flavored chocolate, wine-flavored chocolate. Most of the candies were coffee-flavored and some of the chocolate was stuffed. She packed the sweets in an elegant and classy case and wrapped the case in high-grade wrapping paper. The pastries were made similar to the Jing Ba Jian one. There were several different varieties of pastries in each box and there were dozens of boxes prepared. She told her elder brother, who was the one sending the gift to Prince Jing's estate, to inform the steward that the pastry needed to be eaten within 5 days. Yu Heng was assigned the task to give a New Year gift in return to Prince Jing's estate because he was the eldest son of the Yu family. He was so nervous that he was sweating buckets inwardly. Fortunately, the steward was informed in advance about his arrival by his master, so the steward treated him with enthusiasm and great courtesy. Zhu Junyang valued his future brother-in-law, so he personally headed to the outer courtyard to accompany Yu Heng to drink tea and chat. The New Year gift prepared by the Yu family naturally received Princess Consort Jing's approval and love. As the female head of Prince Jing's estate, there weren't many things that she hadn't yet seen. Her husband doted on her a lot, so he would give all his treasures to her. Furthermore, she had a son who liked to go on adventures. Her son even managed to give her many gifts from the Western Hemisphere and overseas. As a result, it was hard to capture her interest with rare and expensive treasures because she had already seen most of them. However, the candies and desserts that Xiaoxiao sent over were items that she had never heard of, seen, or even tasted before. Princess Consort Jing was entertaining a few noble-titled madams for the New Year when she received the New Year gift from Xiaoxiao. She immediately opened the gifts once she received them and couldn't help but chuckle when she saw what was inside. It was impossible for her not to love Xiaoxiao. She even managed to deliver the snacks right on time. She immediately asked the servants to serve the snacks and candies that were given by Xiaoxiao. However, she put aside the well-preserved chocolate and coffee-flavored candies. Instead, she opened the boxes containing the pastries first. When the madams heard that the New Year gift from the Yu family only contained sweets and snacks, they felt contempt for the Yu family. It was no wonder that they were a family who came from the countryside. How could they send out such cheap gifts? They believed that Princess Consort Jing was too kind. If they were the ones who received such cheap gifts, then they would have already thrown the gift back at the person who gave them the gift. Were they looking down at people from Prince Jing's estate? How could they send out such poor gifts as a New Year gift? However, the madams knew that Royal Prince Yang was extremely protective of the little girl from the Yu family. So, even though they felt contempt for the people of the Yu family, they didn't express their true feelings. Xiaoxiao must have made a new type of dessert again. You probably didn't know, but Xiaoxiao is a very considerate little girl. Whenever there is something delicious to eat, she would never forget to send some to me. Seeing how much care to put into wrapping the gifts this time, I bet the snacks will definitely taste delicious. You guys are in luck today because you're in for a treat. Princess Consort Jing personally opened the delicate lid of the case. A strong yet novel fragrance slowly filled the room. Even though she was a princess consort who had tasted all kinds of delicacies, she couldn't help but become intoxicated by the sweet fragrance produced by the snacks inside the case. She could feel her saliva increasing. The madams looked at each other profoundly after noticing Princess Consort Jing's attitude towards Yu Xiaoxiao. They didn't dare to feel the least bit of contempt towards the dessert. It seemed like the people from Prince Jing estate had already accepted the little girl from the Yu family as their future daughter-in-law. The Yu family had climbed onto a higher social status. In the future, not just anyone could step on them or look down on them. At the same time, the madams couldn't help but reveal a slightly surprised expression when they smelled the delicious fragrance that the content of the case was exuding. What kind of dessert could exude such a rich yet mellow fragrance at the same time? This fragrance was something they had never encountered before. With this fragrance alone, it was already enough to pique their interest and appetite. They all subconsciously started focusing on the content inside the delicate food case. The round food case was divided into 6 equal parts, and there were 6 different kinds of snacks inside the food case. None of the madams present, including Princess Consort Jing, had ever seen any of the snacks inside the food case. These snacks didn't appear in any of the limited edition snacks presented in the Yu's pastry shop. Princess Consort Jing couldn't wait as she picked up a dainty and delicate spoon and reached out to scoop a spoonful of the tiramisu. Even though she was impatient to taste the snacks, her actions remained graceful and attractive as she put the spoonful of tiramisu into her mouth. The dessert melted the moment it entered her mouth. The tiramisu contained a slightly bitter but strong coffee aroma. It tasted sweet like a cake made from eggs and sugar and was mellow like sweet wine. The fragrant chocolate, the denseness of the cake, the rich aroma of the whipped cream, and the dryness of the cocoa powder, each layer of the tiramisu evoked a different taste. When each layer was all eaten together, the resulting taste reached the peak of what a dessert could taste. Princess Consort Jing was infatuated with this incredible taste. The other madams were very curious about the fragrant dessert when they noticed that Princess Consort Jing still had her eyes closed as she relished the taste. What did it taste like? They were curious, but they couldn't speak their minds since Princess Consort Jing still hadn't spoken yet. Although they didn't reveal their curiosity on the surface, their hearts were itching to taste the dessert. Princess Consort Jing finally snapped out of her daze after tasting the rich flavors of the tiramisu. When she noticed that the madams were looking at her hungrily, she hurriedly said, "I have never tasted a dessert with such a complicated yet harmonious taste. Meixiang, go and serve the snacks along with some scented tea to the madams. It will be a delicious treat." Soon, each of the madams was served a fragrant and alluring dessert on a delicate porcelain plate the size of a palm. The Ministry of Ceremonies' wife, Lady Wang, followed Princess Consort Jing's example. She picked up a small spoon and gently scooped a small portion of the simple and elegant matcha-flavored red beans cake and put it into her mouth. 1 Jing Ba Jian, Beijing 8 Jing Ba Jian, a series of 8 different types of confectionery of Chinese desserts made during the Qing dynasty. Each of the 8 desserts means different things. The 8 meanings: happiness, success, long life, luck, wealth, education, excess, and fertility. The thin piece of cake actually had 4 layers. On the top, there was a layer of cream with matcha powder. Then, it was a layer of cake. Under the cake layer, there was a layer of peeled red bean paste. The cake tasted very delicate, and the combination of red beans and matcha was perfect. It had a mild yet slightly rich flavor, but it didn't taste overly sweet or greasy. As chance would have it, Lady Wang ordinarily didn't like to eat sweets very much. This dessert was just right for her. The piece of cake wasn't big. She finished it in a few bites, wishing there was more. Lady Liang, who was from the household of the left minister of the imperial clan, was attracted by the colorful banana pudding cake. She was very fond of eating the cream cake from the Yu's frozen dessert and pastries store, but eating too much of it made her feel sick. The top layer of the banana pudding cake was replaced with a bright yellow pudding paired with pickled green grapes and red cherries, making people love it at first sight. When eaten, the pudding had a very smooth and soft mouthfeel, and the aroma of banana was soaked into it. It was novel and delicious. In addition, the taste of the cake was richer and smoother than the one bought in the store. After eating this cake, Lady Liang's first thought was, "It would be great if I can buy this cake in the Yu's. Even if it's limited sales, I will eventually be able to get it. The wife of the imperial censor, who loved to eat fruits, first picked up a fork and aimed for the fruit tarts. This kind of fruit tart was made up of red grapes, strawberries, oranges, green apples, red apples, watermelon, muskmelon, and cherry tomatoes. The bottom of the fruit tart was soft, and the vanilla flavor cream melted in the mouth. The fruits were fresh and refreshing, and its shape, color, and taste were very good. In ancient times, the technology of preserving fruits wasn't advanced enough. Only the Yu family could get this full set of fruits in the winter. To be able to eat fresh fruits in the winter, Xiaoxiao built a huge cellar in Zhu Junyang's farmstead, which was in the suburb of the capital. When the fruit was harvested in autumn, ice was placed around the cellar to produce the effect of a freezer. Thus, the fruits wouldn't rot for a long time. Combined with the preservation effects of the mystic stone water, the stored fruits would be fresh all winter. With strawberries, cherry tomatoes, watermelons, and cantaloupes grown in greenhouses, there was no other family in the capital that was so rich in fruits, both in variety and quantity. Even those in the palace wouldn't be able to eat such fresh fruits. The imperial censor's wife laughed while eating and tentatively asked, "These fruits taste very fresh. Could it be that Miss Yu can get the fruit trees to bear fruit in winter?" Since the cold storage was built on her son's farmstead, Prince Jing's estate had never been short of fruit. Princess consort Jing chuckled, "That lass, Xiaoxiao, isn't an immortal in charge of the seasons. How could it be so mystical? These fruits are put into a little storage by her like a little squirrel. To make the ice cellar, she put in a lot of work. Fruits are the most delicate, so too low of a temperature can cause it to frostbite easily and too high of a temperature can cause it to rot easily. The lass has tried many times before finding the best temperature to store the fruits." After eating the small fruit tarts, the imperial censor's wife gently wiped the corners of her mouth with her handkerchief and said with a smile, "Miss Yu is really capable. Princess consort, your skin is so good, you must have eaten a lot of fruits this winter, right? Don't mention it. That lass is the most filial. Even if she's not in the capital, she still tells the people at the farmstead to send a basket every 3 or 5 days." Princess consort Jing's tone was full of flaunting. Of course, it wasn't that she ate fruit every day, but the fact that her son had a good eye and found her a filial and considerate daughter-in-law. Looking at each other, the madams no longer dared to feel contempt for the young girl from the Yu family and agreed with Princess consort Jing's words one after another. The imperial censor's wife had a temperament that was very similar to her husband's. She was frank and didn't care about speaking tactfully. She listened to her words with slight envy and said, "Your Highness is really blessed. However, if Miss Yu's method of preserving fruits can be made public so that more people in the capital can eat fresh fruits like you, it would also be a merit." Quote, the other madams all looked at her with contempt. Wasn't trying to find out how to preserve fruits from Miss Yu the same as cutting off her wealth? If there were fresh fruits for sale when the snow was flying in the capital, the business would have been as popular as the greenhouse vegetables. Who wouldn't want to make money by themselves? If the method was made public, how would the other party still make money? Princess consort Jing ate another piece of fruit tart and was reminded by Meixiang that she had to eat the cake sparingly. Hearing her words, she didn't think much. She just smiled and said, "Xiaoxiao, that lass, created this for the first time this year." According to what she said, they're still working on developing the technique. It is estimated that the storage method will be published for the public next autumn. Seeing the slightly abnormal expressions on the other madams' faces, she smiled again and took a sip of the mellow and simple tea. In a low voice, she said, "You must think that the lass is messing about like this to make money just like what happened with the greenhouse fruits and vegetables, right? Then you're wrong. She mainly wants to satisfy her own desire for good food. She even said that sitting at the warm Kong bed during the New Year's without cold and crispy fruits was the pity of life. She didn't have any plans to make money off of it." When the imperial censor's wife heard this, the smile on her face became more sincere and she eagerly asked, "Then, does that mean we can send someone over to your farmstead next year to learn how to preserve fruits?" "That's correct. I can make this decision in her stead. This winter, you guys should store more ice cubes so as to not have to send money to our Xiaoxiao to buy ice cubes from her." Regarding the preservation method of fruits, Xiao Xiao had mentioned this matter to Princess Consort Jing. Princess Consort Jing casually helped her out and settled this matter for her. With plans in mind, the madams made a series of pleasant remarks to Princess Consort Jing and also praised Xiao Xiao, as if she was a flower. While chatting and enjoying the snow, they tasted the unique and delicious cakes. Unconsciously, they had finished the entire box. When it was time for them to leave, the madams realized that they had accidentally eaten too much. These noble madams, who had always restrained their appetite for good food, all had an expression of bashfulness on their faces. Princess Consort Jing had an understanding expression on her face. The lass's cooking was something that even she, who often had the chance to eat it, was unable to resist, let alone others. When the madams were leaving, Princess Consort Jing had ordered some servants to give each of them a box of pastries as a return gift. Gifts didn't need to be expensive, it was enough as long as they could make the recipient satisfied. Seeing the expressions of the madams carrying the wooden box, she felt satisfied. Princess Consort Jing liked the considerate lass, Xiao Xiao, even more now. After the guests had left, she opened the box containing chocolates and took out a dark, round, and fragrant candy. Seeing this, Mei Xiang hesitated before saying, "Your Highness, you have eaten 2 pieces of pastries today. Be careful that you don't have an appetite for dinner tonight." Quote, "As if I want you," speaking out of turn. Princess Consort Jing carefully looked at the dark candy in her hand, glanced at her, and said, "How much room will a small piece of candy take up? Besides, it won't make any difference if I skip dinner." Quote, Zhu Junyang, who had just sent off his future brother-in-law, came in and heard the last few words from his mother and said, "Lady Mother, if Lord Father found out that the reason you didn't eat dinner was because of these cakes and sweets, I'm afraid you'll never be able to eat the snacks sent by the little lass again. I know, I'm not a criminal in prison. Why are each of you so strict with me?" Princess Consort Jing said angrily, and then continued, "This candy, I'll only eat 1, okay? Lady Mother, this is called chocolate. It is made of cocoa beans brought back from the Western Hemisphere and processed through complicated procedures. If you like it, I'll ask Xiao Xiao to make it for you more often." Zhu Junyang saw that his mother wasn't happy, so he changed the topic. "The raw material is rare, and it's troublesome to make it. Xiao Xiao, that lass, has enough on her hands already. It's enough to eat good food for novelty once in a while." Princess Consort Jing's heart also ached for the lass who was too busy to be seen. She just came back from the bitter cold of the borders a few days ago. Yanger was really too much. He went to raise horses at the borders, yet he also pulled the lass with him. She was a charming little girl, nothing like him. He had thick skin and rough flesh, so he could withstand the sand and cold wind at the borders. A few days ago, the little lass came back to the estate to pay her respects to her. She looked so pitifully thin, like willow branches. Now, her son wanted her to make the complicated choco, something for her. He didn't even know to be more considerate. If her daughter-in-law flew away, see who he could cry to. "Lady Mother, if Xiao Xiao knew that you cared for her so much, she would be very moved." Zhu Junyang sat down beside his mother and gently massaged her shoulders for her. "She's my future daughter-in-law, who else would I dote on? Besides, the little lass is also worthy of being cared for. No matter what she does, she's always thinking about me, her future mother-in-law." The ferret cloak that she sent over a few days ago had such a pure color. Just thinking about the envious look that Princess Consort Duan gave when she saw me wearing it makes me happy. Princess Consort Jing was very pleased with herself. Princess Consort Duan took advantage of the fact she gave birth to the emperor and suppressed her sisters-in-law. Although Princess Consort Jing was indifferent to these worldly disputes, she still felt a little upset. So what if you're the mother of the emperor? Even the tributes to the palace aren't as high class as the fur her future daughter-in-law gave her to show filial respect. Even if you're the emperor's mother, would you be able to eat the pastries and sweets made personally by the lass? When she thought of this, there was a look of pride on her face. Princess Consort Jing put the chocolate into her mouth, and her tongue curled around the round shape. The chocolate gradually melted in her mouth and the unique aroma of cocoa overflowed her mouth. That rich, delicate, and silky mouthfeel which teased her taste buds, was a new banquet of taste. After a while, Princess Consort Jing woke up from this addicting sensory overload. She let out a long sigh and said, "This lass's talent is really surprising. As long as she wants to do something and does it with all her heart, she will be able to do her best. Once this chocolate is released on the market, it will definitely cause a commotion in the capital, no less than her greenhouse vegetables and fruits and her blossoming beauty. It's a pity that the raw material is so rare that only the people closest to her can even have a taste of it." Zhu Junyang looked at the second piece of chocolate in her hand and quickly took it from her. He put the lid back on and put the box into Mei Xiang's hands, letting her put it away. He told her to only let the princess consort have 2 pieces every day. Seeing his mother's discontented expression, he gently explained to her as if he was coaxing a young maiden, "Chocolate can make people feel energized and excited. Your health hasn't been good, so if you eat too much of it, you might not be able to sleep well at night. Also, you don't have to worry about the raw materials being too rare. I already sent people to buy an island in the south to plant cacao beans. Not just cacao beans but coffee beans will also be planted. I reckon that these kinds of food will become popular in the capital next year." Zhu Junyang gradually shifted the topic to avoid giving his mother time to think about how to eat more chocolate. His lady mother had been spoiled by his lord father, so she was like a young girl who was ignorant of worldly affairs. Sometimes she was even more unrestrained than Xiaoxiao. Upon hearing this, Princess Consort Jing's creased brows immediately relaxed, and she said with a smile, "There's a manor that was part of my dowry in the outskirts of the capital. It's not far from yours, so you can set up the chocolate workshop there. It would be more convenient for you and Xiaoxiao to take care of it. Do you have anyone under you who is suitable to manage this? Do you need your lady mother to help you take care of it?" Lady mother, the chocolate workshop and coffee workshop belong to Xiaoxiao. Shouldn't she decide the management and location? Zhu Junyang didn't doubt that his mother wanted to keep this workshop for herself, but his mother's enthusiasm made him feel uneasy. "My silly son, you don't even know how to make a girl happy. How could Xiaoxiao, that clever girl like you, a piece of wood?" Princess Consort Jing poked her slender finger at her son's head and snorted, "Xiaoxiao is alone in the capital, so it's not easy for her. Since you are interested in her, you should help her more. What's more, after the New Year's, your marriage will be set. Her matters will be your matters. Be more attentive and don't be like your father, who's not romantic at all." Ahem. Imperial Prince Jing, who had just stepped into the room, happened to hear his wife say that sentence with a tone of hidden bitterness and quickly self-reflected, "Have I been too busy lately and ignored my wife, making her feel unhappy? Should I take advantage of the New Year's break and take her to relax at the hot springs nearby?" "Don't interrupt me, I'm talking to your son about important matters." Princess Consort Jing didn't seem to think there was anything wrong with what she had just said. She continued saying to her son, "You can take both the manor and the steward in charge. I'll have Mei Xiang find the title deed and send it over tomorrow. At that time, you can provide the manor, workers, and raw materials, and Xiaoxiao can invest with her technique. Then, you two can figure out how to split the income." Imperial Prince Jing finally understood and quickly nodded his head, saying, "Did that lass, Xiaoxiao, come up with a new way to make money?" Princess Consort Jing took a look at the box in Mei Xiang's hand, took a piece of hazelnut chocolate from it, and put it into her husband's mouth. The strong fragrance of chocolate made her lick her lips unconsciously. "Try this new food. With this delicious flavor, it will definitely sell well. Not bad. Women and children must love it. Princess Consort, why aren't you eating it? You don't like it." Imperial Prince Jing, who had never liked sweets, finished the piece of chocolate. His, "not bad," was rare praise. Princess Consort Jing immediately frowned, glared at her youngest son, and said with resentment, "It's because of your good son. He's only allowing me to eat 2 a day. Wait, I've only had 1 today, so I can eat 1 more. Lady Mother, you've just eaten a lot of pastries, which also contain cocoa. If you eat more, what will you do if you don't sleep well at night?" Zhu Junyang hurriedly explained when he saw his lord father, who doted on his wife, glare at him without any reasoning. As soon as Imperial Prince Jing heard this, he immediately sided with his son and said, "Yanger is right. No matter how good things are, there should still be restraint. It won't run anywhere, so let's eat it slowly. By the way, you just said to invest with the manor. In my opinion, why do you still need to invest? After the first month, the marriage of the two children will be settled and the manor can just be given as a betrothal gift. When that girl married over, wouldn't the manor and the workshop come back over as dowry? Why bother becoming business partners and making the relationship so distant? Although Imperial Prince Jing didn't say the rest of those words, his wife and son could understand him. Princess Consort Jing naturally didn't covet her daughter-in-law's dowry. However, those noble titled madams were not very optimistic about this marriage between her family and the Yu family. They thought that their standings weren't a match. If her daughter-in-law's dowry was so amazing that it would shut their mouths, she would naturally be happy to see it. However, her son, whose heart and mind already belonged to someone else, insensibly said, "But Kaur already has so many businesses in her hands. If she wants to leave the chocolate production workshop to her family, it wouldn't be appropriate to have the workshop at the manor in the betrothal gift we sent. How about, I'll help her find and purchase some land nearby, and then build the workshop there." Imperial Prince Jing and his wife glared at their son and inwardly sighed, "Who are we doing this for? This stinky brat is so ungrateful. We worried about him for nothing." As the days went by, New Year's Eve came quietly in the snow. The Yu and Fang families had a loud and noisy New Year's Eve dinner. Fang Howlin and his many siblings spent the New Year together. He was so excited that he couldn't bear to go to sleep for most of the night. Because they had to stay up all night on New Year's Eve, the two families just let him. However, he was still too young and ended up falling asleep before dawn. Xiao Sao left him to sleep in her room. In the first month, when the two families were free, they would occasionally meet up to play cards and mahjong. On the 6th day of the month, Princess Consort Jing invited the opera troupe to the Prince Jing's estate and invited the Yu and Fang families to go to see the show. Not only these two families but almost all the influential figures in the capital had been invited. This was also a means to introduce their future in-laws, the Yu family. At first, Madame Lu was still a little stiff-faced when facing so many of the capital's noblewomen. However, Princess Consort Jing acted very friendly and familiar with her, and she was accompanied by Lady Fang. Gradually, her appearance and behavior began to become more natural. Madame Lu knew very clearly that at this moment, she was representing her daughter. Her daughter's future in-laws would be high in power and her future mother-in-law was also of noble birth. There would be many wives of high-ranking officials waiting with critical eyes to see her become a joke. Her younger daughter made a living for herself in the capital alone and finally had a breakthrough. As her mother, even though she couldn't help, she wouldn't drag her down. In her mind, the etiquette that the senior palace servant taught her gradually became clear. She became calmer and more comfortable. She even handled a few difficult questions the noble ladies threw at her. Of course, the most important thing was Princess Consort Jing's attitude towards her. Seeing her attitude, the noblewomen present dare not slight her. Lady Fang's help from time to time had also prevented her from having many difficulties. As for Yu Hai, Yu Heng and Yu Fan, who were in the outer courtyard, there was no need to worry about them. Not to mention the protectiveness in Imperial Prince Jing's words, but with the way that Royal Prince Yong took good care of them, no one would dare slight them and offend the death god. It didn't matter whether the opera was entertaining or not. The most important thing was that the aristocrats of the capital all knew about the marriage between Imperial Prince Jing's household and the Yu family. The Yu family, a small family of a peasant origin, would have a foothold in the capital. On the other hand, the noble misses in the inner courtyard were happily enjoying the sweets and snacks served to them. Since the opening of the Yu's frozen dessert and pastries store, these proud women of the capital have instantly abandoned the so-called established brands and favored these novel foods. In particular, the Yu's limited sales cakes were hard to buy every day. If anyone was lucky enough to grab one, she could show off among her sisters for a long time. What could they do when the Yu's frozen dessert and pastries store was able to satisfy these pampered ladies' appreciation of beauty in terms of both appearance and taste? When these noble misses, who thought they had tried all the delicious food in the world, tasted the cakes served at the Prince Jing's estate, they realized how ignorant they were. They listened as the servants introduced tiramisu, fruit tarts, matcha red bean cake, opera cake, and chocolate mousse. Just the names alone seemed high class. Not only were the names nice sounding, but the appearances of the cakes were also beautiful and attractive, which made them not want to destroy their art-like shapes. However, their attractive fragrance made people want to taste them. As the daughter-in-law of the host, the wife of the imperial prince Jing's heir gave each of the young maidens a small spoon, inviting them to have a taste of the cake. Yu Xiaoxiao was pulled aside by several of her good friends, and they sat around a round table, forming a small circle. In this small circle, there was the high-status royal Princess Minglin, the two talented beauties of the capital, and the sisters with an impressive family background, Li Mengqi and Li Mengru. The person in the center was Yu Xiaoxiao, who was rumored to be engaged to royal Prince Yang. Although the composition of the members of the small circle was a bit complicated, everyone was envious of it, and it was impossible for them to get close to it. It could be said that if this small circle wanted to expand, all the noble maidens in the capital would rack their brains to integrate into it. Not to mention that there were noble maidens in this group that many want to flatter but couldn't, but not just anyone could curry favor with Yu Xiaoxiao, this shining Buddha. It wasn't that she was arrogant and cold, but it was that she was usually too busy and didn't have many opportunities to get together with the noble maidens in the capital. She also often has a frightful, big and loyal dog, guarding beside her, giving everyone a sense of alienation. Younger sister Xiaoxiao, if my guess is correct, these new desserts should be from your Yu's frozen dessert and pastries store, right? He Wanning ate the tiramisu in front of her in small, delicate bites as she savored the delicious flavors. Her eyes curved up into small crescents in enjoyment, and the pleased expression on her face resembled a sleepy little kitten who had just eaten its fill and was basking itself in some warm sunshine. The other young noble maidens at the nearby tables were also tasting these new delicacies. All of them perked up their ears to eavesdrop more closely on the conversation occurring at the main table. Yu Xiaoxiao personally preferred Black Forest Gâteau herself. She swallowed down the bite of cake in her mouth and her little pink tongue quickly licked the corner of her lips to wipe away any remnants of chocolate before she mysteriously said, "Older sister this time you guessed wrong ah." How could I possibly guess wrong? Other than the Yu's dessert store, what other place could possibly come out with such unique and eye-opening desserts? After all, aren't places like Daoshang Village only able to make outdated and old-fashioned pastries? Prior to the opening of the Yu's dessert store, Daoshang Village was He Wanning's favorite place to get desserts and pastries. However, once Xiaoxiao's family business opened, she had an abrupt change of heart and became a diehard and loyal fan of the Yu's pastries store's products. On the other hand, Yuan Shuiyan picked up a piece of chocolate that didn't look very special and placed it into her mouth. This was the first time she had ever eaten something that slowly released a dense and rich flavor on her tongue. Within the bitterness of the chocolate was a faint taste of sweetness. She usually never became enamored with delicious foods, but this piece of chocolate had actually managed to send her into a dreamlike reverie. When she heard her good friend's words, she lightly replied, "I believe younger sister Xiaoxiao is trying to say that these desserts aren't a product of the Yu's family business. However, that doesn't mean that they are unrelated to her. In my opinion, these desserts were personally made by younger sister Xiaoxiao and they can't even be bought at the Yu's frozen dessert and pastries store right now. Older sister Yuan is still as brilliantly sharp as before. This younger sister is starting to wonder if you have the ability to peer into other people's hearts ah." Yu Xiaoxiao complimented her as she picked up a piece of wine-infused chocolate and placed it into Yuan Shuiyan's hands. She watched avidly as the older girl bit into the chocolate. The abrupt change in Yuan Shuiyan's expression belied the fact that she had tasted the very sweet liquor that came out of the chocolate shell. Yu Xiaoxiao stifled a giggle and the mischievous look in her eyes made her resemble a little squirrel who had just stolen some pine nuts. Xiaoxiao obviously knew beforehand that Yuan Shuiyan wasn't very fond of sweet foods and definitely didn't like the taste of alcohol. She was deliberately teasing the other girl. Yuan Shuiyan endured the bombardment of the two flavors she hated the most in her mouth and picked up her teacup to drink a large sip of tea to dilute the sweetness. She glared at the little lass who was still surreptitiously giggling and huffed as she said, "You naughty girl. You're clearly asking for a beating, right?" Royal Princess Minglin was quite flabbergasted by this. Just what sort of flavor could make the usually cold and aloof beauty reveal such an exaggerated expression? She picked up a piece of wine-infused chocolate and placed it into her mouth. This candy actually has some liquor in it and it's quite sweet. It tastes quite good. However, older sister Yuan hates the taste of alcohol the most. Younger sister Xiaoxiao, did you give it to her on purpose? Royal Princess Minglin savored the somewhat sickly sweet chocolate and gazed at Yuan Shuiyan, who was currently rinsing her mouth with some tea, with a teasing look. Yu Xiaoxiao let out a long sigh. In life, one needs to constantly try new things and challenge one's set thoughts. It's important to experience new things constantly. I was only trying to help older sister Yuan experience more things. Yuan Shuiyan picked up another piece of dark chocolate and let it slowly melt in her mouth. She unhurriedly said, I'm quite upset now. For an apology gift, you need to give me a box of this type of candy. Otherwise, don't even think of obtaining my forgiveness. And me. I want the ones that have fruit filling and the ones that have cream filling, and I also, what should I do? Younger sister Xiaoxiao, can't you give me a box of each? Wanning wasn't practiced at shamelessly asking for chocolates like her other friend in a roundabout way, so she could only directly voice her wishes. She pulled at Xiaoxiao's hand, swaying it back and forth. The other young maidens at the main table also looked at Xiaoxiao with fervent gazes. Their eyes glittered with anticipation. Xiaoxiao couldn't handle the dozen or so feverish looks, so she hurriedly assented to their request and stated that she would give everyone 2 boxes of chocolates as compensation. As for Yuan Shuiyan, she got an extra box of toffee to soothe her ruffled feelings. The noble young maidens sitting at the other tables were so jealous that they almost turned green. Every table at Imperial Prince Jing's estate today had 2 boxes of chocolates and 2 plates of pastries for the guests. However, when split between all of the people at the table, each person could only get a couple pieces of chocolate at the most. However, there were very few people who didn't become enamored with these new candies after tasting them. Unfortunately, earlier Miss Yu had stated quite clearly that these couldn't even be found at the Yu's frozen dessert and pastries store. After eating some here, they could only return empty-handed with these fleeting memories in mind. It made them feel quite unhappy. However, that was not the same for Miss Yu's good friends who were sitting at the main table. They, on the other hand, received 2 boxes of chocolates each as a present. All of them were guests at Imperial Prince Jing's estate and all of them were the daughters of high-ranking officials at court. The only difference was how close of a relationship they had with Miss Yu, but that was enough to result in such a large disparity in treatment. This truly caused a lot of people to feel incredibly jealous. But this was something they had no power to change. After all, the chocolates hadn't been provided by Imperial Prince Jing's estate. Instead, Miss Yu was the one who brought them over as a treat for everyone involved. This was also the reason why many noble maidens now wanted to enter her little circle. Everyone in the capital knew that Miss Yu was very generous to those who were close to her. However, that small circle of hers wasn't something that anyone could just enter willy-nilly. The person needed to get the personal approval of Miss Yu and that was a difficult thing to obtain. Miss Yu usually treated everyone around her in a polite and courteous manner. However, there were only a select few that she saw as her own people and treated accordingly. In fact, if one thought more about this, it wasn't surprising it was like this. After all, who would treat someone who had obvious ulterior motives in a sincere manner? If one wanted sincere treatment from someone else, the first thing that person should do was to show their own sincerity. Who didn't know this relationship law? Later on, it was Miss Yu Wanqing who had asked the question that everyone was harboring in their thoughts. Older sister Yu, when will these pastries, chocolates and candies be available at the Yu's frozen dessert and pastries store? I can finish 2 boxes of these delicious chocolates by myself in 2 days, let alone all of my brothers, sisters-in-law, nieces and nephews. There's just not enough to go around. Within the heated pavilion silence prevailed. It was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Everyone was holding their breath, waiting for Xiaoxiao's answer to this important question. Xiaoxiao had also sensed the difference in the atmosphere. Without thinking too much, she replied in a regretful manner, whether it is the chocolates, tiramisu, black forest gâteau. All of them require a raw ingredient called cocoa beans from the Western Hemisphere. This time, the trade ships only brought back a limited amount. It's enough for me to make some desserts and pastries for my own use. However, If I decided to bring these desserts out for the public, I'm afraid the supply would only last for a month's worth before it was gone. Thus, I've decided not to sell the pastries and candies here to the public." "Ah!" Yu Wanqing let out a disappointed scream, and it was likely everyone else was also screaming within their hearts. "Then, does that mean, in the future, I won't be able to eat such delicious and unique snacks anymore? What should I do?" He Wanning shoved a coffee candy into her mouth and crunched on it. She had a wicked smile on her face as she said, "What do you mean, what should you do? If you want to eat some, then we can go together to younger sister Xiaoxiao's place and seize the goods from the tyrant. If she dares to hoard it for herself, just watch as I tickle her to death." As she spoke, she waved her two forefingers in front of Xiaoxiao in a threatening manner. "Older sister you've actually learned to use the phrase, seize the goods from the tyrant. I'm not sure if the Grand Princess Royal will blame me for taking you down the wrong path." Yu Xiaoxiao almost couldn't resist laughing at the thought that she had ended up teaching some old rural sayings to a noble young maiden in the capital. "My paternal grandmother wouldn't blame you at all. After all, she often lectures me and tells me that I need to learn more from you instead of spending all of my time like a tomboy causing trouble. When have I ever caused trouble though? I don't even know who's her blood-related granddaughter anymore." Xiaoxiao truly had a knack of getting along with the older generation. The Grand Princess Royal was quite partial to her. Sometimes, even He Wanning, as her blood-related granddaughter, became jealous at the other girl's treatment. However, whenever she thought of her adorable new nephew and niece back at the residence, He Wanning felt at ease again. The fact that younger sister Xiaoxiao was able to cure her older brother's problem and relieve the hereditary crisis at Marquis Anning's estate was truly a good thing. Thus, having her paternal grandmother dote on the other girl a bit was something she was more than willing to allow. Li Mengqi knew that her family's background was inferior to the other people present here inside. These desserts and candies truly require expensive and rare ingredients. Even if they were to be sold on the market now, that doesn't mean that most ordinary families would be able to afford them. Although Li Mengru was a concubine-born daughter, she was getting quite a large dividend from her shares at Blossoming Beauty. She was probably the little god of wealth in her family right now. When she heard her sister mention this, she smiled and said, "Older sister, if these pastries were up for sale, this younger sister would buy them for you. Then that would be awesome. This older sister will have to hug onto your large thigh, you little god of wealth." In the past 2 years, Li Mengqi had become a lot closer to this younger concubine-born sister of hers. Thus, her tone when speaking to her had also become more intimate too. Yu Xiaoxiao grinned as she watched the two sisters converse with each other. Then she disseminated some good news. "Although this year I won't be selling these new desserts, that doesn't in later years they won't be sold off." "What are you saying? That in the future we'll have enough raw ingredients?" Royal Princess Minglin was also very interested in this problem and couldn't help but ask a follow-up question. Yu Xiaoxiao didn't continue keeping her audience in suspense and proclaimed, "Royal Prince Yang has an island in the south. He opened up the land there and created a cocoa and coffee plantation. Those 2 plantations will only raise cocoa and coffee bean trees. After 2 to 3 years pass, these trees should be able to produce enough cocoa and coffee beans to supply the dessert shop. At that time, we won't have to worry about not having enough raw ingredients. Then, you all won't have to worry about not being able to eat chocolate mousse and Black Forest gâteau, right?" He Wanning had a foolishly happy smile on her face as she waxed, "I still need to wait 2 to 3 years off. I don't care. In these next couple of years, you need to prepare yourself. From time to time, I'm going to rush over so you'll have to prepare some pastries and candies. If not, HMPH. Yuan Shuiyan immediately burst her bubble. Younger sister Xiaoxiao is already 16 this year. By the standards of the Great Ming Court, the best time for women to marry is when they turn 18. In 2 to 3 years, she'll become a married woman. As for you, you're going to become Lu Hao's wife very soon. Are you still shameless enough then to rush over to younger sister Xiaoxiao's in-law's residence to beg for food?" That fellow Lu Hao had always come over during the events and outings that Xiaoxiao organized in the past. As time passed, before other people realized it, he and He Wanning, the little chili pepper, had become a loving but quarrelsome couple. Their families had already come to a marriage agreement. At the end of autumn this year, everyone would be able to drink wine at their wedding. Why not? That guy Lu Hao is also great buddies with Royal Prince Yong, whereas younger sister Xiaoxiao and I are a pair of close sisters. It's not as if our good relationship will change after we get married. Can Royal Prince Yong just send me away if I come over to visit her? He Wanning suddenly thought of that cold and icy face. Her heart shivered for a second and she no longer felt as confident as before. Older sister you really decided to marry Royal Prince Yong ah? That face of his is so scary looking though. Are you sure you don't want to think more about this? Yu Wanqing had also seen Zhu Junyang before. She acted like a mouse around a cat whenever she was near him. Although Royal Prince Yong currently treated older sister Yu quite well, could she endure even one blow from him with her tiny figure if she accidentally angered him in the future? Yu Xiaoxiao had a face full of puzzlement. She looked at her good friends, who all had solemn expressions on their faces, and rubbed at her nose. She cautiously asked, "Is Royal Prince Yang's face really that scary? Does anyone here think that he has a handsomely sculpted face, so good-looking that it could entrance someone? He clearly is very good-looking, so why do you all think he looks frightening?" He Wanning popped another piece of chocolate into her mouth and closed her eyes in enjoyment. She candidly stated, Royal Prince Yang's default expression is as cold as the ice from a 10,000-year-old glacier. It's so icy that it freezes people instantly and the glare from his eyes seemed to pierce a person's heart, so no one dares to look at him directly. His whole body seems to give off a razor-sharp aura and people can't help but tremble in front of him. Even if he is handsome, no one would dare to appreciate it ah. However, in front of you, he's as obedient and clever as Little Black. You're not afraid of him, and you're able to stand up to him. Thus, it's only natural that you're able to appreciate his good parts, right? The other young maidens in the room didn't know the Little Black that He Wanning was referring to, but all of Xiaoxiao's good friends knew. When they saw He Wanning daringly compare Royal Prince Yong to that pet wolf, who could act adorably spoiled in front of Xiaoxiao, they had to muffle their giggles. Yu Wanqing had been in the middle of taking a sip of coffee and had accidentally choked on the liquid after hearing He Wanning's comparison. The young maiden coughed and sputtered for a few minutes. Royal Princess Minglin grinned broadly and used her pointer finger to tap He Wanning's head as she said, You only have the guts to make Royal Prince Yong a joke in front of us. If these words of yours end up being transmitted into his ears, you're not going to have a good ending. All of us are good friends here, ah. Thus, the words we say here should not be transmitted outside of this pavilion. None of us are flighty gossip mongers who can't keep a hold of our tongues. He Wanning glared warningly at all of the young maidens in the room. She then also showed an entreating expression to all of her close friends. Li Mengru covered her mouth with her handkerchief and glanced at Xiaoxiao, who was laughing with the crowd. She smiled in amusement and said, Older sister I think it slipped your mind that Royal Prince Yong is younger sister Xiaoxiao's sweetheart. The two of them spend a lot of time together. What if one day she forgets and accidentally tells him what you said today? What will you do then? He Wanning sent a fierce glare in the direction of Yu Xiaoxiao, who was grinning like a maniac. Xiaoxiao hurriedly mimed locking her mouth and said, Don't worry. Am I the type of person who is that unreliable ah? When has anything our little group has talked about ever been disseminated into the public? That being said, I also think you're right. He really does resemble Little Black sometimes. See, younger sister Xiaoxiao also agrees with me. As soon as Royal Prince Yong is in front of our younger sister, he immediately becomes obedient. Otherwise, our younger sister wouldn't become interested in such a big ice cube. What do you all think? He Wanning casually continued to devour pastries. Most of the desserts on the table had been consumed by her. Xiaoxiao reminded her, try not to eat too much here. In a bit, lunch will be served and if you eat too much here you won't have an appetite for the food then. He Wanning waved a hand in dismissal, what kind of food is there for lunch? It's all the same anyway. How could it be any more novel than this? These desserts and chocolates aren't something that I can eat whenever I want. Thus, I naturally have to eat more now. Royal Princess Minglin rolled her eyes at the other young lady and said, You're such a disgrace. Although she said it like that, she also didn't stop eating the desserts on the table. Yu Xiaoxiao raised her voice to announce, lunch today will have a few dishes that I have personally just come up with. This will be the first time they will be making an appearance in the Great Ming Empire. The most important one is a dish called Buddha Jumps Over the Wall, and it's a dish that even the Emperor Emeritus and Emperor cannot forget. Are you guys sure you don't want to try them? Wow, the food that older sister Yu makes is truly delicious. I'm so excited to try these new dishes. The name, Buddha Jumps Over the Wall, is quite unique. Doesn't that mean that the dish is so tasty that even Buddha himself can't resist the temptation? After personally tasting Xiaoxiao's food, Yu Wanqing had become a die-hard fan of her cuisine, so she gratifyingly showed her support in a pleasing manner. He Wanning rubbed her tummy, which was about 70% full, and then glared at Xiaoxiao. Why didn't you mention this earlier? You made it such that I ate a full belly full of sweets before tempting me with the food at lunch. However, I absolutely won't hold back at lunch today. Every time younger sister Xiaoxiao cooks, the food is divine. I'll stuff myself to death if I have to. Yuan Shuiyan calmly shoved a verbal knife. Then who was the one complaining earlier that her clothes were getting tight and that she needed to eat less to lose some weight? Yu Xiaoxiao looked at He Wanning, who had a beautiful figure, from head to toe, and remarked in a shocked manner, older sister, he wants to lose weight. Ah. Then this is bad. These desserts and chocolates provide a lot of energy and are more likely to cause people to gain weight than eating fatty braised pork. Ah. How about, when you leave, you don't take those 2 boxes of desserts with you? How can that be okay? What about in the future I'll go practice martial arts a bit with my eldest brother, or I could spend some more time on horseback. These desserts are so delicious, so those 2 boxes aren't even enough for me to eat. He Wanning had a nervous expression on her face as she was afraid that Xiaoxiao would not give her the boxes of chocolates and desserts. Yuan Shuiyan rolled her eyes. Then if you die of overeating, it's all on you. If I can't eat delicious food, then what's the point in living? When He Wanning had to choose between losing weight and eating delicious food, she naturally ended up selecting the latter. Yu Wanqing comforted the older maiden by saying, older sister, you're not fat, so why torture yourself to lose weight? Ah. My mother said that I need to eat more like you, that way I can have a strong and healthy body and avoid having my skin produce more issues. He Wanning pulled Wanqing into her arms and almost planted a kiss on the younger girl's face. You're clearly my little sweetie. This older sister didn't dote on you for nothing. You're right, I'm not even fat, so why do I need to lose weight? Why torture myself for nothing? Royal Princess Minglin had originally stopped reaching for desserts after hearing Xiaoxiao's comments on the food. However, she glanced at He Wanning's curvaceous figure and then lowered her head to look at her own slim and slender waist. Then, she began reaching for the tiramisu again. If He Wanning's figure wasn't considered fat, then what did she have to be afraid of? Once the other maidens found out that new dishes were going to be presented for lunch, all of them either slowed their speed or stopped eating the desserts on the table. One after another, they began to quietly discuss amongst their good friends about the relationship between Miss Yu and Junshou restaurant. They were all looking forward to the noon meal. Mei Xiang came over as ordered to invite all of the young maidens over to the theater pavilion and noticed that the atmosphere looked peaceful and harmonious. Originally, when she found out that Miss Yu was the one hosting these maidens, Mei Xiang was a bit worried that these noble young ladies would try to make things difficult for Miss Yu. She didn't expect that Miss Yu had the skills to make everyone behave in such a courteous manner. However, how could she know that Yu Xiaoxiao didn't use much effort to make the event go well? As soon as the desserts and chocolates came out, all of the young maidens here immediately shelved any thoughts of causing trouble. They were eating her food. If anyone came out to say some sour remarks now, that would truly mean they had no sense. While they were watching the plays, the young ladies were all preoccupied thinking about the upcoming noon meal and fantasizing about Buddha Jumps Over the Wall, as Xiaoxiao had described it in such a tantalizing manner. Thus, most of them seemed quite distracted. Only a few of them managed to pay attention to even the most favored play of the ladies. Their elders all noticed the change in their juniors but couldn't figure out what was going on. It was only after when the servants came over to announce that the noon meal was ready for the princess consort and her guests that the young maidens all seemed to snap out of their daydreams. Only then did the matrons and ladies present realize that their daughters' granddaughters were preoccupied with thinking about the meal. Then, they remembered that the Yu family's young maiden had received the juniors earlier, which meant that the upcoming meal was related to her as well. Thus, they also began to excitedly anticipate lunch. As expected, the unique dishes at the lunch didn't disappoint a single one of the guests. Lightly fried mandarin fish fillets was a dish that required fine knife skills. The bones of the mandarin fish were carefully removed and then, with one knife stroke, the skin was removed entirely in one piece before cooking. The cooked flesh was then delicately sliced into fillets that were as thin as a cicada's wing and arranged beautifully on the platter. Dried scallop rings was a dish that used strips of daikon to form the ring portion of the dish. Inside the ring, dried scallops were placed in the middle. The golden yellow color of the scallops contrasted sharply with the whiteness of the daikon, making an elegant and pleasing sight. When the dish was eaten, the texture was soft and tender with a light, pleasing fragrance. Squirrel fish was a dish whose name referred to the fact that it looked like a squirrel. The fish had tender meat, golden yellow luster, and tasted sweet and sour in the mouth. Furthermore, it had the faint aroma of pine nuts. Crystal meat slices was a dish that mixed fragrant chopped meat with solidified tasty broth. The red of the meat contrasted beautifully with the transparent, sparkling solidified broth. The texture was tender and soft, rich without being greasy, and the dish had a delicate savory flavor. Stewed bamboo shoots from Wensheng Mountain was a dish that cooked the bamboo shoots until they were tender with a delicate mouth feel and they were infused with a rich flavor. The dish also contained sausages and shiitake mushrooms, which elevated the savory taste. A single bite would flood a person's mouth with a delicious aroma. Every single dish was refreshing and unique. Even those old gluttons, who thought that they had eaten all of the delicious foods in the world, had never encountered food that had such a pleasing look, tantalizing aroma, and mind-blowing flavor as these dishes. A few of the older guests, who were obsessed with food, inquired about the new chef that the prince's estate had invited, so that they could find a chef like that too. When they found out that these new dishes had all been created by Imperial Prince Jing household's future daughter-in-law in her spare time, they all became upset and regretful. Why hadn't they struck first when they had the chance and snatched such an ideal wife for their sons or grandsons? Oh my, for the sake of eating delicious foods, these people were willing to sell their sons and grandsons. These old men put up an elegant and dignified front while they were at court, but, in private, they were just some old urchins who loved to eat delicious foods. When the star of the meal, Buddha jumps over the wall, appeared on the tables, these old officials, who had eaten until they were stuffed, seemed to get a second wind. It was as if those people who had seconds ago been burping and hiccuping from fullness weren't them. They ate as if they couldn't stop themselves. As the host, Imperial Prince Jing was quite alarmed when he saw this sight and hurriedly commanded the servants to brew more digestive soup to avoid having the issue of these old men, who were the pillars of the court and country, becoming heavily ill from indigestion. As for the women in the inner courtyard, they weren't doing much better than the men. In the morning, they had already eaten quite a few pastries and desserts. The older ladies and matrons were aware of their statuses and were able to control their appetites in an effort to keep their reputation. However, the younger maidens had ended up eating many chocolates and desserts. Unfortunately, the tables in front of them were testing them again. There were a plethora of delicious and unique dishes, so none of them could resist letting this opportunity pass, especially the tables that were next to Xiaoxiao. When the maidens seated there heard her describe and introduce all of these dishes and then tried them themselves, how could they possibly stop themselves from eating more? Prior to the arrival of Buddha jumps over the wall at the table, he Wanning cradled her bulging little stomach and repeatedly muttered loudly, "I can't do this anymore. If I eat any more something bad is going to happen. No matter how delicious the next plates are, this maiden will have to decline." Seated at the main table was Marchioness Anning. She sent a pointed glare at her daughter. Her daughter was almost an adult lady, at the cusp of getting married, yet she still spoke without thinking and in a rash manner. In contrast, Yu Xiaoxiao was younger than he Wanning by 2 years but was clearly much more mature and steady. Furthermore, that lass knew how to experiment with foods and had quite the culinary talent. Arg, comparisons could truly infuriate a person, especially when you came out as inferior. Why didn't the heavens have eyes and let her birth a daughter like royal princess Jinan instead? However, once Buddha jumps over the wall, was served to the table, He Wanning immediately forgot the words she had just said when the dense, mesmerizing aroma of the dish hit her nostrils. She couldn't restrain herself and completely ignored her protesting, full stomach, and rushed to grab a bowl to start stuffing herself with the fragrant stew. As she ate, this last continued to compliment the dish without end. She stated that she had never eaten something as delicious as this. The other young maidens around them all nodded their heads in agreement with their cheeks stuffed full of food. He Wanning even complained endlessly, grumbling that Xiao Xiao had such culinary talent but had only shown it off today. Clearly, she had slighted the other girl, as He Wanning had to wait this long in order to eat such delicious food. In the end, the remaining food left in the ceramic bowl had been unceremoniously partitioned out to her. Xiao Xiao was truly afraid that her good friends would end up with stomach aches after eating this much. Thus, when the digestive soup was passed around, she hurriedly added a few drops of mystic stone water to the pot. She personally served a bowl to all of her friends and made sure that all of them drank it. By the time they said their farewells, her friends had recovered to their normal state and were no longer holding their stomachs and crying out in pain. This banquet had truly given a lot of face to both Imperial Prince Jing and Princess Consort Jing. Everyone told them that this was the best feast they had ever been at. There were even some people who surreptitiously asked Yu Hai and his wife whether the Yu's line of business planned on opening up a restaurant in the future. Yu Hai had been prepared by his youngest daughter and vaguely let out the news that the Yu family was planning on opening up a medicinal cuisine restaurant. In fact, Buddha Jumps Over the Wall was going to be the main attraction there. Some of the guests were quite surprised by this and asked, "This dish is incredibly delicious, but it's actually a type of medicinal cuisine." Yu Hai described the effects of Buddha Jumps Over the Wall. It could make a person blossom with their innate beauty, stymie the inevitable aging journey, increase immunity, and had an overall energizing benefit. He described all of these effects to the people around him. Everyone's interest in medicinal cuisine had immediately increased by a notch. It was a dish that not only could benefit one's body but it also satisfied a person's craving for delicious food. Clearly, this was something to look forward to. Although the medicinal cuisine restaurant had not been established yet, its reputation had already been quietly disseminated throughout the capital. The dish, Buddha Jumps Over the Wall, had also been discussed enthusiastically by all of the officials who had attended Imperial Prince Jing's banquet in a bragging manner. Those who hadn't been fortunate enough to receive an invitation were now incredibly curious and looked forward to the day when the medicinal cuisine building would open. Even if they had to tighten their money belts, they still had to try the dish that has been praised to the skies by other people, Buddha Jumps Over the Wall. Xiao Xiao pasted on a smile and dealt with another batch of young noble maidens whom she was unfamiliar with. After sending them off, Xiao Xiao rubbed at her face. Just when did her relationships with other people become so good? Why did all of these noble maidens in the capital, who usually didn't even deign to nod their heads at her, sidle over to speak with her? Furthermore, they always directed the conversation towards the speculative, medicinal cuisine house. The high-ranking officials and their wives were all quite in touch with the capital's gossip. In only a few days, the rumors that the Yu family's business was planning on opening a medicinal cuisine restaurant had pretty much been transmitted to every corner of the capital. Even the dish, Buddha Jumps Over the Wall, had become blazingly popular. Those who had tried it bragged that this was a dish that was something that could only be found in the heavens, and was a rarity in the mundane world. Well, at least that saved her the trouble of racking her brain to come up with a method to advertise this new business. The location of the medicinal cuisine house has already been decided. It was going to be located at one of Princess Consort Jing's dowry shops. The building was situated on the west side of the capital, which was a wealthy district and was also quite close to the Imperial Prince's estates and the Imperial Palace. The shop itself had 7 interconnected rooms on each floor and had 3 floors in total. Thus, it had the ideal layout for a restaurant-based business. In order to avoid Xiao Xiao becoming uneasy at getting this building, Princess Consort Jing had prepared early and had already transferred the deed to this building to her youngest son's name. Furthermore, she stated that this was to be a betrothal gift to the Yu family. When the Imperial Prince Jing's heir's wife had married over, she had been given a few more shops and stores than this. However, the stores that she was given were in slightly worse locations than this one. Both of them were daughters-in-law, so they had to avoid these betrothal gifts causing friction between the two later. Thus, Princess Consort Jing did her best to make things as equal as possible. She still had some dowry shops left in her hand, and those would be used in the future when her second son got married as betrothal gifts. As Xiaoxiao got closer and closer to opening up medicinal cuisine house, Zhu Junyang also helped her quite a bit from the background by providing the materials and manpower needed to renovate the building. Furthermore, the day where the two of them were to be engaged also got closer. Zhu Junyang excitedly counted down the days to that date. In ancient times, the people followed the customs of 3 matchmakers and 6 rites and the 3 letters and 6 rites. Imperial Prince Jing had originally invited one of his uncles, who was a person of high repute and virtue, to become the matchmaker on the men's side. However, once the emperor found out through Chief Steward Su that Royal Prince Yang and Xiaoxiao were going to get engaged, he insisted on stepping in as the male matchmaker with the excuse that the two of them were both important officials under him. As for the matchmaker on the female's side, that had already been arranged a long time ago. The person selected was little Shituz, Yu Fan's beloved teacher, the most brilliant and famous scholar of the great Ming dynasty, Yuan Xinian. It must be stated that Headmaster Yuan was a giant in the eyes of scholars and had legendary status. The fact that they were able to have him become her matchmaker was a very illustrious and grand honor. For the 3 matchmakers, the male and female side had all been selected, and both of them were important people. Thus, the middle matchmaker couldn't be someone of no repute. The two families were pondering this problem as they needed to find an appropriate person to bridge between the two matchmakers. At this time, the Emperor Emeritus, who had just come back from his travels in the southern part of the country, found out that the last Xiaoxiao was going to become engaged with his darling grandson. He didn't even take the time to rest a bit before he came up and insisted on becoming the middle matchmaker between the two. Did he actually know how to become a middle matchmaker to bridge between the two families? If you asked him that question, he would immediately glare at you with his large eyes and state in matter-of-fact manner, absolutely not. That wasn't surprising. After all, when the Emperor Emeritus was the emperor, he didn't need to bridge things between two families at all. Instead, he just bestowed marriages as he liked. After he retired from his position, he spent all of his time traveling around the country, tasting the delicacies of the empire. When would he have the time to act as a matchmaker then? Furthermore, who would have the guts and face to ask the Emperor Emeritus to act as matchmaker for them? Then what should he do if he didn't know how? Just wing it. In any case, that stinky grandson of his and the little lass already had an affinity for each other. Thus, the matchmakers in the marriage were only for show. That being said, it didn't matter if he didn't know the correct rituals, that was what his subordinates were for. For this matter, Chief Steward Su Ran had especially instructed his subordinates to gather all of the information and materials needed for the Emperor Emeritus. Once that was done, they created a special cheat sheet for the Emperor Emeritus to refer to on the prospective day. All in all, when the news came out about the 3 matchmakers that Imperial Prince Jing's household and the Yu family had chosen, it completely stunned all of the nobles and officials in the capital. Once again, Xiaoxiao had become the jealous target of all of the other maidens there. She was the first person who was able to invite such illustrious personages, the Emperor, Emperor Emeritus, and great scholar Yuan, as her matchmakers. In the future, it would be hard for anyone else to top that. Naturally, her close friends were a bit envious, but all of them were happy for their younger sister. This level of ostentation truly showed how much the male side valued the female side. So what did it matter that her background was lowly? Did it matter that her identity didn't match his? Clearly, she was favored by the heavens as she was able to find such an ideal match within the imperial family. Furthermore, she was also someone highly regarded by the emperor. The most important thing was that Royal Prince Yang truly liked that little sprout from the Yu family, and had chosen illustrious matchmakers to show his pleasure. When the calculated date of auspiciousness finally arrived, Zhu Junyang set out in high spirits. He was dressed in a dark maroon brocade robe and his hair had been combed into a shiny style. On his left was his middle matchmaker, his imperial grandfather, and on his right was his lord father, Imperial Prince Jing. With them were all of the betrothal gifts that had lucky and fortuitous meanings. They waited outside the Yu residence for the start of the formal proceedings. This was the first rite of the 3 letters and 6 rites, the formal proposal. The male side was inquiring as to whether the female side agreed to this marriage. Thus, they first had the matchmakers enter the female side's residence to send them betrothal gifts. After they obtained the agreement from the female side, then they would have the matchmaker conduct the formal betrothal and exchanging of gifts between the two families. The presents that Imperial Prince Jing's estate had brought over were all displayed in the main reception hall. The gifts included all sorts of expensive and valuable silk bolts, gold and silver, jewelry, and a few dozen boxes of expensive pastries. The most conspicuous and eye-catching gift was a pair of live geese. They had just passed the first month of the year, so all of the geese should have flown off to the south already to spend the winter months in a warm climate. Thus, it was incredibly hard to find any live large geese in the capital area, which was far up north. It must be mentioned that Zhu Junyang had long started to prepare for his engagement day. Thus, last year at the start of fall, he had gone out and caught a few pairs of live geese. These geese were all sent to the farmstead in the suburbs to be raised. Fortunately, all of the wells at the farmstead had been transformed by Xiaoxiao to contain mystic stone water. Otherwise, these geese might have frozen to death while staying there. The type and amount of betrothal gifts sent over by the male's side was considered quite lavish by the capital's standards. All of the fine fabrics were tribute goods sent into the imperial palace. They had even given the female side a dozen or so bolts of the most rare and expensive, floating clouds, cloth. The jewelry, as expected, were all top-notch pieces whether it was the craftsmanship or the materials used. Among them included gems that Zhu Junyang had brought over from the Western Hemisphere. There were rubies, sapphires, cat's-eye gems, and colored diamonds. The jewels filled up more than a dozen boxes and the glitter from them was enough to blind a person. No one in the Yu family paid much attention to the betrothal gifts. After all, there were 3 great personages currently at the Yu residence and it made Yu Hai, Yu Heng, and all of the other members there a bit uneasy and unsure of what they should do. Whether it was the Emperor, Emperor Emeritus, or an imperial prince, all of them were people that they needed to kowtow 3 times to. However, these people were all here with gentle smiles on their face while greeting them in a casual manner. It made them feel quite tense as they had no idea what to expect. When Zhu Junfan saw this, he hurriedly stated, "Today we can do away with the customs between a ruler and his subjects. It is a day for celebrating a relationship. You all are the family members of the female side. If there are any requests to be had, please tell us immediately. After all, you spent over a dozen years raising your daughter and letting all that work benefit another is a shame." Imperial Prince Jing glanced over briefly at him. "Your Imperial Majesty, just whose side are you on anyway?" Although the Emperor said it that way, these 3 great personages were still right there. How could the Yu family possibly open their mouths at this point? Fortunately, Headmaster Yuan and Fang Zizhen were both there as their backing, so that allowed the awkward atmosphere in the room to dissipate a little. As the matchmaker that was here to bridge the 2 families, the Emperor Emeritus picked up a pastry from the table in a nonchalant manner and stuffed it into his face. He noisily ate it in one bite and nodded his head repeatedly. "That's the taste of good stuff, ah. Although this lord isn't super fond of these sweet treats that women like, it's been decades since I've had any and I've missed them a bit. Hey you, little Shito, is there any coffee here, ah? Get me a cup, no milk and only a touch of sugar. My dear father, ah, just what are you doing here today, ah? Do you really think you're here to drink some afternoon tea, ah? Asking for coffee and desserts." Imperial Prince Jing suddenly felt quite exhausted inwardly. Neither the elder nor the junior were here to help him. Instead, they only seemed to be making him look bad. "Coffee." Little Shito made a noise in assent and headed towards the inner courtyard with his head full of confusion. He needed to find his second sister to save this situation. Because drinking coffee could affect the growth rate of young children, Xiaoxiao also didn't really like to drink any. Thus, no one in the family knew that this stuff existed. Zhu Junyang, on the other hand, had realized the benefits of consuming this beverage, so when he was busy he'd have Xiaoxiao send him a cup now and then. When Xiaoxiao heard this request, she didn't say anything as she took out the coffee that had been finely ground into a powder. She mixed an appropriate amount of powder with some cold water and then heated it up in a porcelain pot on top of a small fire. Brewing coffee required fine control over the amount of heat, but that wasn't something that was considered to be difficult to Yu Xiaoxiao. 2 minutes later, once the oils came out and the liquid began to foam, she took it out of the charcoal heat and placed it on a smaller flame to simmer for a few minutes. Finally, she took it off of the heat for half a minute and then filtered out the coffee. After adding a bit of powdered sugar to the coffee, she ordered one of the servants to bring it out. Naturally, this coffee wasn't prepared for the Emperor Emeritus alone. Thus, Xiaoxiao considerately also placed some milk and sugar on the serving tray. Whoever felt that the coffee was too bitter could easily add either to their own taste. The Emperor Emeritus drank some pure coffee and ate a few pieces of sweet but not too sweet Western-style pastries. He nodded his head in satisfaction. The fatigue that had settled into his bones for months had dissipated away as soon as he ate the delicious food. Other than the Emperor, who had added a bit more milk and sugar to his cup and drank it down with pleasure, the rest of the people present weren't used to this bitter drink. However, Headmaster Yuan was able to taste the uniqueness of the coffee. There was still more than half a year before the autumnal exams started, so all of the students were studying late every day. Naturally, their energy levels couldn't keep up with this schedule. If they had access to this energizing drink, it may be of great help to them in the future. He silently remembered the properties of this drink and reminded himself to ask the little lass for the secrets of this drink. Ahem. We've done most of the ceremonies today, and it's starting to get late. The Emperor Emeritus finished the cup of coffee in front of him in one gulp and wished to drink more. The Yu family and Headmaster Yuan, who was the matchmaker on the female side, all thought that he was going to say his farewells next, so they hurriedly interjected, "Lunch preparations has just been finished, so you should eat before you go off." The Emperor Emeritus nodded his head in a matter-of-fact manner and said, "That was precisely my thought. It's getting late and about time to eat the noon meal. I heard that when my second son had guests over, the little lass had come up with a few more new dishes. I'm not sure whether this old lord would be able to try any today at noon." Imperial Prince Jing had a constipated look on his face. Why did he agree to allow his old father to become the middle matchmaker? Was there anyone else who would shamelessly cadge a meal from the female side when they were here to match the birth dates one between the prospective groom and bride? Will Buddha jumps over the wall be at the meal today? Every time the imperial chefs make it, I always feel like it's missing something. The taste is never as good as when that last Xiaoxiao makes it. The emperor also had a face full of approval, showing that he had no intention of moving even one iota out of the chair. Imperial Prince Jing let out a long sigh and sighed. It looked like he was truly going to be shamed to the heavens today. After all, it was impossible to not get bitten when there was a lot of lice around. He also had no intention of saying his farewells now either. Yes. When Kaur found out that your Imperial Majesty was going to personally come today, she made sure that all of the ingredients for the dish were ready in advance. She had woken up bright and early to begin preparing. Not only will there be Buddha jumps over the wall, but she also prepared your favorite braised pig head meat, sliced pig ears in chili oil, braised pig snout. All of these have been personally made by that last Kaur. Yu Hai realized that both the Emperor and the Emperor Emeritus were quite easygoing, so he slowly relaxed as time went on. Thus, when he spoke, he wasn't as afraid as before. The Emperor Emeritus chuckled and said, "Looks like I didn't dote on that lass for nothing. She still remembers what this old lord likes to eat the most. However, these past 2 years my teeth have become more loose in my mouth. Thus, it looks like the sliced pig ears will have to benefit the rest of you stinky brats instead." As one of the stinky brats, Imperial Prince Jing rubbed at his nose. He was almost 50 years old but was still labeled a stinky brat. It felt like he had gone back to his youth again during a time when his old father would beat him out with a broom. Headmaster Yuan guffawed loudly. "You're already 70 years old and your teeth have only started to loosen now. You should be pleased. However, Xiaoxiao mentioned that she wants to open a medicinal cuisine hall. You should ask if she has any recipes that can help with your teeth. If you don't have any teeth, then eating is not as enjoyable since there will be many things you can't eat anymore." "Old Yuan, you are right. Eating with no teeth is just not the same. That last Xiaoxiao has all sorts of crazy ideas in her head, so I'm sure she has a solution. It's a pity that the medical technology here is too backwards. If they were able to plant teeth, then this old lord wouldn't have to worry. The Emperor Emeritus quite missed the dentists in his previous life now. Plant teeth. I've only heard of planting flowers, grass or crops before. I've never heard of being able to plant teeth. You're thinking a bit too outside the box, Yuan Sinian was around the same age as the Emperor Emeritus. When he was younger, he had served under the Emperor Emeritus and consequently had a good idea of the other man's temperament. Thus, when he spoke, he didn't have to be too cautious around him. I have no suitable conversation topics to have with you ancient people. The two of us have a very big generation gap between us. In a bit, I'll have a nice chat with that last Xiaosao. The Emperor Emeritus had long guessed that Xiaosao was also a transmigrator. However, he wasn't quite sure just what she used to do in her past life. She knew many medicinal cuisine recipes, so perhaps she had been born in a traditional medical doctor family or was a nutritionist instead. She was also quite skilled at making foods, so maybe she was a chef in her past life. But the lass was also very proficient at planting crops. It really made it difficult for one to guess just what she did in her past life. However, he didn't think too much of this. As long as he was able to eat the foods he loved in his past life, he was more than satisfied. The guests and the hosts all had a merry time during the noon meal. The Emperor Emeritus drank quite a few cups of the used distillery's new high-alcohol content drinks. Furthermore, he had pulled his grandson, the Emperor, into his drinking shenanigans and completely forgot just what he was here for today. Imperial Prince Jing sat at the side and watched the two of them with worry. Was it too late to swap out matchmakers by this point? Not long after the presentation of the betrothal gifts, the matchmakers needed to come back to the female's residence and ask about the prospective bride's name and her 8 characters. Then, it would be used with the prospective grooms to divine whether they were compatible. This was the second of the 6 rites, birthdate horoscopes. Birthdate horoscopes also required the man's side to bring gifts, and it usually was a pair of wild geese. Imperial Prince Jing was anxious about this step, so he also tagged along. On the way there, he prayed that his old father and the Emperor wouldn't act as ridiculous as before and cause him to lose more face. Fortunately, Headmaster Yuan was much more qualified for his role of a matchmaker and still remembered his duties. He took care of the exchange of birthdate data between the two families. Some people would take the prospective bride's data back home and place it on the sensor in the family's ancestral hall. If 3 days passed by peacefully, that meant the two were fated to have a harmonious relationship. If something bad happened in 3 days, then it was likely they would return the woman's birthdate and decline the marriage. However, Zhu Junyang had long become familiar with the little lass's birthdate data, even more so than his own. Imperial Prince Jing's estate had also sent their birthdates to Huguo Temple and had the head priest there divine a reading. The results showed that, in every way, the little lass would bring fortune to the prince's estate and be a lucky charm for them. Thus, the comparison of their birthdates today and the presentation of the bridewealth were mostly just for show. Under the reminder of Su Ran, the Emperor took out the betrothal card and handed it to the matchmaker for the female side. The so-called betrothal card was made using red-colored paper and had both the prospective groom's and bride's names and birthdates written on top. By receiving the betrothal card, the Yu family was stating that they were agreeing to this marriage. The two juniors had a good relationship, so the two families regarded this marriage with a pleased eye. Naturally, Yu Hai was still a bit anxious about this. After all, Imperial Prince Jing's household was truly too grand and noble. If, in the future, his daughter was wronged by them, and he wanted to get justice for her, that would be very hard for him to do. With the Yu family's current reputation and status in Tanggu, no matter who his daughter married in that area, as the maternal family, they would be able to arrogantly become her supporters from behind. However, in the capital, it was different. One could randomly throw a stick into the streets and end up hitting someone from the imperial family. Thus, the Yu family's status was nothing to be remarked upon. In other people's eyes, the fact that a daughter from the Yu family was able to marry into Imperial Prince Jing's household was a grand and glorious thing. Clearly, it was their immense fortune. Yu Hai, on the other hand, could only silently pray that Royal Prince Yong would stay true to his words and give his youngest daughter the happy life that she deserved. Since Xiaoxiao was still young, Zhu Junyang insisted on waiting until the little lass turned 18 before marrying her. Thus, they only finished up to the giving of betrothal gifts and bride price in the 6 rites. As for the 3 remaining rites, that would have to be done 2 years later. Just the first 3 rites required almost 2 months to finish in order to show just how much Imperial Prince Jing's estate regarded the female side. Now, the entire capital knew that Royal Prince Yang had been earmarked by Xiaoxiao. At this time, news of war came back from the northwest border of the empire. When the Great Ming Dynasty was first established, the Emperor Emeritus dealt with war at all of the borders. Thus, at that time, he had kept an iron grasp on the northern and northwestern borders. After the Zhongwen Emperor, too, ascended the throne, he slowly relaxed their grip on the borders as the country needed to recover from years of warfare and slowly build up the commoner base. The Turpans at the northwestern borders and the Qinghai Mongols all secretly began to amass. Possible and often skirmished with the Great Ming soldiers at the borders. After the old and young Zhao generals were stationed at the northwest, they managed to obtain a few victories in a row. The 2 foreign states had eaten a few losses, so they became quiet for a few more years. Now, they could no longer wait anymore and wanted to bite off a large piece of territory from the Great Ming Dynasty. Under ordinary circumstances, with the 2 Zhao generals there, who were very experienced at warfare, these 2 invaders would only be dancing clowns in front of them. However, the foreign invaders had somehow managed to send in a spy into the armies stationed at the northwestern border. Furthermore, this spy had managed to hide himself from everyone and had become the right-hand man of one of the assistant generals. When the spy received some hinting from his old masters, he somehow managed to poison all of the high-ranking generals and officers within the Great Ming's northwestern army. Although this poison wasn't enough to immediately kill these people, it was enough to cause some damage to the Zhao family's 2 generals. Seizing this situation, the Turpans and Mongols struck using a pincer attack. The northwestern army, now without any competent leaders, immediately suffered a huge loss. In a short period of time, about a month, the Turpans managed to conquer Kerpal city and the northwestern army had no choice but to retreat. Following that, the Turpans struck further into the empire and the Great Ming Empire lost a few other cities. By the time the emperor received this news 800 kilometers away, the situation had already turned urgent and the Great Ming's army had already retreated to Jiayuguan city. This was the first time since the Great Ming dynasty was established that they had suffered such a loss at the borders. The emperor was furious and immediately sent out Royal Prince Yang after appointing him Great General Zhengxi. He brought with him the soldiers from Xishan barracks and 100,000 people from the Yulin army to reinforce the northwestern army. As the proverb said, before an army moves, one must first consider the supply train. If this had happened 5 years earlier, the emperor naturally wouldn't have dared to send all of these men out to war. However, now that Yu Xiaoxiao was here and the empire's storehouses were now filled with grain from the past few bumper years, the commoners had plenty and the national treasury was full. Even if the war lasted for 3 to 5 years, the emperor wouldn't have to worry about running out of supplies and money. The task of preparing and transporting the supplies had fallen upon Minister Lu and Yu Xiaoxiao from the Ministry of Revenue. Since the northern parts of the country had been given high-yielding seeds first, they now had a large supply of grain stored there. Thus, getting enough food to supply an army 100,000 strong was merely a small appetizer. As for the official in charge of transporting the grain, that had fallen onto Count Zongchen, Fang Zizhen. The reasoning for this appointment was simple. The Fang family was now related in marriage to Great General Zhengxi and they also had a master-disciple relationship with General Zhao in the Northwest Army. Thus, Fang Zizhen wouldn't try doing any tricks in delaying help to those 2 people. When Xiaoxiao found out that Grandfather Zhao and Uncle Zhao had both been poisoned, she immediately went to work. She stayed up the entire night to craft a few bottles filled with detoxifying pills that had been enhanced with mystic stone water. Furthermore, she was worried that her fiancé might get injured in the upcoming war. Thus, she personally made some pills and bombs to treat internal and external injuries. The little divine stone had helped her by teaching her a few elementary methods of concocting medicines that it had learned in its other dimension. Although Xiaoxiao could only use ordinary ingredients, ordinary medicine furnaces and fires to make these pills, the medicines she made were all at least 10 times more effective than the other pills made in this world. With the addition of mystic stone water in these medicines, their efficacy was naturally quite good. For example, it didn't matter how severe an external injury was as long as it wasn't a fatal strike. As long as that person used a pill to treat external injuries, the bleeding would immediately stop and the person could bounce around like normal in 2 days. As for the pills used to treat internal injuries, it wouldn't be too far-fetched to claim that it could bring the dead back to life. As long as one breath remained in that person, taking a pill could help them preserve their life. When Yu Xiaoxiao appeared in the middle of the crowd sending off the army, with dark circles under her eyes and her eyes red-rimmed from staying up the entire night, Zhu Junyang, who was seated on top of Fierce Wind, immediately spotted her. Today, the emperor had personally come out to send off these troops. Just as he finished his speech, he saw the newly anointed great general Zhengxi jumping off his horse and striding towards a certain area. The emperor looked in the direction the youth was headed towards and immediately spotted a familiar face. "That stinky brat," the emperor growled in amusement. Su Ran lightly chuckled and stated, "Since ancient times, even heroes have a weakness for beautiful women. This is something that is quite natural for humans." Su Ran also looked in that direction and spotted Xiaoxiao, who had a worried and anxious expression on her face. The little lass had just been engaged to Royal Prince Yang, yet the prince had to enter the battlefield right now. It wasn't surprising that she was worried. The foreign invaders at the northwestern borders were all fierce and vicious warriors who weren't afraid of death. Although Royal Prince Yang was incredibly brave and strong, the battlefield was full of hidden dangers. Who could guarantee that nothing bad would happen to him? If the prince had met an untimely end, the little lass would naturally be quite heartbroken and would likely decide to stay alone for the rest of her life. Su Ran's heart suddenly felt uncomfortable at this thought and an idea sprouted in his head. "Imperial Majesty, this subject asks to be sent to observe the army this time." Su Ran suddenly bowed with his hands together as he volunteered himself. Zhu Junfan was caught by surprise by this request. He didn't understand what his chief steward was asking for and instead thought that Su Ran was afraid that his younger cousin might have disloyal thoughts after gaining so much power. He hurriedly said, "Chief Steward Su, we have full confidence and trust in Royal Prince Yang. There's no need for you to keep an eye on him and the army, right?" Su Ran replied solemnly, "This subject also believes that Royal Prince Yang is loyal to the bones. However, recently, the hidden soldiers have gotten information that there are some people who are quite unhappy with how the army was arranged this time. Imperial Majesty, you currently don't have any other projects for me, so there's really no point in me staying in the capital. It's probably better for me to also go along this time. Those so-called generals who helped to establish the empire all have too much idle time on their hands. All they do is gossip and grumble all day, like a bunch of gossipy old women. All right, then go along with the army. Our younger cousin is truly like an unstable bomb that could explode at any time. Although he's had Xiaoxiao keeping him in check these last 2 years and hasn't lost control, there's no guarantee that he might not lose himself in the bloody environment of the battlefield. With you there will at least be someone who can control him. In actuality, I was thinking about letting that last Xiaoxiao go along as that would be more secure." The emperor suddenly came up with an absurd idea of wanting to send Yu Xiaoxiao, who was Great General Zhengxi's special medicine, along with the army. Su Ran hurriedly interjected, "Don't, please don't. Although that lass is braver than most, she's still a maiden. The battlefield is full of vicious sights and scary beasts. I'd be surprised if she wasn't scared silly after seeing something like that. If you gave out the order, I'm pretty sure Royal Prince Yang would have a falling out with you right then and there. What do you think?" The emperor rubbed at the tip of his nose and recalled just how much his younger cousin liked the little lass. It was very likely that the prince would cause a ruckus if he did exactly that. Zhu Junfan coughed and said, "We were just mentioning a thought." "What are you so nervous for? Could it be that you—" "Imperial Majesty, this subject views Xiaoxiao as my younger sister." Su Ran hastily interrupted the emperor to stop him from finishing that thought. "That's exactly what we were referring to, all right. Why are you acting so off as if you're feeling unconfident about something?" Zhu Junfan eyed his chief steward from head to toe. That fellow had a handsome figure, red lips with spotlessly white teeth, and an elegant scholarly demeanor. If one forgot the fact that he wasn't a whole man anymore, he would absolutely be considered an incredibly handsome specimen. However, after all, he was still someone who had that alteration done. Could it be that eunuchs could also end up liking women? When has this official ever been unconfident? Imperial Majesty, you're the one looking too much into this. Su Ran once again returned to his usual calm and unruffled image and looked towards that little lass, whose eyes were full of worry. If she didn't care about my awkward status, this eunuch would truly like to make her my younger sister officially. We also believe that could be feasible. The Emperor sent another piercing gaze at him as he nodded. When my eldest son passes his adulthood ceremony, we will abdicate from the throne and become a leisurely Emperor Emeritus, bringing the Empress along to tour the lands. As for you, you should hurry up and finish training up your disciples and their disciples. When the time comes, if you want to come along with us you can. If you don't, then you can have your younger sister Yu Xiaoxiao provide for you in your retirement. Su Ran was already used to the Emperor occasionally spouting off weird ideas. Although his heart clearly yearned for the ordinary lifestyle of ordinary people, this was just wishful thinking on his end. He didn't want that last Xiaoxiao to be affected by malicious gossip related to him. Thus, this was only a passing thought for him. Imperial Majesty, when the eldest Imperial Prince turns 20, this subject will not be quite 40. That's probably too early to retire, right? He watched as the little maiden cried openly in the arms of Royal Prince Yang. This little lass always revealed her true, sincere self around people and never seemed to care about other people's opinions about her. Perhaps, the Emperor's ideas weren't so far-fetched after all. The Emperor and Chief Steward Su both focused on one figure, Zhu Junyang, who was currently tightly hugging Xiaoxiao's trembling shoulders against his chest. He could only use his words to try to comfort her. Don't worry, this prince is extremely skilled. Can't you believe in me? Don't worry, the medicines you have given me won't even have to be used. This prince will come back completely whole and safe. Not even a single hair on my body will be gone. Liar. Yu Xiaoxiao's voice sounded a bit stuffed. A person sheds around a dozen or so hairs a day. Thus, your claim that not even a single hair will be gone is just something you're using to trick me. That's not true. This prince may trick other people, but I would never try to trick you. This prince will use all of my skills to make sure I come back safe and sound, without a single injury. Furthermore, I also have the highly skilled head steward Luan Dongdali with me this time. This prince will also have a gun at my side. Even the most stubborn enemy can't possibly get the upper hand against this prince now. Zhu Junyang saw that when the little lass raised up her face, her eyes were wet with tears and had turned bright red, like a small bunny's. A pang went through his heart. He silently vowed, going forward, I need to make sure to protect her well and prevent her from shedding even one tear. Are the firearms barracks going this time too? How come I didn't see Zhang Yao, Lu Xin or the others? Zhang Yao and Lu Xin were captains of their squadrons within the firearms barracks. Last year, these two had accompanied them along with their soldiers to the northern border. They had been in charge of the safety of their small courtyard residence. Thus, Xiaoxiao still remembered them. Zhu Junyang hurriedly whispered into her ear, the firearms barracks have already set out to head out to reinforce the army. Perhaps, by the time this prince arrives at the northwest, the war will already be over. Don't cry. How can this prince leave without any worries when I see you cry? All right, I'll stop crying. Yu Xiaoxiao used the back of her hand to wipe away the remaining tears in her eyes. She sniffled a few times and then said, then you absolutely have to be very, very careful on the battlefield. You need to keep the medicine I gave you on hand at all times, and don't be stingy with using it. Don't worry, these medicines were all made by you staying up all night. This prince will definitely keep them safe on me. When you get back, you need to catch up on your sleep right away. Look at those dark circles of yours, you're almost a panda at this point. Zhu Junyang attempted to be witty in order to drive away the melancholy in his little lass. Yu Xiaoxiao nodded her head obediently. She still raised her head to look into his phoenix eyes as she was not completely convinced. She sternly stated, you need to take good care of yourself. If anything bad happens to you, don't even think that I'll obediently stay by your side. I will use the fastest speed possible to find someone else to marry. Thus, your many years of waiting will all go to waste. Zhu Junyang's handsome face immediately darkened and his heroic brows furrowed into a deep frown. He lowered his head speedily to steal a little kiss from his adorable yet hateful little lass. He coldly huffed, "This prince will never give you that opportunity. Just obediently wait for this prince to come back and marry you. Eat a little more in the meantime. This prince doesn't like gnawing on pork chops." "Shoo shoo, just who are you calling a pork chop? You disgusting pervert. Tell me the truth. Do you prefer women who are plump and curvy? If you dare to like some other woman, I will make sure to poison your two beautiful eyes until they're blind." Yu Xiaoxiao lowered her head to glance at the small dumplings on her chest as she snarled angrily. Women are truly too frightening when they get angry. Is it too late for this prince to regret my decision? Zhu Junyang revealed an expression full of remorse. Yu Xiaoxiao forcefully pinched his sturdy and muscular waist. "Regret your decision if you dare. You told me before that in the future you'll listen to everything I say. Then, I solemnly command you today, come back safe and sound for me. Do you hear me?" "Yes, I receive your command, lady wife." Zhu Junyang seriously agreed to her request. "Don't worry, with me, this expert, keeping an eye on things in addition to Royal Prince Yang's impressive skills, the only people who are able to harm him are still in their mother's wombs." Su Ran had openly eavesdropped on the two of them as he had been standing next to them for quite a while. He almost burst out into laughter after being amused by their previous conversation. When Yu Xiaoxiao heard this, her eyes lit up and the worry on her face immediately disappeared. She excitedly gushed, "Sir Su, you will also be going to reinforce the army. With you by Royzi's side, keeping an eye on things, I can completely relax. This time, I will have to humbly ask Sir Su to keep a closer eye on things." After she finished, she solemnly gave Su Ran a 90-degree bow. Su Ran lightly lifted her back up with a hand and smiled genially, "No need to be so courteous. This is merely what I should be doing. Don't worry, if he tries to be impetuous, I will make sure to beat him for you." Yu Xiaoxiao giggled simple-mindedly and said, Then I will have to count on you, sir." Zhu Junyang, you need to make sure you listen to Sir Su's proposals and you absolutely need to make your own safety a priority. As for the war, if it takes longer to win, then it takes longer. I will make sure to plant more high-yielding crops and support Great General Junshi with all of my might. I will become your most ardent supporter. Zhu Junyang's frown deepened even more. That fellow Su Ran was truly an eyesore that kept coming back. Also, that last Xiaoxiao seemed to believe that eunuch wholeheartedly. He had made promises left and right and didn't relieve her worries, yet a single sentence from that loathsome fellow had made her happy. Was this prince really not reliable? Hey, why are you keeping an eye on the army as the army supervisor? How come this prince had never seen such a position in the army before? Zhu Junyang gritted his teeth and asked. He crossed his arms across his chest as he glowered at Su Ran. Su Ran glanced at him with an ambiguous look in his eyes. He waved the scroll containing the official order in front of the prince's face as he slowly remarked, "The emperor cares about you as you are his younger cousin. He was afraid that it'd be too much work for you, so he had me go along to help you a bit. See, this was written by the emperor himself. Do you really think that it's a fake order?" Zhu Junyang snatched the order over and noticed that the ink on the paper had just dried and still had the slight fragrance of wet ink. He knew then that the emperor had just written it. He shot a glance over in the direction of the emperor's carriage and met the mischievous eyes of his older cousin. The emperor was planning on watching a play. Otherwise, why would he deliberately choose Su Ran, the eyesore, to become the army supervisor when anyone else would do? It was truly infuriating. The third month of the year was the start of spring, and it was a time when all things were coming back. At a farmstead in the suburbs of the capital, the winter wheat was turning a verdant green and made all of the fields look lush and bright. The view of the fields reminded people of a beautiful ink painting, awash with green. Xiaoxiao, who was dressed in a bright yellow dress, resembled the adorable and sweet-looking winter jasmine flower. She gracefully stood in between the fields as she watched the tenant farmers tending to the plants. She quietly worried about the army that was traveling to the northwest. "Master, the emperor sent down an oral order, stating that you need to immediately go back to the capital." Chunhua ran like the wind towards her, not even taking time to catch her breath as she bowed down to greet the slim figure. Yu Xiaosao frowned slightly and muttered somewhat to herself in a puzzled manner, an oral command. Why did the emperor suddenly summon me back to the capital? Yu Xiaolian, who was currently bent over in the fields pulling up weeds, hurriedly walked over when she heard the news. She quietly said, "It must be something urgent. Otherwise, the emperor would just wait until you went back to summon you into the palace. I'll stay here and keep an eye on things. You should quickly head over." The start of spring marked the busy time period for farmers. Yu Hai and his wife weren't the type of people to just sit back and relax. Thus, they brought their eldest son with them as they left the capital to go back to Tanggu well before the planting period started. Because they were afraid that their youngest daughter would be depressed after Royal Prince Yong was sent to the battlefield, they left behind Xiaolian to keep her company. That way, she would have someone to talk to on a daily basis and distract her from fretting too much. If it weren't for the fact that Xiaosao was doing work for the emperor, Yu Hai and his wife might have brought Xiaosao back to Tanggu with them. Princess consort Jing also frequently invited Xiaosao over. The future in-laws had a very good relationship with each other, so good that the wife of the heir often joked that her mother-in-law had forgotten the old for the new. Xiaosao knew that the princess consort was worried, so in order to relieve the older woman, she always pretended to be as carefree and adorable as usual. Furthermore, she also always came with delicious medicinal cuisines for her future mother-in-law. Consuming all of these foods made Princess Consort Jing glow with health from head to toe. In fact, she looked about 7 to 8 years younger than her actual age. It made all of the noble matrons in the capital envy her incessantly and created even more interest in the future Yu's medicinal cuisine house. The wife of the heir had also benefited from her mother-in-law's relationship with Xiaosao. After eating a bellyful of delicious and nourishing foods, her body was also at the peak of health. Her belly, which hadn't had any stirrings for many years, was now even carrying a child. All of the lords and ladies of Imperial Prince Jing's estate had an imperial physician come over every month to check their pulses. Last time, her pulse was normal, likely because it was too early to tell. This month, however, they had discovered that she had been pregnant for more than a month now. Princess consort Jing repeatedly complimented Xiaosao, stating that she was their family's lucky star. It truly was as the head priest of Huguo Temple had stated. Good fortune follows her, bringing luck to her family and her husband's family. She hadn't even married over, but she had caused a whole host of good things to happen. Not only was the princess consort's body nursed completely back to health, but her youngest son's problem was also fixed without requiring any medicine. Even her eldest daughter-in-law had benefited from Xiaosao. It had been 8 years since the wife of the heir's last child, but she was now pregnant again. She complimented Xiaosao so much that Xiaosao was a bit embarrassed and had to avoid going to the estate for a few days. In order to avoid dwelling on her worries, Xiaosao threw herself into work. Originally, she could have sat back and let things happen at the imperial plantations. However, now she ran to the imperial plantations on an almost daily basis to manage the work there, causing all of the stewards to have no work to do. Ever since Zhu Junyang left the capital, she spent at least 6 days out of 10 at the imperial plantations. Naturally, she didn't spend all of her time there. Instead, she also spent some time at the neighboring farmstead, which was owned by Royal Prince Yong, and workshops on the mountain. Behind the farmstead, at the foot of the mountain, the outline of the workshops could already be seen. At a glance, it was obvious that these workshops would be even more grand than the farmstead. Now, other than opening a workshop to process flower teas, they were also going to open a fruit wine workshop and canning workshop. All of them were going to be under the management of Shichun. That last Shichun was becoming more and more like a confident head manager. All of the workshops under her ran a tidy and efficient ship. The amount of business she had already surpassed the amount of business that the Yu's frozen dessert and pastry shop had, which was under Yangliu. Although these couldn't compare to Hekun's Blossoming Beauty and Yingtao's medicine factory, the profits were still quite good. The maids all had good relationships with each other, but they also silently competed amongst themselves. At the end of the year, when they had to report on their businesses to their mistress, Xiaosao always felt like the four were quietly trying to stay ahead of the others. Each maid under her was extremely hard-working, which actually gave her, as the mistress, quite a bit of pressure. As for now, Blossoming Beauty was the business under Xiao Xiao's hands that made the most money, as its membership system drove the noble matrons, who loved to compete and brag amongst themselves, to act like bees who had seen honey. These ladies rushed to throw money into Xiao Xiao's pockets. Thus, the beauty salon and its accessories always had the largest profits, which made Blossoming Beauty the venture that made the most money for her. The second most profitable business had to be the pharmaceutical factory. Other than the prepared pills that treated colds, fevers, and coughs, Xiao Xiao was also in the process of experimenting to make a few other pills. For example, she planned on making medicines to treat insomnia, low energy, diabetes, and palpitations. Under Yingtao's management, the capital's medicine factory had expanded by a large factor, and all of the Tongren medicine halls in the northern parts of the country were now stocked with the Yu's medicinal pills. Furthermore, the Yu's wound balm was also very popular. In the eyes of other people, the pharmaceutical factory was the goose that laid the golden eggs. Shichun was in charge of the winery and distillery. Whether it was the pure and cold high-alcoholic drinks or the sweet and effective fruit wines that nourished a person's body, almost all of the restaurants and eateries in the capital had their products on the menu. The dried fruit and fruit canning factory had also signed an exclusive contract with the Zhou family to provide their goods. Thus, the factory only needed to concern itself with manufacturing, and the Zhou family was in charge of sales and marketing. Huang Shuya had wrangled her way into being in charge of selling and marketing the dried and canned fruits. She seized the opportunity to see her idol, Yu Xiaoxiao, and also asked for some tips along the way. For example, she learned how to use holiday sales, limiting products on the market, starvation marketing tactics, etc. With her idol pointing out a few ideas, it caused her to have a light bulb go off in her head. Thus, she began her journey on the road of becoming a strong, independent woman. Naturally, in her heart, Yu Xiaoxiao had also become a figure like a god now. The frozen desserts and pastry store that Yangliu was in charge of was also doing quite well and caused many people to eye it with jealousy. However, compared to the other businesses under her fellow friends' hands, it was the least profitable. But, she was obsessed with cooking and baking, so she wasn't down about this at all. Xiao Xiao was planning on putting the medicinal cuisine restaurant under her management. Thus, Yangliu was currently in closed-door cultivation, learning how to cook. Buddha jumps over the wall, perfectly. Her mistress didn't care about how expensive the ingredients were to allow her to practice. Yangliu had a gift for cooking, so in about a month, her Buddha jumps over the wall had already reached about 70 to 80% of the perfection of her mistresses. If she was able to get the timing and heat down right, then she could truly graduate from this training. Apparently we had gone off topic. Back to Xiao Xiao, who was often neglecting sleep and forgetting about eating, at the imperial plantations. The emperor had something he needed to see her for, so he had no choice but to send an eunuch out to the suburbs to transmit his oral command. The emperor had been in a bad mood recently. His right hand, Su Ran, had left. Although Su Ran's disciples and grand disciples were all quite good, they still didn't have the natural connection that he had with Su Ran. It wasn't something that could be cultivated in just a day or two. Thus, Zhu Junfan often felt that getting things done was not smooth as before, so he had a belly full of rage now. He was planning on letting it all out once Chief Steward Su came back. Xiao Xiao galloped at top speed the entire way there and didn't even bother to wash up or change her clothes before she entered the imperial city. The jade tile, which had been carved with a dragon on top, allowed her to go through all of the checkpoints without any problems. She directly entered the imperial study. The emperor was currently seated at his desks, frowning as he stared at the official documents in front of him. Imperial Majesty, Miss Yu is outside waiting. The direct successor that Su Ran had trained, Su Kai, quietly reminded the emperor as he glanced at his master cautiously. Quickly allow her to come in. Zhu Junfan straightened his body and leaned back in his chair. His face was full of fatigue. These were truly troubled times. War had started at the northwest border and the northeast border was starting to become restless too. Then there was the stud farm there. Greetings to the emperor. Xiao Xiao hadn't even finished her official greeting before Zhu Junfan stopped her in her tracks. All right, No need to act so falsely meek. Take this document and look at it for yourself. Zhu Junfan took a sip of his already cold coffee and his frown became deeper. Should he change out the chefs in his private kitchen? They couldn't even brew a cup of coffee properly. Why couldn't the coffee they made taste as good and fragrant as the one he had at the Yu residence? Yu Xiaoxiao obediently received the official document and flipped through it casually. Apparently, now that the stud farm at the borders had obtained some good breeding stock from the wild horses, it provoked the actions of some foreign tribes and they started to scheme against them. However, with the detoxifying pills that Xiaoxiao left behind as well as the well water that she had altered to contain some weak spiritual energy, the usual plots that could be used against them weren't effective against the horses at the ranch at all. However, at the time, Zhu Junyang was afraid of having her act too conspicuously, so the pills that Xiaoxiao left behind in the well water could only do so much. Counteracting the normal sort of poisons could be done, but there were all sorts of weird venoms and toxins to be had in the world. Thus, it wasn't hard to concoct poisons that were out of the ordinary that normal detoxifying pills couldn't cure. This time, the stud farm had hit a hard rock. Other than the head stallion of the wild herd, Snow Scar, and the extremely intelligent Black Whirlwind, who had dodged this crisis with their heightened sense of danger, the rest of the horses at the farm had fallen into a trap. It looked like the rest of the horses had become infected with a type of horse plague. They had fevers, pulmonary edema, and internal bleeding. If it wasn't for the fact that they had special fodder, the well water with spiritual energy, and the detoxifying pills, then it was likely that the only horses remaining now would be Snow Scar and Black Whirlwind. Even though this problem was discovered early and they had treated these horses with a lot of well water and pills, there were still a few older and weaker horses who had died from this. The most tricky problem was that the disease afflicting these horses was now resisting the effects of the detoxifying pills and gradually destroying the horses' bodies. If this continued on, it was likely that a spark of anger and anxiety twined within Yu Xiaoxiao's heart. The stud farm was her fiancé's, Zhu Junyang's, special project that he had poured his heart and soul into. She had stayed at the borders for almost half a year and it could be said that she had watched the farm slowly grow into what it was today. As for the horses at the ranch, she had a deep relationship with a lot of them. She absolutely couldn't allow their special project to fall apart just like that. She also couldn't allow her fiancé, who was on the battlefield risking his life for his country, to come back later and find out that his project had been utterly destroyed. Imperial Majesty, please send down your orders. Yu Xiaoxiao was now very clear as to why the Emperor had summoned her today. She held the documents in her hand as she steadily stared at Zhu Junfan. Originally, Zhu Junfan had prepared all sorts of arguments to convince her. Now he knew that he had thought too much. However, he glanced at Su Kai, who was standing at the side, and said, "We know that beloved official Yu has the ability to concoct medicines that are heavenly in effect and that you are quite skilled at diagnosing and treating. Thus, we were planning on sending you along with a few famous veterinarians there." He paused for a second before continuing, "We suspect that those foreign tribes have an expert at concocting poisons on their side. However, why would he send a poison that mimics a horse plague instead of directly killing the animals in one shot? This is quite suspicious and requires more thinking." Yu Xiaoxiao was quite clever and slightly furrowed her brows as she thought out loud, "Imperial Majesty, what you're trying to say is that the poison that they snuck into the farm is just a bait. Just who are they trying to bait out with this?" Zhu Junfan nodded and said, "The person who had set the poison has already been caught. The perpetrator was one of the first set of people who had been recruited to take care of the horses. It's said that he's normally very obedient and looked like an honest and loyal man. Usually, he didn't do anything out of the ordinary either. Who would have thought that he had hidden for so long and only came out now?" Zhu Junfan had already made sure to deeply investigate all of the people who worked at the stud farm and they had actually managed to pull out a few people who had suspicious backgrounds. However, these people didn't have the chance to do anything before they had all gotten caught. Steward Yan from the stud farm stated that he had once lost one of the detoxifying pills. After interrogating the culprit, he admitted that he had secretly sent out the farm's fodder and pills to his master. If the enemy has an expert medicinal chemist who is good at making poisons, it's possible that he has figured out the secrets to these pills and fodder. Thus, that is why they made this deeply hidden spy reveal himself and cause this calamity. Zhu Junfen wasn't completely sure whether or not his deduction this time was correct. After all, Yu Xiaoxiao was his younger cousin's sweetheart. If anything ever happened to her, it was more than likely that his cousin would slaughter his way up to the throne to beat his ass. However, the stud farm at the border was not only Zhu Junyang's special project, but it was also something that he himself had looked forward to. Didn't every leader of a country long for a rich empire with a strong army? Imperial Majesty, from what you're saying, it looks like the reason why they caused this problem was to bring me out to take the bait. However, the detoxifying pills and horse fodder had all gone through Roisie's hands to Steward Yan's. How could a small horse groom find out just who made these things? While she was at the horse farm, Zhu Junyang was afraid of making her too conspicuous and acted as a smokescreen for her the entire time. Did she still end up raising the suspicions of these foreign enemies? Zhu Junfen placed his long, slender fingers onto the desk and solemnly said, "That spy stated that Junyang, you, and Chief Steward Su had been marked as the most likely targets. Your appearances, personalities and clothing preferences have all been transmitted out to them. This time, whoever goes out, will be marked as the person who made the medicines. The other side had already sent down orders. Do your best to catch the person alive. If it's too hard to keep them alive, then kill them." Yu Xiaoxiao thought for a bit and said, "So from what you're saying, this particular mission is quite dangerous. This official strongly requests that if I'm to take this mission, the money given should be increased by a few fold. In actuality, you could also make the detoxification pills at your residence and then we will send guards to transport it over." Zhu Junfen paused for a moment before he continued, "You are a trusted aide and official. The people of this empire need you all. Imperial Majesty, please don't say it like that. This official's goosebumps have risen. This official is only a small, insignificant farming girl, so please don't put the pressure of all of the people on my head. I'm a weak and tender maiden and cannot handle such lofty responsibilities." Yu Xiaoxiao was now used to acting silly around this old transmigrator friend of hers. Su Ran had already gotten used to her antics, but the little eunuch, Su Kai, was so shocked that his eyeballs almost fell out of his head. There was actually someone who dared to speak this way to the emperor. Did she feel like she had lived for too long? Zhu Junfen glared at Su Kai and then continued to converse with Xiaoxiao. "I heard that you're planning on starting to hybridize rice plants at the imperial plantations, right? We don't have high expectations. As long as these new rice paddies are able to come up to 1,000 caddies per mu, then we will be satisfied." Su Qi's eyes widened even further. 1,000 caddies per mu, wasn't this expectation a bit too high? Did you want to force official Yu into a death sentence? As the young eunuch thought about this, he looked sympathetically towards that slender and delicate-looking girl. However, he would have never expected that the young maiden, who he was sympathizing with, would actually boldly state, "Super high-yielding hybrid rice strains can already produce 3,000 caddies per mu. Thus, there's no reason why I can't end up producing a hybrid rice that can get up to 1,000 caddies per mu. 3,000 caddies per mu. Miss Yu, are you sure you're not dreaming? Right now, rice paddies that produce 300 caddies per mu only happen during a prosperous year, alright. The emperor is letting his imagination run wild, so you should be bringing him down back to reality. Instead, you're dreaming the same dream as he is. When the time comes and you're unable to make good on your promise, wouldn't that be a crime of deceiving the monarch?" Before his master had left, he had repeatedly reminded him that he needed to pay more attention to the Yu residents and Miss Yu. If they encountered any difficulties, he should help them if he could. However, what was he supposed to do now? Was he supposed to stop Miss Yu in front of the emperor and have her take back her words? "Master, master. This task you set upon me is too hard. This disciple can't do it. When you say it like that, we truly don't want you to take any risks anymore." Zhongnan had a lot of land suitable for rice cultivation. If the rice paddy yields could go up, then all of the people in the Great Ming Empire would be fortunate. Zhu Junfen now regretted his previous decision. Yu Xiaoxiao's eyes shifted a bit as she replied, "Not a problem. This official can pretend to go. I don't know whether, within the hidden guards, if there are any suitable soldiers who have a similar appearance and build as me." Zhu Junfan threw a look towards Su Kai. Before Chief Steward Su left, he had stated that all of the matters regarding the hidden guards would be temporarily given to his future successor. This fellow should know the hidden guards like the back of his own hand. Su Kai immediately stepped forward to state, there are a few soldiers who have a similar build to Official Yu. However, Official Yu's skin is as pale and luminous as snow. There are probably very few people in this world who can compare to her skin quality. What a flattering statement. Yu Xiaoxiao thought carefully for a bit. She didn't think she had any previous interactions with this new assistant chief steward before, so why did it seem like he was trying to curry favor with her? It didn't matter. Having someone treat her well was much more pleasing than having someone regard her with an arrogant expression. She smiled. Little Chief Steward, sus compliments are too much. As long as you find someone with large eyes, it doesn't matter if her skin is on the tanner side. I have some special face powder on hand. After using it, one's skin will look white and bright, and it also looks extremely natural. Official Yu, I don't dare to take the title of Chief Steward. If you don't dislike it, then you can call me Ah Kai instead, alright? Su Kai was even more deferential towards her. His master had told him that he considered Miss Yu like a younger sister. This meant that seeing marital Aunt Yu was like seeing his master in person. Ah Kai, but I'm younger than you. Yu Xiaoxiao met the eyes of her old transmigrator friend's eyes and saw the mockery within his eyes. Zhu Junfan resisted the urge to laugh. Instead he coughed and said, Lass, address him the way that we do. Call him Little Chizzy instead. Ah. Su Kai peeked at Xiaoxiao as he thought, although Miss Yu is younger than me, she's considered a senior since she's in the same generation as my master. So it should be fine for her to call me Little Chizzy. Thus, he hastily agreed with the emperor's words and nodded in assent. Xiaoxiao silently roasted, Little Chizzy, what a fitting name for a eunuch. Ah. Official Yu, please be at ease. This servant will definitely find someone who looks very similar to you. I will also send a few people who look similar to your maidservants from the hidden guards. Official Yu, the hidden guards have people who are skilled at disguises, which you may need when dressing up. Perhaps. Su Kai took the initiative to mention that the hidden guards had people skilled in disguise. Looks like Little Kai, Chief Steward Kai has everything in hand. Then I will just have to thank you. Yu Xiaoxiao vaguely felt that the reason why Su Kai was treating her so differently had to do something with Sir Su. However, his proposals truly did help make her relax a bit. Originally, she was planning on getting in contact with Medicine King Valley's Shu Zi and have him get her some human skin masks for her. Now it looked like she didn't need to. The imperial edict was sent down very quickly. Thus, the vast majority of high-ranking officials and nobles in the capital knew that Yu Xiaoxiao had been appointed an imperial envoy and was being sent to the stud farm at the border. Very few people knew that she was actually being sent to resolve a bad crisis there. Younger sister Xiaoxiao, you're going off to the border to enjoy the sights of the grassland prairie again. He Wanning was over for a very particular reason. After all, one didn't visit a temple without a cause. She was here to find Xiaoxiao. Can't you bring me along? I've never seen the sights at the northern border. I won't make things hard for you. I can even pretend to be one of your maidservants. You're such a noble maidservant. This younger sister absolutely cannot handle you. Yu Xiaoxiao quipped, I don't think you actually want to see the sights at the border, that's just a convenient excuse for you. You clearly have an ulterior motive. Obviously, you want to have a sweet couple's trip with your fiancé, right? This time, Lu Hao had been given the heavy responsibility of escorting Imperial Envoy Yu to the northern border. He was bringing along 500 expert soldiers from the Jinwu guards along with the hidden guards who were disguised as Xiaoxiao and her maidservants. These troops were all there to create an effective smokescreen. He Wanning immediately turned bright red and bashfully said, Stinky lass, just what nonsense are you saying? He's going to be on an official mission, so how would he have the time to have a sweet couple's trip with me? I really just want to enjoy myself among the horses at the stud farm and see the snow scar and little black whirlwind that you've been telling me about. Tilda. Have you gotten permission from your family yet? If Marchioness Anning and the Grand Princess Royal agree, then I'll bring you along. Yu Xiaoxiao also felt like that since she had to go off in disguise, she couldn't just be alone the entire time. She also needed to have more decoys along. She didn't know how He Wanning explained this trip to her family, but she had actually managed to obtain permission from her parents and grandmother. Furthermore, she had managed to drag Yuan Shuiyan along too. Did they truly think that they were out on a leisurely spring outing? However, the other girl not only brought maid-servants with her, but her family had also sent along a few bodyguards who were skilled at martial arts. Yu Xiaosao knew that this journey was incredibly important and full of danger, so she didn't bring along Yingchun or Wudong along, as they had no self-defense skills. She only took along Chunhua and Chushi as her personal maid-servants. Furthermore, Imperial Prince Jing's estate also sent along a few bodyguards who were from the hidden guards. On the day that they were to set off, He Wanning brought her maids and guards and arrived at Sanli Pavilion, where they had agreed upon early as their meeting spot. However, she discovered that the pavilion only had a young master who looked to be about 13 to 14 years old. By convention, men and women should not touch once they pass the age of 7, so she didn't take the time to look more closely and instead waited outside, not far from the building. She waited and waited. Yuan Shuiyan had also appeared within the agreed-upon time. However, the usually timely Yu Xiaosao, her sweetheart, and the Jin Wu guards, who were supposed to be escorting them, were not to be seen at all. This is so weird. Did I remember the wrong date? Today is the 6th day of the 3rd month, right? It's already past 9 in the morning, but where is everyone else off? Could it be that younger sister Xiaosao didn't want to bring us along and gave us the wrong time to fool us? The more He Wanning spoke, the more she thought that her conjecture might be right. She angrily stomped to and fro on the road as she paced around. Yuan Shuiyan frowned slightly and the usual cold look on her face became more serious. She glanced over in the direction of the pavilion and noticed that there was a young master inside, sitting with his back as straight as a tree trunks. It looked like he was waiting for people. Wait, the young master had 6 bodyguards behind him and 2 of them seemed on the shorter side. They looked a bit familiar. On a closer look, the young master, who was dressed entirely in white and had a clean-looking complexion, although his skin was tanner, eyes a bit longer, and eyebrows a bit more heroic. But no matter whether it was his figure or physical appearance, they all gave her a sense of familiarity. End of chapter 630. See you in the next chapter. Thank you.